Far from home, it's for the better. What we dream, it's all that matters. We're on our way, united. Turn the crowd up now, we'll never back down. Shoot down a skyline, watch it on prime time. Turn up the love now, listen up now. Turn up the love. Who's gonna say who's gonna bring it back to life? We're gonna make it, you and I. We're gonna save the world tonight. There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Those days are gone, now the memories on the wall. I hear the songs from the places where I was born. Upon that hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said, don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry now. Yeah. A time I met a girl of a different kind. We ruled the world. I thought I'd never lose her out of sight. We were so young. I think of her now and then. I still hear the songs reminding me of a friend. get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah.
turn that up, take it higher. Tear this mother up, start a riot. Don't stop, turn that up, take it higher. Tear this mother up, start a riot. There's a glitch inside my system, rushing through my whole existence. Got me twisted, can't resist it. Something's flipping on my switches. Take 'em, break 'em, make 'em feel it. Mix it up and mass appeal it. Pressure is riding me hard. Killer goes right to my heart. And there's no antidote. And there's no antidote. And there's no antidote. And there's no antidote. There's no antidote.
Kick out the epic motherfucker.
Emergency call, this is circle red. Put your hands up high, put 'em in the air. You know what we do and we do it well. In a world full of lies, we live to tell.
Kick out the epic motherfucker.
All the years that you've been feeding us all the trash, you wasted time.
Kick out the epic motherfucker. Kick out the epic motherfucker. Kick out the epic motherfucker.
Come fill my glass up a little more. We're about to get up and burn this floor. You know we getting hotter and hotter, sexy and hotter. Let's shut it down.
Yo, what I gotta do to show these girls that I own them? Some call me Nikki and some call me Roman. Skeezer, please, I'm in a visa. Whoa, Giuseppe's and Nadi, my own sneaker. Sexy, sexy, that's all I do. If you need a bad bitch, let me call a few. Pumps on and them little mini skirts is out. I see some good girls, I'ma turn them out. Okay, bottle, sip, bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no muzzle. What? Bottle, sip, bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no muzzle. Let's go.
Makes me
Come fill my glass up a little more. We're about to get up and burn this floor. You know we getting hotter and hotter, sexy and hotter. Let's shut it down. Sound the alarm.
rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Yeah. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Woo. Everybody just have a good time. Party rock is in the house tonight. Oh. Everybody just have a good time. I can feel this. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Yeah. We just wanna see you
shake that.
In the club, party rock. Looking for your girl, she on me jock, huh? Now stop when we in the spot. Booty moving weight like she on the block. With a drink, I got to know. Tight jeans, tattoo, cause I'm rock, raw. Half black, half white, diamond now. Gang of money, opened up.
Yo, I'm running through these halls like Drano. I got that devilish flow, rock and roll, no halo. We party rock. Yeah, that's the crew that I'm repping on a rise to the top. No lead in our Zeppelin.
Men gud, det tar ju 100 år att ladda upp de här bilderna. Anton kanske får klara sig utan bebisalbum. Fast i och för sig, Fredrik såg ju ut som Anton när han var liten. Vi kanske kan klistra in hans gamla bilder från 70-talet i ett nytt album bara.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
Gamescom 2012.
XMG.
The world's fastest notebooks take you to the next level. The third generation of Intel Core processors brings much better performance with lower power consumption. The most powerful mobile graphics cards make the XMG notebooks the fastest mobile computers. High-resolution displays with LED backlight, perfect contrasts, brightness, and brilliant colors. Extremely short access times and unlimited multitasking can be achieved with up to 32 gigabytes RAM, super fast SSDs, and hybrid hard drives. THX certified sound systems provide a massive sound experience.
XMG. Order now.
Skjut någon gång då. Men, skjut!
Men är du på internet i alla fall? Du lovar ju.
Fasen också.
Ja, jag måste ladda ner en skitviktig jobbgrej här och det står bara att tugga.
Jag hör ju fortfarande matchen. Jag låter honom bara prata på.
Om inte jag får ner den här filen på 15 minuter...
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
everyone, and welcome to Dreamhack Winter 2012 League of Legends Championships, sponsored by SteelSeries and XMG. I'm so glad to have you here. We have some incredible games coming up. We'll take a look at the schedule real quick, and we'll see what's in store for us. First up is CLG.EU versus the Giants. And then it's CLG.EU versus Team ACER, followed by Team ACER versus the Giants, and then we're going to start Group B. But first off, I'd like to introduce you to your casters. Quickshot, Panky, please join me. Hello, gentlemen, and welcome to Dreamhack. How does it feel to be up here on the stage?
It's a dream come true. I've always wanted to come to Dreamhack, and now that we can do it and be here on the stage and cast in the league, couldn't ask for more.
It's pretty scary. It's pretty daunting. It's a big tournament, big league, big names, big money, and yeah, we're just looking to put on a good show.
Well, there are some big names, there's some medium names, there's some names from the BYOC. We have quite an assortment of talent. Can you give us a little bit of a preview of what we might be expecting today?
I mean, everyone knows CLG, they know CURSE, FNATIC's in here, but we've got the likes of Giants, we've got a couple of BYOC teams, Western Wolves, Lowland Lions, sorry, Copenhagen Wolves. And yeah, there's a couple of potential upsets. Giants have pulled some things out of the bag over the last couple of weeks that people weren't expecting, so we're in for a good tournament.
Yeah, and don't forget, over in Group B, CURSE.EU are coming off the back of a victory at Tales of the Lane. We've got the mighty Midgets, which is a team from the Nordic and East server. We don't really know what to expect from them, so that unknown factor could play into their favor.
Well, our first game should be pretty known to you guys. We have CLG.EU going up against the Giants. What can you tell me about this matchup?
As I said, Giants, couple of upsets last week. They knocked CURSE.EU out of the IEM Cologne qualifiers twice. 2-0 victories both times. So, I mean, CURSE are confident. They said, no, it's minor, nothing to worry about. CLG, I mean, they've been out of Europe for 3 months now. They've been Lone Star. They pulled out some big results there. But Giants, maybe they've got something that CLG aren't expecting. They haven't had a chance to practice against it.
Yeah, you've got to remember as well, Giants, they are land proven. You know, they attended ECC, they've been around the block, they've traveled to a couple of different lands. So, we'll see who's going to, do the bans, do the picks. We're playing on the Elise patch as well. So, got to remember that it's a patch back. It's different to what's on live. And whichever team pulls out the stops is going to take home the victory.
Well, is there anything we should keep an eye out for in particular? Any special plays, any champions you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, we're excited to see Elise. Now, we don't know if it's going to be played. And this is putting the head on the block a little bit. But, she's gained a little bit of notoriety in these last 2 weeks. And maybe someone's going to be brave enough to play her. Maybe we can goad CLG.EU into picking her. We'll see if Wicked's, up to the task. But, yeah, it's up to the teams, and we'll see how it's going to play out.
Very much, and of course you've got Froggen in that lineup. We've got Lee Sin, we've got Anivia. Those are the kind of things we're looking for. Maybe we'll see it, maybe they'll have a bit of fun, or they're just going to sit here, play standard, play safe, do what they know, take the tournament home.
All right, well either way, we'll be listening to you guys all weekend. You can head back to the caster booth. This is CURSE and Quickshot. CURSE Panky. CURSE Panky. He represents all of CURSE, excuse me.
The whole thing.
Now joining me on stage, we have the captains of our first two teams. Please welcome Snoopeh and Samux from the Giants. You sent Yellowpete? That's fine. That's cute. So guys, you're here at DreamHack. You've had a long road. You've had some exciting matches. How are you feeling going into this?
Yeah, we are feeling excited to play this match. This is going to be maybe the hardest match of the group, and yeah.
Are you really looking forward to the chance to gain a title?
Yeah.
And you guys have been traveling all over. How are you feeling physically? Are you prepared for this? Or you guys pooped?
It's always hard to travel that much. Due to the jet lag, I didn't really sleep that much this night, but I think it's going to be fine. And going into this as champions, as the current DreamHack champions, gives us confidence as well. So we'll be fine.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to this matchup. Gentlemen, if you would please shake hands in a show of sportsmanship. All right, let's get these games underway. I'm going to give it back to Quickshot and Panky. You guys stay in your seats.
Wow, welcome back. Thank you for that one, Rachel. We're looking forward to this. Like we said, we've already looked at the teams, we looked at the players. We're just waiting for everybody to sit down, settle in, and jump into this game lobby. Panky, Elise patch, what do we need to know? What do we need to remember?
What do we need to know? Well, Elise, first thing, we want to see her play. She's semi-AP based champion, maybe Froggen, maybe Wickd in the top lane. Young Buck's been playing it the last couple of weeks in the FNATIC record tournament with the Siege things, of course. Very, very strong laner. Some people have said OP laner. Don't know if that's really to believe, but she's very, very strong up there. She's not so strong in the late game. That's where the tweaks are coming in, buffing that a little bit. But if you build her right, if you build a utility, you can dominate, say, particularly strong laners. If you've got a Shen up there against her, she doesn't do... she does very well. Shen doesn't do very well against her. So if you can shut him down in lane, then use her in the team phase later on, Frozen Hearts, those kind of things, just causing some disruption, then if you've got enough late game damage in a Vayne or a Kog'Maw or something else, then maybe you can carry her through to victory.
Yeah, so true. Keep in mind as well that on this particular patch, Skarner's Impale no longer catches people that have flashed out of distance, right? If you break that distance barrier, the Impale does not snare you. So we need to keep this in mind. Ezreal's Essence Flux, the attack speed debuff, has been removed. So here's a couple of things to keep in mind. A couple of players are still joining into this lobby before we go live, so let's take a quick second to tell you guys about the format. This is a group stage, 4 teams in Group A, 4 teams in Group B. The BYOC players and teams are still being filtered out right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to play 3 games from Group A, of the teams that are here. After that, 3 games from Group B, and we're going to kick off with the BYOC teams tomorrow morning.
Yeah. So, once we see the BYOC teams, you said we've got Lone Lions in there, we've got Copenhagen Wolves, we've got a couple of other names, but with the announcement that Riot put out a couple of weeks ago, with the ranked 5 ladders now finally having an impact in Season 3, in that qualification, the top 16 from West, top 16 from East will go into an online tournament to then get the top 6 who will go to an offline tournament and potentially qualify for the Championship Series next week. I'm kind of hoping that somewhere in this BYOC, we're going to get 1 or 2 squads that we could potentially see in, if not the online qualifier, then the offline qualifier, ready for that Championship Series. So
it would be so amazing. And the teams that are here from the BYOC that we already know about, Mebdy's Minions, they qualified at Dreamhack Summer earlier in the year. You've got the Copenhagen Wolves and the Lowland Lions. It's players with known histories, known performances. And while we're waffling, we are into the picks and bans. And immediately, Rengar removed from the game, banned out, Anivia in reply, no one's surprised by that, and Cho'Gath taking that away from Snoopeh.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, CLG are banning it. Snoopeh is banning that Cho'Gath. He is a very strong jungler at the moment. Not so much, obviously, he was one of Hotshot's favourite top laners forever earlier on when he was first in the top lane before all the switches. But he's come back in the jungle in recent months, and he is obviously ban-worthy as far as CLG are concerned. And Giants, well, they're not really surprising us too much with anything across the board yet. Last ban, maybe we're going to see Jax, maybe we'll see Lee Sin, something else maybe.
Well, Kassadin actually being banned out. You were telling me earlier in the week that Giants are pretty well known for the Kassadin play.
They've apparently got some secret hidden Kassadin strategy lined up. Exactly what it consists of and exactly how strong it is, I don't know.
I got a better question. How good is the secret if you know about it?
Yeah, there's that. So, yeah, perhaps that's CLG strategy. So, okay, we can't think of a third ban. There's nothing we particularly fear from these guys, but we've heard rumors. Well, if it's all based around 1 champion, get rid of that 1 champion. Job done. And with the first pick, Blitzcrank, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that bottom lane quite a bit. Crepo, we saw a Lone Star Clash. We ran through a top 5 plays of that not so long ago. And there were 3 plays in CLG's highlight list, and they were all initiated by Crepo landing grabs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you give him that Blitzcrank, Giants have got to watch out.
Ooh, I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing. Hovering over Elise at the moment. I'm not going to give into it. I think this is a bait. But while CLG are deciding on which 2 champions they're actually going to lock in, Amumu and Ezreal over on the Giants side. So we've locked in that sort of hyper carry, if you can call him that, Ezreal. Not necessarily late game, but just the preferred AD of the moment. And we're seeing a lot more Amumu play. Since the sort of Season 2 Worlds and the last month and a half, Amumu in the jungle is becoming more and more common. And if Giants can land those bandage tosses in the early game, it's going to lead to some good lane ganks and some good kills.
Yeah, and on top of that, it takes away from Snoopeh. Yeah. Snoopeh, the pro player picks that Riot are doing, his pick, Amumu. He is favourite for that champion. He loves that guy. He has got Malk up his sleeve, and that's what he's picked instead. And alongside that, Froggen's grabbed Corki for Yellowpete. So that's the bottom lane for CLG. Blitzcrank, Corki. It's a lot of early burst damage, a lot of early presence as well. And, well, the Giants picks, they've got that Ezreal head, which works very well against Blitzcrank. If you start casting that Arcane Shift before the grab lands, it will always complete, so you're not going to get grabbed in. But that one time you slip up, it's going to be very, very painful. If they do pick this Lulu to go alongside it, it's not so bad. If you get grabbed in, you're going to get knocked up, yes, but she can land that wild growth on you, give you a massive amount of health back, and knock up both of the CLG pairing. So it gives you that chance to not only Arcane Shift and escape, but do some return damage as well.
Yeah, it's also quite nice. The Glitter Lance is going to allow her to throw that out onto Blitzcrank, prevent him getting in range to land the Power Fist or something similar. But, like you mentioned, if you get grabbed, you're going to get blown out, especially when you consider that we're going to have Corki in the bottom lane. Those phosphorus bombs at low level hit like a truck. The damage is absolutely insane. And we actually see an Olaf being locked in. So Olaf up in the top lane is going to be a little bit interesting, and we'll have to see how that one plays out. You know, Olaf, this early on, I say early on, it's a second to last pick, but CLG, it allows them to pick up some counters.
They've got plenty of options, although Giants themselves have banned out a couple that are there. I mean, Wickd calls himself the best top laner in the world. A lot of people would agree.
Yep.
Some of the other top laners wouldn't quite so much, naturally. But if he truly is, can he take on this Olaf? It does also open up another option here for Giants. They haven't got a set at the moment, but they can still switch these things around. If you run Ghost Teleport, we've seen very often on an Olaf on the purple side, grab those wolves, grab those blue buffs at level 1, hit level 2, base, recall, teleport down into the bottom lane, 2v1.
Yep.
Can he do it? Can he pull it off against the Blitzcrank?
And the synergy that Olaf offers, especially with the Lulu, you know, wild growth, the additional HP it's going to have with his damage, help with the reckless swings. The Ragnarok goes on, he cannot be CC, cannot be slowed. He's going to run through absolutely everybody, knock them all up with wild growth, set them up for a Curse of the Sad Mummy or something similar. But I love what I'm seeing on the flip side. A Shen and a Lux being locked in. We've seen Shushay playing Lux to amazing effect earlier in the week on Monday. You know, just landing every single light binding, really, really great burst. And at max level with his full build, his cooldowns were down to about 23, 24 seconds on that final spark.
Yep, once you hit 16, once you've got that 40% cooldown reduction, final spark, 24, 23 second cooldown. And at the point Zusha had it was about 900 damage.
Yeah.
And when you've got a minion wave coming in every 30 seconds, you can start sieging turrets and immediately just knock 900 health of everyone.
Yeah.
Did we go in? Did it hit enough people? No. Okay, next minion wave. Do it again. So we'll wait and see exactly how that shapes up and what, for that matter, the Giants decide to play against it. They're currently hovering over the possibility of an Orianna. Do they go with it? Well, they have. They've locked it straight in. So Exter is going to go with that. Exter, he's not one of your most famous AP mids in the world. Obviously, he's not your Froggens. He's not your Toys. But especially amongst Europe and especially amongst the lesser-known teams, he has quite a reputation. The guy's got some skill up his sleeve. He's got a lot of strong champions under his belt. And Orianna being a strong champion for the whole of the league at the moment, I'm impressed to see what he can pull out here.
Yeah, and like you said, they've qualified for what was it, IEM Cologne, knocking Curse out twice. You know, as you said in the pre-show, they've got the ability to beat the big name teams. Curse, of course, that was after the victory at Tales of the Lane.
Yes, exactly. So they've come back from that with a big high. We just run this. Currently, maybe one of the strongest in Europe. After everyone's knocked them down, Giants are
exactly. Now, let's take a look. Once again, we've looked at all the combinations, we've looked at all the champions. What does CLG have up their sleeve? They've got a much more skirmish-based roster, skirmish-based lineup. You know, Shen, if he does get in, he can tank. Of course, Malka can offer some damage mitigation, but Lux and Corki, they don't really want to be in the thick of it quite so much as Ezreal, Olaf, Amumu, and even Orianna. You know, she has to get in relatively close range to land those command attacks and to get the distortion and shockwave and all that going. What happens if CLG get caught in a big 5v5?
CLG get caught. Well, immediately Yellowpete is going to cleanse and Valkyrie back, as simple as that. But the whole time he's doing that, he's going to have Samux with that Ragnarok locked onto him. He's going to pop Ghost and he's going to run straight at that Corki and hopefully stick on him. He's going to have perhaps a Phage or a Frozen Mallet or some other way to slow that Corki. And if he can do the damage, if he can get through him in time, yeah, there goes the AD carry from CLG. If that is not possible, Corki's going to sit there for the whole time doing a whole lot of damage to first Olaf. Then once Olaf falls, before that Ragnarok runs out, he's just going to switch back in and start working his way through the Giants lineup. So we'll see if they can pull that off, but the Amumu Olaf combo is very, very strong.
Yeah, and add to that the Lulu as well. Amumu, Olaf, Lulu combination altogether. So we're into quite possibly the most important part of the game. It is the skin war, and you have to give it to Giants. This is a hands-down stomping as far as skins are concerned. And when every single skin is available, I'm disappointed by CLG. I'm disappointed. So let's see, loading screens are up. We're about to jump into this, the very first game of the Dreamhack Winter tournament. And yeah, it's going to be up to the players now to make the plays. Giants, they have to either stand up and stand tall here and take the first game of this group stage, or run the risk of going 1-2 or 2-1 against the BYOC and Team ACER.
Yep, so without further ado, Dreamhack Winter League of Legends is underway. The crowd is filling up here at the moment, and hopefully we've got plenty more seats for the rest of the event, the rest of the day. Now, I must admit, I'm currently on the camera. If anything's missed, it's on me. I'm going to take that right now, but I'm feeling a little bit confident with it. This is all set up smooth. And level 1, what are we looking at? We've got some fairly interesting possibilities from both squads, especially with the Blitzcrank involved here from CLG, but looks like we're going to have a fairly quiet first minute and a half, and CLG could possibly, in actual fact, be late invading the Giants' blue buff, which with Maokai is a bit of a surprise. He's a jungler that really relies on getting a blue, on getting that early start, getting his comfortable Wraith's blue, then go into a red. So if you're going to mix things up like this, they might take some Giants by surprise.
Yeah, the flip side as well is that IMYMEMINE relies on that blue buff, if not more than Maokai. You know, both champions are so dependent on it. But look at the positioning here from Giants. Constantly moving, constantly waving around the map, making sure they don't get caught by skill shots. But Olaf and IMYMEMINE at the top lane, they might be considering, you know, a blue buff steal of their own. All 5 members of CLG, they've snuck into this bottom bush. Late blue invade, looking for first blood. Is that a ward up there? Yeah, we go. You can see that CLG have warded their own blue. And it's just a very slow, very safe and calculated start from both teams. Nobody wants to give up more than they need to this early in the game. And there's a lot of money on the line. I mean, it's $50,000 in total, you know, for the total prize pool.
CLG almost hiding in that bush the entire time. Giants seemed a bit tentative about going down there, but they have now spotted them as they're making their way out. Froggen lands a bind through the bush, but it will not hit anyone. Wards from both teams in there, so Giants can see exactly who's here for CLG, and they know it's 4v4. They're comfortable with the fact Wickd has gone to the top lane, but Morden's already pretty low health as he did start on that wolf camp. Now we see Giants coming in, Babeta landing some damage on the Creeper, but he's going to get grabbed. Is it the follow-up? There's the snare, comes in from Luck. Babeta taken down very low with the Ignite ticket. Snoopeh flashes forward for the first blood.
CLG is on the board. Really nice combination of play there. The rest of Giants, they just didn't react quickly enough. Babeta flashed as quickly as he could, but there's too much damage for players up in the top lane. Samux and Wickd going toe-to-toe. That looked like an Ignite going down into Samux. So Wickd managing to force the flash, and Samux already starting to imply some dominance in that top lane.
Now here's the problem. Yes, Snoopeh got first blood. Yes, CLG are in here, but they need this blue buff on Maokai. He'd be so far behind if they left, so they've had to spend a lot of time in here to try and take this, and they've taken a lot of damage in doing so. Snoopeh does finally get out though with that smite, with that first blood, and now has it on his person. Morden though, just as far behind. He only had the wolf cap. He's going to be a little bit back on XP, and so are your bottom and your middle lanes. So, providing top lane doesn't snowball too far away, which at the moment is going very much in Samux's favour, those other lanes should stay quite low.
Down in the bottom lane, BLITX manages to get caught from another rocket grab from Krepo. Continues with the auto attacks. Phosphorus bombs are out. BLITX down to about 70 HP, and he gets to safety. But this early pressure in the jungle in the bottom lane, heavily in favor of CLG, and Samux 9 singers to 5, but the thing is, Wickd can now safely farm under the tower. You know, he's going to use his passive. Now on the bottom lane, BLITX, is he going to get caught again? Rocket Grab manages to land. Power Fist not available yet, because Blitzcrank is only level 1. But BLITX, Arcane shifts, and he used his flash to safety there as well. Aggressive from Yellowpete. Valkyrie in one more auto attack, and they definitely want to stomp home this bottom lane control.
CLG are completely bullying Giants now backwards and forwards. Creeper essentially walking straight up to Blitz for that. It's giving Snoopeh a little bit of freedom. He is around to the top side now. He picked up his left his own blue buff actually, and he's coming around behind Exter, just toying with him. He's got that knockback for the Arcane Smash and his snare waiting, but Exter's not quite far enough down the lane yet. Froggen trying to bait him in, but it doesn't look like he's going to fall for it. Still waiting. He can afford to use this extra time here because he's got that extra blue buff in his base. He's got that experience. So the more time he wastes here, the more XP he loses by standing here in the mid lane. He can make it back up again. Morden, on the other hand, has to keep going through his jungle on this movement, has to get every little bit of XP he can to try and catch up with Snoopeh.
Yeah, take a look at the play already. After this first recall on Morden, he's picked up an additional sight ward, so that's going to go in his own jungle, or at least in a very near to a river entrance. He's terrified of the invades, that low-level start. The fact that he doesn't have blue, he's not going to be able to keep the despair or those tantrums running, means it's going to slow him down so exponentially at the beginning of this game, and it delays that extreme power that they get from the combination of all their ultimates, the Sad Mummy, the Ragnarok, the Wild Growth, etc. Snoopeh now, he's picked up his own blue buff. You can see the icon is missing there on the bottom lane, and he's now starting to clear out his own jungle, collect some more gold, and probably work his way towards his first GP10 item.
Yeah, he's carrying on the rest of the jungle, though half of it is missing again. Froggen started very early taking the Wraith camp away. So we should expect to see him doing that more and more throughout the course of the game, getting that little champion or minion kill, the CS score up as high as he possibly can. And he's already 10 up above Exter in that mid lane. Luck's doing very well against the Orianna. Babeta forced to back away with the AD carry in the bottom lane. And with, in actual fact, Ezreal having a slight CS lead, he's going to buy some Doran's Blade and a ward of his own. Pete, though, he has a large group of creeps here, a large wave of minions waiting ready for him. So once he's picked these all up, he should be back ahead and in the lead. In actual fact, the way Creepo's looking, they want to freeze it and hold it where it is.
And they're doing a fantastic job at freezing this lane, holding it completely on their side, keeping it safe. Now, Snoopeh may have found himself an opening. He's moving into this middle lane, starting to step forward. If he lands the Twisted Advance, he is going to get it. Arcane Smash, Dark, the Light Binding holds him in place. Continued damage, Ignite is ticking away. One more auto attack from Froggen picks up the second kill of the game. And it's just, it was slow, it was calculated. It was really well played, and every single ability landed. Even, Snoopeh's positional play. After he lands the Twisted Advance, steps around behind, knocks the smash, and even pushes, Exter even further forward, closer to Lux. So great play from CLG.
Yeah, too many times have I seen Maokai's coming in, using that Arcane Smash, and knocking someone sideways away from a skill shot. Snoopeh made sure he stayed lined up, and he pushed him directly back towards Froggen's skill shot as it was coming in. There was no way that was going to miss. Lined up perfectly. But it does take CLG 2-0 and spreads the gold out across the pair of them. They are over 1.3k gold now ahead of the Giants, and this lead is slowly stretching. How is top lane shaping up? We obviously saw Samux getting very aggressive to start with. There's a flash grab comes out from Creep in the bottom lane. The Arcane Shift goes out and gets blitzed from distance, but Snoopeh's coming down, flash forward. There's the snare goes down with that Arcane Smash. Snoopeh picks up the second kill.
Yeah, once again, so well played. Great combination of abilities. I think Krepo has landed almost every single one of his rocket grabs right now, and it's definitely the ones that count. Can he do it again? Overdrive is up, he's running. Rocket grab goes out. Babeta gently sidesteps it to the right, and then, mitigate giving away any more kills. But every single time Krepo's needed to step up with those rocket grabs, he has landed them. And if he continues to do that over the next 5 or 10 minutes, it's going to give CLG that heavy snowball start, and it's going to secure them the victory.
Yeah, as I was saying, Wickd to Samux, very even in CS at 39-37, despite Samux getting so aggressive onto Wickd to start with. But it's Shen, he's got that feint to block the damage, he's got that Vorpal Blade to regen some health as he goes, and he's even taking a couple of turret shots here and not really worrying too much about it. Let's have a look at Morden, level 4, still a long way down in this jungle, but this camp should give him 5. He needs to get level 6 before he can make any real impact. Of course, Maokai has much stronger early gank potential from him, and he's really put that to good use. But as the 7-minute mark approaches, they know, of course, when that blue was killed, they were there for it. Snoopeh stole it. He's going to plant another ward in there, and then base possibly come back to try and steal it shortly.
Well, this is something else to consider that, we didn't touch on at the beginning, but with the Blitzcrank, on the CLG roster, obviously he's going to be looking to pull the squishy targets. He wants to grab Ezreal, he wants to grab Orianna. What happens in the event that he picks up an Amumu or an Olaf? All of a sudden, Giants have been able to initiate without blowing a flash, without blowing any of their ultimates or abilities. They can be in the thick of the CLG roster. So that rocket grab could potentially backfire if they snare the wrong player later on.
Look at Froggen. There it is. They had that ward. You could see him moving from the mid lane, lining it up and waiting. Snipes away that blue buff using the laser. Exter, which was not in a position where he could leave the lane to come and get himself, so Moom had to hold it, and he held it, and he kept holding it. And in the end, it was just too long. Froggen came in there, took that away, allowing Snoopeh to pick up the next one from his own jungle, which will speed his jungle speed up again even more. So it's really, really big for CLG.
Yeah, great play there. And also, great understanding of the damage, knowing exactly how much that final smart going to deal, timing it perfectly. And, 2 blue buffs, both of which have been picked up by CLG. Red buff still sitting on the side of the Giants. I don't know if that first one has been picked up yet. Wickd and Samux trading just a little bit, but Amumu really needs that blue buff to continue farming effectively and clearing all the camps as quick as is possible. Top lane is still poking back and forth. Wickd is feeling a little bit of pressure, but it's not affecting his farm, and that's the key. It doesn't matter how much Samux is bullying Wickd around, he's still going to have the same gold, he's still going to have the same items, and in actual fact, he will have more because he has a Heart of Gold ticking away. The longer this stays even, the further Wicked's going to creep into the lead, creep into that advantageous position. We haven't even seen the Stand United yet. The ultimate is available there, so the moment something goes wrong for CLG, Wicked's just going to throw that ultimate onto whoever it is that gets caught out and secure himself, counter gank effectively.
Morden just hit 6. He now has that Bandage Shots Curse of the Sad Mummy combination. I want to see him make some kind of impact with this now. He's immediately heading up towards the top lane. There isn't any ward here for CLG, but Wickd is back under his own turret and seemingly safe. Snoopeh just grabbed his blue buff, so he's in a nearby position, but Morden is actually in fact changing around, rotating towards mid. Still no ward here for Froggen, and he's actually very pushed up. Exter's toying with him, waiting, does catch a snare. Froggen going to come forward, this pop his full combo out, doesn't do too much damage, but it does put Exter in a position where he cannot join Morden for this gank. Froggen is going to get a safe recall to go and shop using this 90 CS. He's 30 above Exter right now. He's actually changed his mind as soon as he sees Morden head to that Wraith and stole it. That's That's knowing your champion. I didn't even know Lux's Singularity could hit the big Wraith if you cast it like that.
Yeah, really well done. Up in the top lane, Samux and Wickd going toe-to-toe. Ignite is ticking. Samux forced to use Ragnarok there to get out of the taunt and carry on fighting, but this bruiser battle, both champions 200, 300 HP apiece, and it's really going well. Bottom lane, Rocket Grab manages to catch onto Babeta. He eats a phosphorus bomb in his face. Now True Shot Barrage lands into Yellowpete. They're focusing the support, and that's something you cannot do as an AD carry. Look at the damage. Babeta's low, but so is Yellowpete. And Krepo cannot stay in the fight. You know, if you're focusing Lulu, you're just giving Ezreal all the time he needs to apply his damage, and he applied it to the right target, forcing CLG back. It was a good grab, it was a good position, but Ezreal's keeping up in farm. He's only 7 CS behind. Could Wickd be in trouble now?
X is coming around behind the turret, not even waiting for the creeps to come in. Samux leads the charge. Wickd tries to flash the QW, but he doesn't manage to pull it off, and Exter with a final auto attack executes him under his own turret.
Giants pick up their first kill of the game. That is an Orianna as well. He is falling slowly and slowly, further and further behind, rather, Froggen in the middle lane. The CS difference is fairly noticeable, 30, but look at the gold at the moment. 3,700 in Lux's hands in comparison to 2,900 for Orianna. So it's almost a completed sorcerer shoes between them difference. We'll see exactly how it starts to compare when they get into a fight, but Morden's got to be very careful. Light Binding, Loosen Singularity is down, a couple of auto attacks. If that final spark and ignite had been used, it could potentially have been enough to pick up a kill.
Certainly, Froggen not willing to try it just on there, but he's now coming around one side. He's actually getting found by Exter, takes a big burst of damage to the face in the first place. The ult comes across. Morden's here, will land the bandage on, lands the curse of the sad mummy, but here's the ult from Shen. Can they kill him before Wickd arrives? No, because he backs away. Does use that laser, doesn't quite do enough damage to finish Morden off though. And a nice escape as the Ezreal ult flies straight across the map. It does hit Froggen and just about takes him low. That camera was a bit too fast for me. I apologize.
Just a little too quick, but not too bad, not too bad. Great True Shot Barrage, and that was a good piece of play from Giants. Knowing that they could catch Froggen out, they landed a lot of damage. The problem is they've burnt all those ultimates now, and they're very, very low life. So CLG with an immediate reply going, okay, we lost that engagement, we lost that battle, but we didn't give up a kill, and we'll take a map objective out of it. Is BLITX going to get caught by a Blitzcrank grab? A little bit of a tongue twister for you there. No, this time around Krepo decides not to throw it out. And the first dragon of the game, 12 minutes 30, lands in CLG's hands.
Yeah, I really like that call because there's like, well, Wicked's down in this half of the map now. Their jungler's got no health whatsoever. Their mid lane took quite a bit of punishment there too. Well, we've got 4 very strong full health champions. Let's just take the dragon. Why not? And it's at 12 minutes, so they now have an exact timer on when it comes in next time round. They do lose top turret for it though. Samux kept that pressure up. It's right there underneath it. Despite Froggen coming in to do his best, could not stop the inevitable.
That's not the end of the world though for Giants, because if it allows Olaf to start roaming and start moving around the map, he can help out the other lanes. Olaf is a very good, ganking champion, hence the reason he's used in the jungle so many times. If he lands his undertows, gets a couple of reckless swings off, he can, turn the tide of these battles. CLG are only 2,000 gold ahead, which is a relatively small number. Half of that is made up in Dragon, the rest of it is made up in CS, and the Giants, they just can't let themselves fall too far behind. And that was exactly what Giants were trying to do in this middle lane. Dissonance went down, applied a slow to Lux, but Olaf was just a bit too far away to close that gap effectively.
All 5 members of Giants now surrounding this blue buff. They really do not want this one stolen. Snoopeh is nearby. Froggen is coming across from mid. He does catch a snare and a loosened Singularity down onto Samux. Keeps it away, but ultimately Samux has done his job. He kept Froggen off and out of laser range, so Exter can finally grab himself his first blue.
Yeah, not too bad. Third blue of their side of the map. It has finally been donated over to Orianna. It's definitely going to help in terms of the CS. It's going to help in terms of the spam ability of her own spells in that middle lane. Whether or not it's going to start to show in the CS, it's going to determine the next 5 or 10 minutes of this game. That 30 CS gap is now only 20 CS, and as long as Orianna keeps it even, that gap becomes smaller and smaller and smaller the longer the game goes. I also feel like the utility that's going to be offered by Orianna is going to be somewhat superior to what Lux offers. They're slightly different. You've got a slow on both champions. You've got a snare from Lux, which technically Orianna doesn't have. But Rocket Grab just barely missing BLITX in the bottom line there. But if Orianna throws that Command Protect onto an Olaf or an Amumu and then combos it with the Shockwave and the Curse of the Sad Mummy, it's going to be more impactful than a single laser that's going to just force Giants to disengage and run away.
Very much so, and especially the synergy here with Crepo. If Froggen lands a long-range binding, whether it be chained off a creep, chained off another champion, if it lands at max range, that person is going to be very, very exposed and open for a brilliant sniped grab here from Crepo. We've seen how spot on he's been already, and he's actually going out to try again. Does grab a grab onto Babeta, Knockup's going to follow it out, but there's a big shield comes out. There's the knockup from Babeta, but Val forward from Yellowpete. Goes straight in trying to finish him off. Forces him to flash under the turret, but Blitz takes the exhaust. He's going to take the next brunt of Yellowpete's damage. He's low on mana, but he's going to keep spamming out everything he can. Not quite enough note to finish off for the kill.
Yeah, not just at the moment. If Yellowpete can get a little bit of mana back and they can combo one or two of his abilities with the grab onto a creep. Now Krepo's in trouble, eats a Glitterlance, immediately sees that Morden is there, flashes to safety. Morden's trying to get through the creeps, but a little bit of blockage from the minions on CLG buys them the time they need to get away, and no bandage toss, no sad mummy curse, and no more kills for Giants.
Samux, he's just gone in, warded the enemy's blue buff, warded CLG's blue, and he's going to take a quick taunt from Wickd, take a little bit of trade damage. With the feint, Wickd just blocked everything he has returned until that reckless swing comes out. So they're still trading very evenly, but Samux, with this extra pressure, is up under the tier 2 turret and has actually taken a slight CS lead.
Let's have a look at the items. We actually haven't touched on them very much this game just yet. Corki obviously going Trinity Force first, Yell and Phage completed. On the flip side, Phage and Sheen completed for Ezreal. Both of our mid laners working towards it, Athene's Unholy Grail, but thanks to the kill, the assist, the dragon, etc., Froggen has already picked that item up. But take a look at Shen. Wicked's opted to go for Phage after his Hearts of Gold, so that's a little bit out of the norm. It's a very aggressive Shen.
Not unheard of to see Shen go complete Trinity Force because of the damage it gives you. And coming from Wicked, to see him go damage, not a surprise whatsoever. Morden does get bound here as he tries to come up around one side of Froggen. But, I mean, we've seen Shen's go Phage and then build tank or then build with Sen attack speed just to have the possibility of slowing someone once you've taunted in onto a carry, perhaps. We'll see where he goes and where he completes it. Does he get put into a Trinity Force? Does he build something else around it? Or does he go perhaps into a Frozen Manic?
Oh, look at the damage in the middle lane. Exter gets caught by full combination. Ignite is ticking away and manages to pick up that kill. It was every single ability that Froggen had. Light Binding, Loosen Singularity, Final Spark, and Ignite was just the final tick of damage that took it away. But again, perfect textbook play. Land the skill shot, land the ground-based AoE spell, and then follow it up with the laser.
That's the potential Lux has, especially once you hit that max level and you've got the cooldown reduction we mentioned earlier. She's going to have every 23 seconds the possibility of blowing someone up quite like that. And if you get someone squishy, whether it be the mid or whether it be the carry, that's what's good. You've got to be afraid of. He is now making his way towards the bottom lane as Morden is top, but there's pings onto that from CLG, so they know he's there. And now Froggen comes straight through a ward, does actually manage to... Hang on.
That looked like it hit.
That looked like it hit.
That looked like it hit, but I think the Arcane Shifters used it just the right time. That momentary difference, half second, is all that changed it. A little sapling gets thrown into the bush and a sad mummy Amumu forced to back off. Now Dragon should be spawning within the next 30 or 40 seconds. Wicked does have Stand United available, and you can see that Snoopeh is already making his way down to the river. A pink ward has just gone down. A little bit unfortunate there that it immediately deletes the Giants ward. A couple of guys from Season 2 Worlds cheering for the ward kills. I like that, I appreciate that. But I'm anticipating Dragon probably going to be the next engagement. If Giants want to contest, they should know roughly when it's available, at least in this time frame. And you can see everybody conglomerating around that map objective.
Snoopeh with an Oracles now is going to take out any other wards that get placed here. Even though that one's placed straight on top of the pink again. Morden dodging the right way and avoiding Creepo's grab. Pete's going to go across and actually leave that ward up for a little bit just to taunt Giants. Froggen can land a combo onto two of them. Look at that damage! Babeta so low. Morden forced to flash out over the wall too, and that's going to secure the dragon for CLG. These two cannot join this fight. So I don't think Giants are going to take it 2v4.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to. The HP is just simply too low. I mean, the damage that Froggen is putting down, Athene's and Holy Grail, Sorcerer's Shoes, and a blasting one. Two-shot barrage comes out, but that's way too early, I'm afraid. No vision. It was a blind guess, to say the least, and unfortunately it didn't pay off. I want to see where this blasting one is going to go. I don't think it's going to be an Abyssal Scepter, but
Death
Cap possibly? I mean, 201, 172 CS. Why wouldn't you be cocky in this position?
Yeah, he has another 1,500 gold sitting in the bank at the moment, so he's going to go back another build a needlessly large rod, or just keep it until he hits the point where he can get a full death cap. We'll see how well his farm goes, what his mana situation, those kind of things are like, or of course what the calls for the team are. If you're going to sit there with a lot of gold in your bank, you're not going to be able to use it. You're not going to have that strength in a fight. So if CLG turn around and say, no, Froggen, go and shop, spend your gold, we need you strong, he's going to go and spend it a bit sooner. So
yeah, that's for sure. Now this is something that I'd like to keep an eye on as well. We can see Samux has just started to recall. That's Olaf. He's got 2,200 gold in his back pocket. So I want to see what he's going to convert this into. Two GP10s that have been ticking for a little while, the Heart of Gold, as well as that Philosopher's Stone, rather. And we'll see, exactly how he decides to spend his money. Olaf needs to get involved in these fights now. The 3v3, the 4v4 engagements in the middle and the bottom line have not been going in favor of Giants. They caught Froggen out once, but they didn't convert it to a kill. They've given up 2 dragons on the back of those engagements, by taking too much damage, by being out of position when they needed to be challenging the dragon. It cost them both of those drakes. So let's see if Olaf, once he spends some money and actually starts to get involved, if he can help Giants turn the tide of this game.
Let's see, is Snoopeh going to give this blue buff to Froggen, or is he going to take it? Froggen's coming across, he's going to take this one. He hasn't been able to steal the last one, and of course Snoopeh's had 2 or 3 of them already so far. So waiting for Snoopeh to get it low enough, and there's the Lucent Singularity just to take it from the last second. Samux though still in this top lane, still got 2,500 gold in his bank, just waiting to be comfortably farming this whole time. He's got no reason to leave that lane. Wickd hasn't. Wickd's just been sitting here farming. He hasn't used his ult to get out of there. He is now going to taunt in onto Samux, and there's a Fade Frock in actual fact. He's going to keep chasing down this lane. With the use of Key Strike, he's going to get a little bit of bonus damage, but Samux should be out and clear for now.
Yeah, that undertow slow is really powerful, just landing it in the face of Wickd, immediately countering that initiation and preventing him chasing forward. Snoopeh, Oracle's Elixir, kills a ward, and as I'm sure you can get, crowd starts chanting. This is some dedicated LoL fans watching all the different tournaments from around the globe. We can see Samux starting to spend some of that cash. Giant's Belt picked up, as well as completing the Mercury trades, picking up yet more HP. And I think once we see, this HP amassed Olaf in conjunction with the wild growth from Lulu, it's going to be difficult to take that berserking Viking down.
Snoopeh's still just roaming around the river using his oracles, trying to take out what wards he finds. There's nothing down here for you this time, though. And we're going to see a little bit of a lull in the game at the moment. Giants aren't strong enough to do anything against CLG, and CLG just don't have anything they want to do. They're happy to sit back and farm. I mean, if any team is going to be good to sit there for 30, 40, 50 minutes and farm, it's going to be CLG. And while the global objectives are down, while the Dragon's there, while they're not going to risk a Baron, they don't need to take these turrets. They're just slowly winning the CS war. They're going to sit back and happily do it. Exter has closed the gap, in actual fact, between Froggen after I mentioned the winning CS war, but it's there as Snoopeh walks across to find the other ward he has in the other river bush.
Little bit of delayed response there, but the crowd are on form. They are noticing it. Starting to fill up really, really nicely behind the DreamArena middle lane. Rocket Grab almost catching the back of Exter, but it did not. Now Samux, he does get caught up by a life binding. Lucent Singularity pops, and with the Command Protect, it's not quite as much damage, but that's still a good chunk. When you consider that QE combo from Lux, it chunked off 20% of the Olaf's HP bar with a Command Protect. Oh, look at the damage onto Morden. Final Spark goes down. Will Krepo get in range? Decides not to chase for that Rocket Grab. But again, the burst damage from Final Spark. What's the cooldown on at the moment? With Athene's and with blue buff on Froggen, his ultimate is on a 24-second cooldown. Every 24 seconds, that damage comes down. Samux forced to use Ragnarok up in the top lane to get away from the gank of Maokai and Shen. But, it's not too bad. If you can use the cooldown, save your life, you don't give any more gold away than you need to.
Exter going to come powering his way through the jungle to hit the top lane, where Snoopeh and Wickd are pressuring this top Samux is there on his own, trying to defend it. Does manage to
down at
do
blue
just
buff.
that.
BLITX and Yellowpete are going toe-to-toe. BLITX tries to duel Yellowpete, ends up eating so much damage, and a missile barrage in the end costs him his life. Yellowpete was walking into the bush, face-checking it, just walking up nonchalantly as you do, and unfortunately there just wasn't enough damage there from Ezreal to take that engagement and to take that battle, and that was Flash, Heal, and True Shot Barrage all used, but the Trinity Force, completed Trinity Force, was just too strong.
Crepo and Froggen were pushing the mid lane that entire time. They took that turret down very low, as Pete is now doing in the bottom lane. So CLG have decided, yeah, okay, time to stop farming. We're going to take some objectives. They grab mid, they're grabbing bottom. They're now fighting here. Morden at his Wraith. Snoopeh, though, taking a bit more damage than he was anticipating. And as Exter and Babeta show up, they decide to leave, but not before smiting that Wraith away.
Yeah, they're taking absolutely every advantage that they can. That 2,000 gold lead has now extended to a 6,000 gold lead, and now it's starting to become significant. Now the numbers are starting to see completed items, Trinity Force over non-Trinity Force, Needlessly Large Rod and a Blasting Wand, and Athene's Unholy Grail over just a Blasting, the Needlessly Large Rod. Another ward gets killed, and the crowd erupts in cheers. And right now, Giants, they need to make some plays. They need to make something happen. If they just let CLG farm themselves into this, they're just going to get better and better and better and stronger and stronger and stronger. In terms of scaling, Giants, not too bad though, if you're honest.
Yeah, they're not too bad on scaling. They could sit back and try and get as strong as possible on Olaf, get Morden a bit tanky, because at the moment, the amount of damage he's taking from one combo on Froggen, it's not really what you want to see against your tanky initiator. You're going to see Morden diving in, bandage toss, Sad Mummy, curse the Sad Mummy straight away, and then he dies. That's kind of demoralizing for the rest of your squad, so they want to get him as strong as possible. Crepo tries to steal that blue with a grab, but just grabs a small lizard instead, and Exter is able to pick it up.
Exter also working towards his own death cap, but death cap is completed on Froggen. Total ability power, let's have a quick look, 409 AP. Now the Dragon is available. Are we going to see the engagement? Undertow gets caught into Snoopeh. That Oracle's Elixir is very, very valuable. Now we see the damage mitigation from Maokai. Shen, Stand United's coming in. This is a huge engagement, 5 versus 5. True Shot Barrage catches 4 members of CLG. The first member to fall is Amumu though, because Giants is simply not protecting, not sticking to the same target. Wickd is the target. Why are you focusing? Shen, get Yellowpete or Froggen. A Taunt manages to catch BLITX. He's held in place. He's going to get blown up. That's Ezreal falling. The laser comes across in the background, picks up the 3rd kill of the engagement. CLG are playing this perfectly. Rocket grab, catches onto Babeta. Light binding, Loosen Singularity, triple kill. Was that double kill for Lux and Froggen?
It's a double kill for Lux on Froggen as he lasered across onto Extra and then picked up a kill onto Babeta. It does open up the Dragon for CLG, but they're not willing to go for it. They said, fine, we're going to have these Death Climbers. We'll push straight up mid. Froggen does grab that tier 2 turret with a little bit of help from Snoopeh. And now it looks like he's going to rotate back around to that Dragon. It has given them a 9,000 gold lead, and with the extra 1,000 this Dragon's about to provide, it will hit 10,000.
Yeah, the numbers are just so high, and the engagement there just went a bit poorly for Giants. Yeah, they engaged on Maokai, which is not always the best. You know? You can't really blow a Maokai up. He is fairly tanky. He's got a good amount of HP. Aegis of the Legion, Kindle Gem, parts of Gold, it's going to play into his favor. Stand United was used to save him. Then once Shen jumped into the battle, he taunted, I think, 3 or 4 members with that Shadow Dash feint of his. Caught a whole bunch of them, locked them up, and then they stuck on him. And it just allowed Froggen and Yellowpete all the time that they needed to pick up the damage, pick up the kills, and just clean house without losing anything.
Yeah, and there's the advantage of Shen building damage. Okay, it's only a Phage and a Sunfire at the moment, but whenever he's stuck there in amongst the Giants, he's doing damage to them with that with the Sunfire cape. He can stick to the one target he wants to because of the Phage procs that he was getting, and he does do quite a bit of damage just with his auto attacks and the key strike. So they had to try and get through him, otherwise he'd have just torn them apart from the inside. But the problem is he's too strong. You cannot get through him. So yes, they had to blow a lot on him to do that. They had nothing left for the rest of CLG, and Wickd managed to survive it all anyway. So.
And on the back of that engagement and the Dragon, a Void Staff already completed for Froggen. So if his damage wasn't over 9,000 already, it officially is now. Pickaxe as well as a BF sword in the hands of Yellowpete. You can see the gold numbers down at the bottom. 9,500, let's call it 9,600 to 7,000 gold. 2,600 difference between them. It is an immense, immense number. And especially on champions like your auto attack, your AD carries, it's huge. Your AP mids, 3,000 gold separates them. Froggen and Exter, the numbers are just huge. A death cap between them.
Krepo, Froggen and Snoopeh now roaming up towards the top side of the map. Wickd has swapped it up and is going to start pushing the bottom lane and warding as they go, and of course Snoopeh still has that Oracle, so if they get spotted by ward, he will have to take it out. There is one in the back of the Baron pit here for Giants, and there's one here by the Wraith camp, but there's not one in the Snoopeh's bush right now. Samux is going to come around and find him, but those are 2 of the tankiest players in the game, and they're not really going to fight onto each other, but in the process, Froggen have pushed this top lane, and they're going to grab this tier 2 turret. Giants are not in any kind of position to defend it just yet, but they are grouping up. Samux is going to get grabbed in and pulled in by Crepo anyway, but he's not willing to pop Ragnarok just yet. It's not really worth it. But now the rest of Giants have arrived. The turret is still going very low, but the minion wave has run out for CLG, so there's a brief respite. Wickd still split pushing the bottom lane, is onto the tier 2 turret down there. The rubble of the tier 2 turret, sorry. Pete took that out earlier. And Giants have opted to sacrifice this top one as well.
Yeah, did you see how much damage Morden took from the single combo from Lux again? Exactly the same thing happened. Light Binding, Loosen Singularity hits, 50% of Amumu's HP is gone. Amumu has got nothing in his bank right now. An Aegis of the Legion, a Heart of Gold, and that's it. That's his defensive statistics and his HP. There's simply not enough there. 107, 108 CS to his name. They've only got 1 tower, they've got no dragons. There's just not a lot to work with right now as far as the Giants are concerned. And they can't hold off this push. If CLG do decide to invade, or Morden's going to try to commit to a fight, the bandage toss misses. Krepo comes back in, overdrive is ticking. Can he find a rocket grab? That's the question. He carries on going, decides to hold it. Just baiting the Giants play. He's waiting for that perfect moment and opportunity. So Singularity and Light Binding is down, both of which are dodged and juked away from the Giants players, and the siege is on. CLG are holding the position. They're allowing Wickd to split push on the bottom lane. There we go. Dark Binding pops. Little shield from Lulu, picks up a little bit of damage. And now Olaf playing a little bit aggressive. They need to be careful when they split like this. 3 members top, 1, 2 middle, and Wickd just again completely left alone to free farm and push this bottom lane.
He's going to keep it up, and the problem Giants have here, they have to send Olaf to go and deal with it, but X is going to get caught out and burst down so low by Froggen's combo. Now, he's not dead, admittedly, but this gives CLG the opportunity to face tank the turret and come in and take it down anyway. They cannot fight. Giants do not have the damage or the health to fight this, and CLG know it. They're fine, we'll come in, we'll take the turret, we'll face tank it. You can't do anything while we're doing so, so it doesn't matter how much damage we take. But Morden does grab a bandage toss onto Froggen over the wall. Is he going to full initiate as Blitz gets grabbed in by Crepo? Arcane Shift goes away, Curse to the side, Mimey goes down, laser across 3 people. Morden does flash to safety just before he falls. Samux will come to drain it, but Shen is here now. Yellowpete very low in the middle of the fight, but Lucian Singularity will pick up Blitz over the wall. Samux still chasing out Creeper, has actually forced him to flash away. Snoopeh now going in at Exter. Froggen returning to the fight as his cooldowns come back. Picks up a double kill, but Beta's in the far side. Samux though still has plenty of health. Froggen's flash forward can't land the last life binding. The Ignite is ticking, does pick up a triple kill. Froggen though, he's going to fall to the turret. Samux is grabbed back by Creeper, and Froggen survives as a final laser, just for a little bit of fireworks.
Yeah, so well played by CLG. Yellowpete not only survived that entire engagement and that entire pressure, he gets away with his life, comes back into the fight. Triple kill for Froggen. Every single ability was dropped, every single ability landed. And look at their HP, it's just a little bit of split focus from Giants. You want to feel if they were able to everybody jump on the right target or everybody get on the right person for a second longer, maybe could have killed Yellowpete, maybe could have killed Froggen. But that's it, CLG.EU, they pick up the victory, they take down the Nexus, and they pick up their first victory of Dreamhack Winter.
Congratulations to CLG. I don't think I'm really surprised anyone, but they showed us, okay, we've had 3 months out of Europe. Doesn't really make too much of a difference. We're still here. We're still the same old CLG, just as strong as we were before, and we're here to take our tournament once more. So, without further ado, we will give it over to Rachel on the stage, who has our winners interview for us.
Thank you so much, Panky and Quickshot. I'm up here with Krepo. Krepo, great job. How you feeling?
Pretty good. We gave him a kill, which wasn't the ID, but in the end we pulled through. It was good.
So the plan was to bagel him?
Yeah, double bagel.
Double bagel. All right. You think you're going to bagel ACER too?
No. Let's be honest. I hope we can win, though. We have the odds in our favor.
And any compliments here for this team? They did come out. They did put up a good fight.
Yeah, we nearly died a few times at bottom, where actually I went too hard. They probably could have killed me once, I think. So, yeah, it wasn't a complete walkover. Like, the score suggests like a 31 walkover, but bottom was relatively close. I think we just snowballed from our level 1 play, and that pretty much won the game for us.
Well done to you guys. Congratulations. You're going to be going on to face Team ACER. We'll see the Giants back against ACER right after that. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes, so go make a sandwich, grab a drink, and come back for more League of Legends. Thanks, guys.
Jag måste starta om filmen igen. Vad är det nu då? 1347, hur ska jag komma ihåg det då? Vad hände 1347? Det var väl vikingarna? Ja. Okej, var var jag? Vikingarna.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
XMG.
We're far from home, it's for the better. What we dream, it's all that matters. We're on our way, united. Turn the crowd up now, we'll never back down. Shoot down the skyline, watch it on prime time. Turn up the love now, listen up now. Turn up the love. Who's gonna save the world tonight? Who's gonna bring it back to life? We're gonna make it, you and I. We're gonna save the world tonight. Who's gonna save? Who's gonna bring? We're gonna make it, you and I. Who's gonna save? Who's gonna bring? We're gonna save the world tonight. There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Those days are gone, now the memories on the wall. I hear the songs from the places where I was born. Upon that hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said, don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry now. Yeah. Don't you worry, child. See, heaven's got a plan for you. Don't you worry now. Yeah. There was a time I met a girl of a different kind. We ruled the world. I thought I'd never lose her out of sight. We were so young. I think of her now and then. I still hear the songs reminding me of a friend. Upon a hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said, don't you worry,
get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah.
Don't stop, turn that up, take it higher. tear this mother up, start a riot. Don't stop, turn that up, take it higher. Tear this mother up, start a riot. There's a glitch inside my system, rushing through my whole existence. Got me twisted, can't resist it. Something's flipping on my switches. Take them, break them, make them feel it. Mix it up and mass appeal it. Pressure is riding me hard. Killer goes right to my heart, 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 heart. And there's no antidote. And there's no antidote. And there's no antidote. And there's no antidote. There's no antidote. You got the epic motherfucker.
Emergency call, this is a code red. Put your hands up high, put 'em in the air. You know what we do and we do it well. In a world full of lies, we live to tell.
You got the epic motherfucker.
All the years that you've been feeding us all the trash, you wasted
You got the epic motherfucker. You got the epic motherfucker. You got the epic motherfucker.
Come fill my glass up a little more. We're about to get up and burn this floor. You know we getting hotter and hotter, sexy and hotter. Let's shut it down.
Yo, what I gotta do to show these girls that I own them? Some call me Nikki and some call me Roman. Skeezer, please, I'm in a visa. Whoa, Giuseppe's and Natty, my own sneaker. Sexy, sexy, that's all I do. If you need a bad bitch, let me call up yo. Come soon and them little mini skirts is out. I see some good girls, I'ma turn them out. Okay, bottle, sip, bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no muzzle. Hey? Bottle, sip, bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no muzzle. Let's go.
Makes me
Come fill my glass up a little more. We're about to get up and burn this floor. You know we getting hotter and hotter, sexy and hotter. Let's shut it down. From the alarm. From the alarm. I wanna do it for the night, night. So with me now and knock this over. I wanna do it like you like. Come get me, baby. We're not getting younger. I just want you tonight, night. Baby, we won't do it for life, life.
makes me
Come fill my glass up a little more. We're about to get up and burn this floor. You know we getting hotter and hotter, sexy and hotter. Let's shut it down. From the alarm. From the alarm.
time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Party rockets in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. I can feel this. And we gon' make you lose your mind. We just wanna see you shake that.
In the club, party rock. Looking for your girl, she on the jock, huh? Now stop when we in the spot. Booty moving weight like she on the block. With a drink, I got to know. Tight jeans, tattoo, cause I'm rock and roll. Half black, half white, diamond now. Gang of money, open up.
Yeah, I'm running through these halls like Drano. I got that devilish flow, rock and roll, no halo. We party rock. Yeah, that's the crew that I'm repping on a rise to the top. No lead in our Zeppelin. Hey, party rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good.
Skjut någon gång då. Men, skjut!
Men är du på internet i alla fall? Du lovar ju.
Fasen också.
Ja, jag måste ladda ner en skitviktig jobbgrej här. Det står bara att tugga.
Jag hör ju fortfarande matchen. Jag låter honom bara prata på.
Om inte jag får ner den här filen på 15 minuter...
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
Men gud, det tar ju 100 år att ladda upp de här bilderna. Anton kanske får klara sig utan bebisalbum. Fast i och för sig, Fredrik såg ju ut som Anton när han var liten. Vi kanske kan klistra in hans gamla bilder från 70-talet i ett nytt album bara.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
XMG.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you have your sandwiches and your beverages, because we have more League of Legends for you here at the DreamHack League of Legends Championship. Coming up next, our teams are CLG.EU and Team ACER. If I would please be joined on stage by CitizenWayne and whoever CLG is going to give me right now. Guys, hey, what are you doing? They're all hanging back there chatting. We got games to play, so join me on stage, gentlemen. Please, come on out. Pete, good to see you again. CitizenWayne, you're my favorite Batman character. Gentlemen, are you prepared for this match?
I hope so.
Pete?
Yeah, I think we're good, well prepared.
You're well prepared. Did you warm up your hands? I know it's getting a little chilly in here.
No, but we could do it together maybe.
All right, let's warm up these hands with a handshake here between these two gentlemen. Congratulations to both of you. Let's get these games underway. I'm going to give it back over to Panky and Quickshot.
Welcome back, welcome back. So, CitizenWayne with a little bit of a taunt there at the end. I like it, I like it. Team ACER, we haven't seen in a little while. The last time we did, they placed 3rd at WEM in China. Online, have you seen much of them, Panky?
I haven't seen much of them for a long time. I mean, even the WM event in China, yes, they performed pretty well, but it was not exactly the most publicized event. It wasn't exactly everywhere. Not many people knew it happened, but it was a strong result for them. So,
welcome on stage, buddy. Welcome on stage. Nevertheless, the teams are setting up. We're going to get them into the lobby as quickly as we can. This is going to be the second game in Group A. CLG.EU are already 1-0 up. If they pick up a victory here, it almost, I don't want to use the word guarantees because there are 2 more games that need to be played. You know, you could have multiple ties, things like that. But Team ACER, they've got a big challenge ahead of them. You know, the teams that are coming into this game, CLG.EU in particular, Season 2 World Championships is the last lane they intended. They have international experience.
Yeah.
And yeah, the pressure's on ACER.
Pressure is definitely on ACER, but they've got some strong names there. CitizenWayne, a lot of people know. Schabs subbed in for SK, in fact, at Campus Party the last time we did together. So they've got some LAN experience amongst them. They've got some LAN experience as a team. They've got some international experience from China. Maybe they're going to pull something up here. They're our best hope now to disrupt CLG since Giants have already been knocked down off that peg. Maybe we've still got the BYOC team there, but until we know who that is, I don't want to make any predictions. We can't back up.
And I want to dig into my memory here. Earlier this week, we casted Amazing in a couple of games. And if I recall correctly, he was playing Nunu to phenomenal effect. Yes. I mean, completely taking control of the entire game with a jungle Nunu. So whether or not that's going to reign supreme now against the likes of CLG, that remains to be seen. But we know that they have some great players, great experience. Players are starting to filter in. CLG, they banned out Cho in the previous game. From the looks of things, they have second pick this time around. So if that's the case, do you think they're going to be banning similar sort of champions?
Yeah, we'll see what they made their mind up. They're a bit half and half. But, I mean, Nunu, I know he's one of the champions that Curse love to ban at the moment. I know a lot more about Curse than anyone else, so I'm going to refer to that. But Nunu, he's a very controlling jungler. So, yeah, if you've got someone on your team that can play that very, very well, amazing, it makes sense to ban him away from the other team. I mean, he's not the strongest ganker in the world. Yes, he's got that great slow, and he's got that movement speed buff for whoever he's ganking for. That's about it. So you've got to have either some solid CC or some big damage for the laners that are in there. But on top of that, he's counter-jungling. Some of the best in-game. The consume smite combo can still buffs away in a matter of seconds. So if you have that possibility, and depending on what CLG pick, I mean, if they pick Amumu, he's not exactly the strongest when it comes up to fighting someone in the jungle. We know how much Snoopeh loves that. So if he wants to be safe from any kind of aggression from the Nunu we might see, wouldn't surprise me at all to see it banned.
And it would be very, very risky play as well. That particular champion, if you don't get ahead, you fall behind very, very quickly. Like you said, he doesn't offer a huge amount in terms of, say, CC, like a Cho'Gath would, for example. His ultimate, while it's a great AoE CC, if your team simply can't survive, it's not that great. So we have all 10 players in the lobby. Let's let them know that ready when you are. And as soon as we hit this start button, we are going to be going into the picks and bans. Once again, this is the Elise patch that we are playing on. So I'm still secretly hoping that she'll get picked. I know she won't, all right? I know that. But I can be hopeful. I can be hopeful. Elise is my Teemo for this land. It's my Teemo for this land. And teams are playing for a lot of cash. $50,000 in total.
Yeah, it's huge. It's 33,000 Swedish... So sorry,
330,000
330,000 Swedish krona. So it's huge. Players are all shouting ready, so we just got to wait for Lyumi to press that button. He's changed his name around. Lumi.
Yep, it always changes. It depends. I suppose the keyboard could have something to do with it. Swedish keys, possible. Swedish letters. So yeah, we're good to go as soon as Lyumi hits this button, and we are into the bans and picks for game number 2 in Group A. I'm going to ask the crowd how awake you guys are. Who thinks that Team ACER is going to win? Well, that says a lot. Who thinks that CLG.EU is going to win? What more can I say to that?
Yeah, you can't argue with that. CLG got to have some confidence now. Crowd fully behind them. And we have got our first 5 bans. And funnily enough, the first one CLG took off the table, Nunu. So we're not going to get that from Amazing. They've also taken, however, Gragas and Xin Xiao. And their response from ACER, they took Krepo's Blitzcrank off of him. They saw what kind of impact that had in the last game. They know what kind of power Krepo has. They've also taken Lee Sin and Irelia.
Now, I'm not too surprised by the Zinza, and that's based on purely what we casted earlier in the week.
Yes.
We've seen so much Zin in the jungle from all the different teams that were taking part in the different online cups that we were casting. So, you know, it could just be a matter of CLG saying, going, look, we've done our research, you know. We watched you guys playing, we watched the VODs, and we've seen this is what was happening, so we're going to play to this. And it's a testament to the team that's on stage.
Yeah.
They've done the research when they need to.
Xin Xiao's made such a big impact here in Europe recently. He's not so much in America. CLG have spent a lot of time out there, but as you say, they've done their research. And if you've got that kind of dominance, the CLG tend to say, okay, we're not going to take them lightly. We do have to do our research. We have to look at what they play. And they're banning against you. That's got to put something back in ACER's mind. Okay, so they are a little bit worried. They know what we can do. They are specifically trying to play against it. So let's try and catch them out. Let's try and surprise them. Let's play a little bit different from the normal. Give them something they're not expecting.
And right now, Udia is something that I wasn't going to be expecting either. The Man-Bear Pig, a champion that can be very, very disruptive, very powerful, especially if he gets fed. As I start talking about him, it swaps out immediately to Jace. So I like that. Jace in the top lane. Zyra also doesn't give away. It could be support Zyra, which is the sort of trend at the moment. That's her favored position, EU. You know, there was a time when she was favored in the mid lane. But if that's going to say, all right, we've got Zyra in the bottom lane, that immediately tells you it's aggressive. They want to play for kills. They want to play for stats and for numbers. Jace in the top lane, I mean, everybody knows Jace in the top lane. Acceleration, shock blast, melt people's faces, amazing damage, range, poke. He's also got some good escapes when you use his hammer, and etc. So, you know, I like the pick. It's good, but Wickd's got a lot of time to think, who am I going to play against that?
Exactly, as you say, you pick him that early, he can get countered pick. He's not invincible anymore. He's had a recent couple of changes. Wickd knows what he's doing with it. As we do see Snoopeh, he's hovering over Leona. Are you going to lock it? Yes. We're going to see Creepo's Leona. So like Creepo's Blitzcrank, it's a champion that he can play in that bottom lane and take control. Creepo loves to and will happily control CLG if they let him. He will make the calls. He will initiate the team fights, long-range ultimates, flash, E, Q, whatever it takes. Creepo can control this team. And on a support like Blitzcrank or a support like Leona, he can really make the plays.
Yeah, it's so true. And it's one of the champions that is game-changing. You know, if you land a good solar flare and lock people up for, you know, even half a second, that slow is, I believe, 80% if you don't land the stun. That is an immense, immense movement speed reduction. If, however, that grasping roots from Zyra can catch Ezreal before he arcane shifts, it could counter it. You know, you could have a situation where Ezreal is sitting in the back line from that very, very long-range grasping roots from Zyra, and Graves can just put a full buckshot into Leona's face. You know, even the possibilities there, but I like it. Both teams are going with that very aggressive, very high CC, high crowd control, high utility type of supports. And down the line, Udyr is actually locked in. So this tells me it's going to be an Udyr in the jungle, Jace top, and then, of course, they're leaving their top lane, their AP middle lane pick for last.
Or, alternatively, they're leaving their AP middle lane, and they've already got it.
It is true, it is true. They also true, you know, leave the opportunities there. Olaf against, Udyr against Olaf, not too bad. They're not going to put him in the top lane, but I'm just thinking in terms of those dive-heavy, movement-based, champions. Olaf's going to be trying to get to the back line to tear people apart. Udyr's going to be trying to do the same, getting to the back line and tearing people apart. Who do you prefer?
I prefer Olaf. Simple as that. I want to talk about it. I prefer Olaf. He's just got that Ragnarok. He can get through there a bit better. Udyr just becomes a bit more of a crowd control bot, just running around stunning everyone and absorbing skill shots. But now the crowd can see it. There's
go.
a Nivea.
That's what we wanted to see.
Keep picking it up. It's the safe pick. Froggen's okay. It's not banned. I don't know whether I'm against Zyra or something else. What can I do? What can I just sit and farm? What can I play safe? What do I know best? She's there.
And
it's the bird.
And you know what this counters as well? Udyr coming in aggressive. If Udyr decides to be very, very, hard, dive in, bear stance, behind enemy lines, crystallize up, blow him up, and then jump on the rest of the team. So It has been a while since we have seen the Froggen Nivea.
It has.
I would be brave enough to say OGN would have been the last time I think I've seen it. Now,
last time I remember it,
I'm sure there are people in chat that will be saying, oh my god, how can you not remember this? But I believe the last time was OGN. And on the flip side, are we going to see a Lux in the middle? The range can work. You can stay out of range of the Flash Frost, the stun. And yeah, it's Lux, flavor of the moment. I like this, but not much beefiness. Not too much tankiness outside of Udyr.
On top of that, Lux's burst, we've already seen Froggen show us exactly how much it can be earlier on. And Nivea being one of the slowest champions in the game, pretty easy to land that skill shot, provided he's not hiding behind too many creeps. And as I say, Lux, double binding. It can go through creeps if you skill it right. So CitizenWayne, let's see quite what he's got up his sleeve, whether he can pull it off, or of course if Froggen's just sheer a Nivea skill ways out on tops at the end of the day. But, as you say, amazing in the jungle and Udyr. Last time I saw Udyr in the jungle, Moscow 5.
Yeah.
They ran it. They made it do all kinds of crazy things that a lot of people weren't expecting. I wasn't expecting from a caster point of view. I haven't seen anyone else do anything quite like that since. Has Amazing got something up his sleeves? I've only actually seen him playing Nunu, to be honest. It was that game on Monday.
There is something else we do need to touch on, though, because Udyr is going to do very, very well if you can get in range to land that bear stun, all right? Yes. If you can get close enough to apply the stun, get the Phoenix and the Tiger procs on at later levels, etc., and look at how long the CC is from Lux and from Zyra. Grasping roots as well as light binding, that's a very long-range route. It's going to allow Amazing the ability to actually run into the lane and apply the CC as opposed to flash, bear stun, slap in the face, which is what we usually used to seeing from him.
It's an interesting way, and especially the fact he's got that bear stun move speed. He's then got the acceleration gate from Schabs as well, and it wouldn't surprise me to maybe see a Shirelli's built somewhere down the line. So it's a very quick, immediate boost of speed wherever they do decide to go. But Froggen, still, best in the game, quick wall, or even just planting his ultimate down. This that AoE slow will stop, if not Udyr, it will stop the rest of his team closing the gap and helping him out.
And we are into the loading screen. We'll see whether or not the heavy team fight, crowd control, team-based team of CLG will be able to take out the slightly more skirmish, long-range poke type team that's coming out of Team ACER. Skin War is up. Gentleman Cho'Gath is on the field, but so is Mafia Graves.
It's Gentleman You can't. It's Gentleman Cho'Gath.
Up you go. Up you go. So, nom nom nom. Gentleman Cho'Gath in the jungle for Snoopeh. It is something that we've seen him playing time and time and time again. And in terms of team compositions, where's your preference, Panks?
My preference, it has to be with CLG. It's tried, it's tested, it's true. It's simple as that. They've got Olaf, of course, it will make you charge towards the back line, and then when you do try and peel it off, you've got Froggen to sit there, wall them away, slow them with his AoE ultimate, stun them if he needs to at the long range. Snoopeh, that 3-second silence, should he need it, right off the bat, will turn fights on its own. But we are in game. You can see the game. We have both teams setting up for level 1. So without further ado, rather than do it for one for each team, one big cheer from the crowd. Let's get this going.
Dreamhack Winter 2012 Group A. This is game number 2 of 6 that are going to be on stream today. We see a very defensive start right now for CLG.EU. The undertow goes out. It doesn't manage to land onto Schabs. Schabs is definitely going to have the advantage in the early levels against Olaf. If he can convert that into an item lead or some form of kill lead, he may be able to keep in the lead there. But I am afraid that if Olaf eventually gets some items, gets some HP, some regen, he's just going to be able to land undertow after undertow and stick to Jace and not be able to go anywhere. While I'm waffling though, it looks like CLG are moving in.
They have brought their bottom lane back up towards this side of the jungle. They do check that far bush using a quick Q from Yellowpete and an undertow from Wickd. But as before, they just walk in, plant that ward deep past the Wraith Camp, and that's all they're happy to do. It gives them so much information on Amazing's Udyr. When they know he hits that Wraith Camp, when they know he hits that red, it's going to give them a great amount of info on the timings for when he'll appear in top lane, or if he won't appear in top lane. And of course on the respawn time for those camps. So Wickd should feel fairly comfortable, at least till the 3-4 minute mark, that he's either not going to be ganked or the exact moment he will, he's going to know it.
And it does need to be pointed out as well, Team ACER have their own ward over at the Wraith bushes, near the CLG side. So they're going to have vision as well. They're going to know when Cho is moving in and out, when he's starting to clear those waves. Both teams starting on their respective wolf camps. But we do see a lane swap. Leona and Ezreal going up top lane against Jace. And I think technically both of these teams can do well under the 2v1 situation. Jace, of course, having the ranged ability, having the great burst of his acceleration shock blast, and it can just melt waves once he gets a few levels into it. And of course, Olaf may be a little bit more difficult at the low levels because he is very reliant on mana and that undertow.
That's what I wanted to check. What's Wicked's base mana regen sitting at? Has he ruined it for any of this? He's only got 10. That's not exactly high. And without the blue buff from this side, he might have a little bit of an issue. But ultimately, this may be why they're doing the swap. Snoopeh, Pete, and Krepo immediate invade onto this red buff.
Yeah, such a great play. Steal that away from Udyr. And of course, Udyr needs the red buff. He needs it. He's an auto-attack champion. He relies on getting the consistent spells over time, landing Phoenix, landing Tiger, landing Bear, swapping between them. And of course, having that red buff is going to play into his favor. We do see, though, that they know he's doing it. They know Amazing is going for that bottom red. Can Schabs get away? This is a 3v1. He immediately puts down the acceleration gate. Oh, flash forward. Is it into the Zenith Blade of the Shield of Daybreak? Krepo has been slowed. Is it going to be enough? He steps away. One more tower hit would have killed him. A little bit aggressive, a bit optimistic, but they almost got it.
I think they could have made it work, but unfortunately Snoopeh's knockup was just a second too late. and gave him that chance to flash away and escape out of it. So a little bit optimistic, but slight miscommunication from CLG kind of put him on the back foot. Now though, we have Amazing here at the golems and the bottom lane for CLG. Does take the big one and leaves it just at that, and is hanging around. With this lane being pushed straight up, he does come out from behind the turret, has pushed Wickd away from it. Lyumi though takes a couple of shots that he probably shouldn't have. The snare goes down from IMY. There's the finish stance damage, but Amazing taking a couple more shots, and he has to leave before they can get the damage they need to finish Wickd off.
Yeah, and just that small misstep, just going in before the creep line, taking 1 or 2 tower hits, and that immediately cancels the 3v1. So Wicked's going to be very happy with this. He's still taking a lot of pressure, and he may not be able to hang around, although they are very, very low. Ignite is... no, he doesn't. It's Ghost and Heal, which have been used as well. So Summoner spell's down. If Amazing comes to set up a gank in the next couple of minutes, or, you know, if Wicked gets low again, they could potentially dive him without having that Summoner Heal available.
Look at his health, straight back up. He's used all his potions, he's got that life still on his W, of course. Straight back up to full. He's still only on 4 CS, which, interestingly enough, is the same for Schabs, despite the fact he was so solo for a long time, but he's been initiated on by Krepo. Krepo does take a lot of tower damage, but it's not enough, and Pete picks up the first blood.
Such great mechanical play. Krepo was literally 1 millimeter away from turret aggro. Oh, look at that rupture lands, Feral Scream into the stun. They're going to carry on chasing. Red buff is down. Cleanse on the ignite. One more attack. Is it going to be enough? The shield is there, and that's going to prevent the damage. CitizenWayne steps away with 50 HP. And pretty good gank from Snoopeh.
Very, very good. Knockup landing right on the edge of the range, and with the added slow from it, allowed Froggen to land his stun. But still, not quite enough. That shield from Lux, just enough to enable that ignite to tick down without too much more damage. So only a 600 gold lead for CLG, but it is 600 gold in their top lane on Creepo and on Yellowpete. So it's on their AD carry. Fairly important character to get fed. But, as I mentioned before, Schabs, despite the free farm time he had for a long time on his own, he's only on 4 CS. So Wicked's actually winning in this lane swap, despite being in the, what seemed to be, worst position.
Yeah, that is it. It's a little bit early because, you know, there was a lot of attention onto Schabs. They did that very, very early level 1, level 2 gank, which obviously didn't pay off. Then, obviously, you could see Yellowpete and Krepo diving onto him. But this is the problem that Schabs has with Jace. If he does get caught, that's it. You know, Arcane Shift is going to jump forward, going to close the gap. Oh, another great rupture from Snoopeh onto CitizenWayne in the middle lane. But, you know, if he gets caught by a Zenith Blade, he's going to be held in place. He can only knock one person back. And if he knocks Ezreal away, all he's going to do is Arcane Shift and close the gap. Amazing walks into the lane, eats a Mystic Shot to the face, and then, you know, immediately starts backing off. They're still hovering around a little bit, so both junglers helping out both respective top laners, and in this case, Wicked being the bot laner, just for this lane swap. And it's going to allow him to go back 19 CS in hand. We'll see what he's going to decide to purchase. Doesn't really have enough for Philostone outright, but maybe just a regrowth pendant from Fairy Charm, or, in this case, the Doran Shield, HP regen per 5, and some wards.
So, let's have a look at mid lane. We've been a little bit quiet since that gank. But 38 CS to 30. Well, there is a nice stack of minions here for CitizenWayne, so we should be able to close that gap once he picks them out. It's not too drastic, and he did buy that single Doran's ring on his first back. Going to get another Chalice coming out from Froggen, of course. I don't really know what to predict Froggen to build on Anivia, because he always seems to have something different up his sleeve.
You and I are both thinking about a Warmog's armor, so, you know, I expect that in there at some point. But, you know, it depends how the lane goes. It depends how well they start to snowball. You know, 6.5 minutes in, Team ACER they're only 700 gold behind. You know, it's not a huge amount of money at this moment in time. They're farming relatively well. They're keeping up in that regards. And, you know, it's too early to start calling how the lanes are going, but they have swapped. They have decided that they want to put the AD carry support versus AD carry support. And let's take a quick look at the two of these. Zyra and Graves versus the Leona and Ezreal. I think the burst favor is in favor of the Graves-Zyra combination, but the CC favor goes to Leona.
And especially now that Snoopeh's a bit too. There's the Q comes in, the EQ comes in from Krepo, stunning down onto Lyumi, but Snoopeh's not quite in range for the knockup. Lyumi doesn't quite stand in that rupture for long enough, though. Will ultimately survive. A little bit too soon, perhaps, from Krepo.
Yeah, just that half second too soon, just before Snoopeh could get close enough to land a rupture. But nevertheless, good attempt. It's going to disrupt the team at the very least. No summoner spells have been blown by the top lane at the moment. That is for ACER. They both have Flash Heal as well as Flash Ignite available if they do decide to go for an engagement. They put some damage onto Yellowpete. Take a look at this. The Eclipse is down. Krepo eats a couple of towers. Lumi's going to carry on chasing. Ignite is ticking. It may not be enough. The slows are now onto Yellowpete. If they decide to carry on chasing, this may be a kill. Lumi and IMY, can they do it? Flash. Grasping Roots immediately flash away from Krepo. Summoner spells. Flash forward from Loom. Ignite is ticking. Can he get through the armor? One more auto attack. And that is great play from ACER to even the score 1-1.
Beautifully executed kill in that top lane. Peach is a little bit too much damage from those plants. If you can stand there and leave it doing constant damage to you over and over again, it's deceptive how much it does. And suddenly Pete found himself with a lot less health than he thought he would. And they initiated ACER to dive in like that. And with the lane in such a strong position, CLG going to lose a lot of CS from this, and Lyumi can keep picking his up.
That was really, really smart play from Lyumi. You could see him chasing, you could see him running. He knew what his health was, and he was just waiting for the cooldown on Buckshot. He was literally watching that timer going 3, 2, come on, and as soon as it was available, flashed forward, landed the buckshot, and picked up the kill. So that's both of the AD carries now 1-to-1. If farm is, as even as it's going to be, 48 to 55, 7 is not really anything to write home about. Double Dorans and Boots to Double Dorans, Boots, and Vamp Scepter. So at least a little bit more sustained going in favor of Yellowpete. But with engagements like that, with some CC like that, ACER could maybe pick up 1 or 2 more kills.
Wickd at level 7 to Schabs' level 5, and on top of the fact that now that CS difference is huge. Now that they're 1v1ing, giving them a massive advantage. You get a quick burst of true damage down into Schabs, and with 1 more undertow, he's at half health. He still hasn't been able to hit 6. Snoopeh's down in the bottom half of the map. If we could possibly see a lane gank come in here and see them dive onto Schabs. He will hit 6 shortly, but that's not a massive difference here as far as the bottom lane is concerned, especially if he keeps catching these undertows. Okay, they're bottom, they're not top anymore, but this matchup, this 1v1 Bruiser matchup, is so dependent on levels, and when Wickd keeps this far ahead, Schabs is going to have a tough time until he gets some kind of help from whether he's mid or jungle.
Yeah, it's just going to grow exponentially. If you take a look at how Wickd is leveling his Olaf, 4 points into that undertow, 2 points into reckless swing. So he's literally going, the 1v2 lane where you max your Q first. The slow is very, very powerful, and as long as you can pick that axe up, the cooldown is very, very short. Jace is not going to be able to get away from him, especially if he activates Ragnarok and goes for that kill. So 59 CS to 31, exactly double, taking this bottom lane tower to 50% HP, and look at the rest of CLG. They're moving down to the Dragon. You can see it's pretty clear that they want to pick up a 10.5 minute Drake, and with 5 members there and Graves and Zyra nowhere to be seen, this is going to be a very, very easy Dragon for them.
Yeah, Pete Creeper just slowly ran all the way down the river, no contest whatsoever, and well, what would Zyra and Graves have to do? They were in base, they didn't really realize what was going on at that point. Now that it's here, it would be too late for them to come down, and it would be 5v3 because of the way the lanes are matched up for CLG and ACER. But Pete taking a lot of damage there from the Dragon that he probably shouldn't have, but Schabs unfortunately didn't know this and could not land that shock blast. So CLG pick up their first Dragon.
So that extends the gold lead just a little bit further. You can see both Froggen and Yellowpete were considering the recall. Wickd just taunting Schabs a little bit, standing on his side of the creeps going, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? You want to fight? Bring it. Like he's not worried. Top lane tower's taking a lot of damage, potentially going to go down, especially with this cannon wave here. The tower down and having, your AD carry and your support in the top lane, it's not normally the type of, roaming type champions that you would tend to see, but it can work. Zenith Blade does land, is going to follow it up. There's no one nearby though. Krepo, what are you doing? Strangle Thoughts is going to knock him in the air. Now Lumi's going to carry on chasing. Ignite is ticking away. Amazing gets in place, but it's not going to be enough to pick up an assist. He's there for the experience, and Krepo maybe a little over-ambitious.
Yeah, very overly confident there from Krepo. Didn't quite manage to land that ult stun that he wanted, and of course Zyra got her ult down before his stun went out anyway, so he took the knock-up, and from that point he was dead. So yeah, a little bit overconfident perhaps, shouldn't see him doing that too much again, but ultimately has put ACER ahead in the kill game. CLG are still up in the gold thanks to that Dragon, but what good's taking a free Dragon if you're just going to go and throw away kills anyway?
I definitely think we're going to have to keep an eye on the mid lane now for the next couple of minutes, and the reason I say so, CitizenWayne, Sorcerer Shoes completed, as well as a needlessly large rod. So he's going for a hyper aggressive type build. He's going to need to pick up this blue buff because he doesn't have a Chalice of Harmony, and Lux's mana costs are particularly high. If you're going to be spamming them out and trying to pick up kills in that regard. But if he does catch somebody, at this stage in the game, that is going to be a huge amount of damage going on to pretty much anybody on the CLG roster.
Like this from ACER, they swapped their bottom lane back to bottom lane. So it's going to be 2v1 onto Wickd again. He's not going to have quite as much free time as he had before. But they're also bringing Schabs down here as well. Are they going to try and gank him before they can properly switch this up? I mean, the top lane, yes, they've taken that turret down, and normally you see, we saw Wickd in fact do it in the last game. So Giants do it in the last game. They took that top turret down on Olaf and they just kept pushing onto the tier 2. You can't really do that so much with this AD carry support bottom lane pairing. So it's smart that they swapped it back this way. It's smart they brought Schabs down here with them and maybe even rush out this second turret to try and even out that Dragon gold.
Yeah, it's going to play into the favor if they can. Oracle's Elixir picks up a ward. Nobody in the crowd this time decides to chant. Now in the bottom lane, there's the Shock Blast combo. Wickd takes a little bit of poke with Jace and Graves landing tower damage onto this bottom lane tower. It will go down particularly quickly. Amazing immediate response with a ward kill of his own. So both junglers wearing the Oracle's Elixir. 400 gold investment that they need to make sure they hold on to and don't give away unnecessarily. This is a 4 versus 3 on the bottom lane. Froggen and Yellowpete are very far away. And take a look at Lux coming in. Stranglethorns is available actually, so we'll see if they're going to decide to go for a dive here. Light Binding or a Grasping Root is all that requires. Hold somebody in place, get that secondary set of CC, and then carry on forcing it down. Another ward kill, and now the crowd starts to wake up just a little bit. The members of CLG are backing off, and it looks like they're going to just give up this tower.
Yep, as soon as they found this ward here, they knew they were clear. They knew that ACER had spotted everyone down here, and now that it's all 5 members of ACER here, they're not going to fight that. They didn't want to bring Froggen down. They didn't want to bring Pete down from the top lane, because ultimately Pete's had free farm this whole time. So 1 tower for getting your AD carry free farm, that's not too bad.
No, not too shabby at all. It hasn't equated to quite as much as you might think or you'd like to see, but nevertheless, 2 towers down for Team ACER. They've got the kill advantage right now, but they are still 900 gold down. So that's the really, really interesting thing. But look at your numbers: 147 CS on Froggenivia. Middle lane, Flash Frost doesn't manage to land the stun. It's half a second too late, but the damage burst was really, really high. In comparison, 124 for CitizenWayne. 50 CS difference between both of our top laners, Jace and Olaf. That is a huge, huge, huge amount of gold. The thing is though, if ACER can play it right and they can use the poke, the long range snares, the long range damage, they won't need to get into an engagement where that amount of gold will come into play, where you will notice it. If they can keep CLG at bay, keep them relatively low under tower sieges, they can hold them back and you won't actually notice that gold difference in the fights.
Yeah, Amazing comes down here with his Oracle to try and get Wickd off this turret. He needs to be careful. If Wickd does take this down and tries to try and fight him 1v1, he could lose that Oracle. You see Wickd just taking no damage from Udyr during that. So ultimately, Amazing does decide he has to back away and be very careful, as Wickd takes the first turret of the game for CLG.
Yeah, so 2-1, that pushes them a little bit further. And definitely the pace of this game is somewhat slower. It's not quite as high as the previous matchup that we've seen. Take a look at Froggen, how he's building Chalice of Harmony into Tear of the Goddess, into Wota. Will of the Ancients is completed, and you can sort of see why. I mean, with the exception of Olaf, everybody else is going to do somewhat better with ability power. Cho'Gath, Ezreal, even Leona are going to gain some additional, damage, some additional utility with that extra AP. So I like the itemization. I think it works with his team. I want to see where he's going to take it from here.
Pete pressuring Schabs here in the top lane.
Middle lane. Middle lane is going to be a Zenith Blade into CitizenWayne. Solar Flare comes down. Now the Stranglethorns has been followed out. Take a look at the Lucian Singularity goes down. Light Binding lands, but there is no laser available. Final Spark had been used by CitizenWayne. That ended up once again being an overcommitment from Krepo. He threw the Solar Flare down, landed it onto CitizenWayne, but nobody else was just close enough. So as that stun was wearing off, Lux was able to flash to safety and get away. But Krepo a little bit too hungry for blood, as it seems.
Likely, we do see Yumi trying to land a snare down there onto Snoopeh. All of ACER are closing down in on this Dragon Pen. CLG are looping arrow from one side, and well, both teams a little bit split, but Schabs is slowly closing in onto his squad. That do need to be careful. Citizen get walled off by Nibby, but the stun's going to land instead. But he is there amongst his team, and Froggen is very low. He has Egg, yes, but if he gets popped into that straight at the start of the fight, still needs to be very careful. Amazing chasing Wickd off down towards the bottom of the pen, while the rest of CLG are still in the top side, trying to push onto this turret. Schabs is doing his best bet to try and keep them away from it. We're still waiting for that perfect moment where each of the teams feels ready to engage. Creepo, do you have your ult back up? No, you don't, so they might even be waiting for that, but the dragon has spawned. Wickd now sees that Amazing has pulled it, and CLG going to drop a ward in the backside of the pen. Pete just trying to poke out through the bushes, just keeping as much damage down to these guys as he can. Wickd is still a little bit split, but ACER are all as a group. Undertow takes a massive chunk of Zyra's health off. Wickd just comes in again just to be short. They do manage to kill that ward in the backside of the pen though. CLG do lose vision on the dragon.
Now take a look at this. Stranglethorns is not available and will not be available for a little longer. The thing is, Solar Flare is though, so if they decide to go for this and commit to this fight rather, Leona's going to be able to offer more than what Zyra can. The longer they drag it out, the sooner, or the closer we're going to get to using that ability. ACER decides to back away though. The Shock Blast combo into Yellowpete is hitting pretty hard. Brutalizer almost finished for Jace. A very, very nice crystallized wall closes off that little right-hand passageway, and CLG is just going to say, you know what, fine. You want to juke, you want to, fight, you want to play this game. We'll take 50% of the health off that center lane tower. Froggen eats a little bit of damage. The shock blast goes down onto Yellowpete. Now the rupture onto CitizenWayne. Feral Scream's going to pick up the kill. Collateral damage in the background. And it was just, just eating too much poke. Rupture, stun, Feral Scream, Mystic Shot, all the way at the back behind the tower, and picked up a fairly easy kill onto CitizenWayne.
Here's the thing though, CitizenWayne had used his ult, so he wasn't going to have that in the fight. CLG used a lot of ultimates in that, especially they used Krepo. IMY still has his. He's going to make his way down as Snoopeh kills another ward. Froggen is doing his best to try and zone them out, but he is now off and around one side. Could they still fight CLG if they want to go for it? The Dragon is down, but ACER opted, no, it's not worth it. They're going to back away. They could maybe try and attempt that 4v5, but if it went backwards, then it's just thrown the game.
The thing is, a few seconds ago, that was a situation where the goal difference was, 2,000, 2,500, and it didn't really equate to much. With a couple of waves of farm being picked up by CLG, as well as securing that Dragon, now they find themselves 4,000 gold in the lead. Let's have a quick look at the numbers and exactly how that equates. Top lane, 5,500 to 3,800, which is an immense number. And that's before Wickd picks up his, payday check at the moment with this massive creep wave on the bottom lane.
I love that you can just farm with Olaf that. Running one end of the wave to the other, throwing X, one end X. Simple as that. Pete, though, did come in and help out with his blue buff, which they had passed off to Froggen. And, well, he's got another tier now. He still hasn't quite built anything else on his build. He's carrying around about 1,000 gold. 2,700 here on Wickd, as you mentioned. Let's wait and see where that all goes. CitizenWayne picks himself up a blue buff and turns towards the mid lane to try and pick up the CS before it goes into the tower. We're now at this point again where ACER, they're behind. They can't really look to make too many of these plays. They've got to farm, try and regain their footing in this game and wait for something to happen. CLG, they don't want to make any plays. They're not ready to go for turrets. They're not ready to go for a dragon because it's dead. Baron, not even worth risking it. So they're happy to just sit back, keep farming themselves. Their lanes are pushing in. They can pick up the big waves like Wickd did. They can pick up the top lane like Yellowpete is, and he's slowly going to push it into this turret too. So they still have that low wish to take, and they still have mid turret, which they haven't taken down yet. So it's in CLG's hand. We could see Crepo going a little bit too overcommitted again. We could see him throwing his life away, and as a result throwing an objective or even throwing an entire fight. But ultimately, I think he's been reined in a little bit, especially after we saw the way that last fight went. He had a couple of opportunities to get it going. And CLG are starting to group back up towards this mid lane. Wickd is now here now. Froggen and Crepo here as well. Citizen doesn't quite manage to reach off the ward. There it goes. As he snares Wickd up.
I'm a little bit nervous about this build that we see from Team B as the solo Eclipse goes down. Zenith Blade does manage to catch onto Amazing. There comes the Shield of Daybreak, going to stun him up for a second, but nobody else is going to jump onto the Man Bear Pig. In his turtle form, it tanks so much damage. But this is a complete all-in build from Team ACER. You've got Brutalizer, Dawn's Blades, and Boots on Jace. You've got the makings of a Death Cap. No Athene's and Holy Grail yet for Lux. You've got the makings of a Infinity Edge for Graves. There's very, very little tankability and survivability. I mean, even Udyr, he's working towards this Aegis of the Legion, but it's still a couple items away. You compare it to the other side, Olaf. You've got a Warmog's armor, Negatron cloak, and a chain vest on Cho'Gath. Hot ruby crystals rather on every single member of Anivia, Ezreal, and Leona. They've all got additional HP. Ooh, that crystallized wall was close. And the problem here is if ACER get caught, they will die. If CLG get caught, they have the HP to survive with very low health.
Yeah, and the problem here, ACER, because they know that, because they can't fight this straight up, because they're behind the way they are, they're just trying to poke in on this. And at the moment, even their poke's not very strong. And what can you do against an Anivia? I mean, we saw that the last Dreamhack. Moscow 5 gave it their best bet. Froggen just went, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to plant my ult, going to plant my wall, you can't get past. Plant my ult, plant my wall, you can't get past. 39,000 gold down. CLG came back and said, right, we're stronger than you now. Well, team fight, we win. So ACER need to think of some other way to get through this. Because poking this CLG squad's not going to do too much.
Yeah, and as soon as that blue buff runs out for CitizenWayne, he's left, upper paddle without a creek. Or upper creek without a paddle, that's a better way of saying it. He's got no mana regen to speak of with the exception of that Dawn's Ring. And the reason you build, take a look at the solar flare goes down, Krepo's coming in from behind. This is a little bit of split focus. Snoopeh's take a lot of damage. Yellowpete needs one tower shot for his troubles. But the rest of ACER, they're not confident enough to commit to this fight just yet, or throw an all-in when it's Cho'Gath that's taking the brunt of the damage.
I don't think Creeper has played Leona for quite some time. That's the second ultimate we've seen him miss completely. not to mention the free death he gave up in the top lane. So a little bit off his game with this champion, playing the new ones, playing this rank a bit more. So we'll see if he comes back to that later on, see if he turns his game around after a little bit more practice. But yeah, he's trying to initiate twice with these ultimates, missed them completely. CLG just peeled away, took a lot of damage in the process, but they didn't really mind, they just peeled away. So they can afford to keep doing this for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the flip side to that, if it had landed, you know, just to play devil's advocate, if it had landed, it would have stunned 1 or 2 champions, it would have allowed a rupture to land, it would have allowed a stun from a Nivea to land, etc. So, you know, ACER, they're doing okay. They've stalled the game. The gap is 4,000 gold, which at 23 minutes is not really massive. Even the true shot barrage damage there from the Bloodthirster of Ezreal, not really doing a huge chunk to Schabs. But of course, having a Bloodthirster on hand, you need those auto attacks to really be draining people of their hit points. So I kind of like what ACER are doing. They need to just find farm. As long as they can find farm and find money in these next 5 or 10 minutes, they could put themselves in a position where they can engage. And I like their engagement possibilities. A light binding and a grasping roots is very long range. It's going to hold people in place. It's going to allow a bear stun. It's going to allow that percentage HP burst from Jace, etc. And they have the ability to blow somebody up if they can catch them.
The only thing that worries me here, you look at the CS difference between Wickd and Jace. It's at least 70. You look at the CS difference between Froggen and Lux, it's over 60. Yellowpete to Lyumi, not quite so bad, but ultimately, yes, okay, you need to sit back and you need to try and farm if you're in ACER's position. But CLG are doing the same thing. These gaps are already huge. There's not that much CS on the map for ACER, and every time they do stop to try and do these things, they're not closing the gap down. The waves that they're getting aren't as big as CLG's. So CLG's going to keep doing this, taking 3 turrets, pushing them in.
So that evens it up as far as the turrets go, 2-2. Dragon should be respawning. Actually, it has respawned, and you can see that CLG are already making their way down there. I'm a bit nervous. Well, the other thing is it's scary as well. So this Warmog's build on Wickd. I want to see what it's going to build into next. Earlier this week, we seen Darian going double Warmog's Olaf and just having his way with everybody on the map. Was unkillable, had so much damage, you know, from his reckless swing, his vicious strikes. Now we see the little bit of a poke back. A final spark goes out. No stun from Froggen this time around. The ultimate ticking, waiting for the slow, and nobody's grouping up just yet. Good mitigation from Team ACER. They've got good damage down onto Yellowpete, but he's going to be able to lifesteal up. Take a look at this. The light binding's down. Nobody from Team ACER decides to jump in on that, though. Yellowpete is forced out of this fight. This could be the first dragon for ACER if they play it and control it well. But there's 2 lots of true damage for Snoopeh. Let's see how they're going to do it. He's tanking this tower, using the long-range grasping roots as well as that shot blast to try to keep them at bay. The light binding in the background, not going to do anything. Solar Flare goes down, lands a slow onto Zyra and Udyr. Dragon resets. They're going to carry on chasing true damage through that turtle shield of Udyr. He's going to drop his HP. And we just got the Mexican standoff right now.
Yeah, Yellowpete went away, lifestyle loss from Creeps, he's back up at full. Creepo, however, took a lot of poke as well, but he doesn't have that kind of lifesteal. He can't just run back to a creep, lifesteal it up and come back in. And he's used his ultimate, so that's a big part of his fight off the table. He has recalled. ACER don't know this. They still think they're here 5v5. They're still trying to poke in on this and not ready to go for this. If they went in and just said, right, we're taking Dragon now, CLG, I would be very surprised if they tried to contest it. They know they're 4v5, they don't have that support in there. They're all still fairly low themselves and would probably have to give up the Drake. But lack of vision because of this Oracles on Snoopeh means ACER still left a little bit lost. And now that they've gone in to decide, okay, maybe we'll just give this a straight go, that Wickd's in the bottom lane and Froggen in the mid, Crepo is back and they're going to be stalled and delayed again.
Take a look at this though. CitizenWayne does have his death cap completed, the makings of a void stuff. We'll see what this turns into. Undertow catches. Is CitizenWayne being caught out though? He's going to be able to get away with his life. True Shot Barrage takes him a little bit low. The rest of Team ACER are sticking to the Dragon, and they do pick it up. Laser hits Yellowpete. Amazing his force back. He has the Oracle's Elixir ticking away. Reckless Swing manages to catch some damage. They've got out of this one. If they can get away without giving any kills up, that is a great play from Team ACER. They still find themselves 5,000 gold behind, but that was well played when you're behind, when you don't have the items, you don't have the HP, and they still got the objective.
Yeah, they handled that fight nicely. Well, CLG trying to catch CitizenWayne out. Snoopeh missing the knock-up because he wasn't expecting him to come straight at him. Landing the silence instead. I mean, it gave ACER the Dragon, didn't pick up any kills for it. It was very much worth it for ACER, but honestly feel CLG could have played that a little bit better.
Well, I'm just taking a look at the chat at the moment, and I can see, you know, the item purchases. In the last 2 minutes, you have Rabadon's Deathgate, Infinity Edge, Slaying the Dragon, Aegis of the Legion, and Shurelia's Reverie all completed for Team ACER. That's a lot of very, very key items. Yeah. They need to make use of them though, and once again, look at Jace's build. A BF sword has been picked up. This is a very, very all-in build. If Jace gets caught by one undertow, one rupture, or one stun, he's just going to get melted and deleted.
Yeah, he's just not even at all able to go into hammer form. He's just got to sit back and he's just got to poke. That's what ACER seem to be happy with. They've got the good comp for it. She said before, long-range snare route from Zyra. Then you've got long-range poke, of course, from CitizenWayne. Then you've got the same now from Jace. So they're just going to sit back and try and do that. But again, they're against the Nivea. I really don't see it working.
I'm taking some internet points. I'm taking some internet points because Froggen has a Warmogs completed. So he has picked it up. He's going to have that huge HP. Still hasn't even finished his Sorcerer's Shoes, I'd like to point out. 28 minutes into the game, 300 CS in his back pocket, sitting on 1,500 gold, now 10,000 almost. And we'll see if he's going to finish these boots at last or if he's going to go for another big ticket item. You know, you were saying at the beginning of this matchup, Nivea, the slowest champion, you know, one of the slowest champions in the game. Froggen doesn't care. You know, the Froggen Nivea knows where to move. He knows where to go. And, you know, Sorcerer's Shoes, Tier, Warmogs, all that CS is just going to convert to tons and tons and tons of life.
Wickd and Darian. Now, we saw Darian do it on Monday. Building Force of Nature again. They haven't done this in months. Now Riot turn around and say, yeah, we're going to remove Force of Nature in the next patch. All these players have said, oh, I like this item. I've missed this. I'm going to start building it everywhere. So, quite why, quite exactly, I don't know, but it does help Olaf really well. Of course, the movement speed buff and the health regen he gets from it. Once he pops that Ragnarok, once he pops his Ghost, he's going to be so quick, running straight through that ACER lineup and sticking to the likes of CitizenWayne and to Lyumi. So it's useful, but it's not going to be around for much longer.
Take a look at the numbers. Take a look at the numbers. Olaf, without Tier 2 boots, has 419 movement speed. That is a huge, huge number. Once he eventually finishes it, that's going to be sitting around the 430, 440 mark. The thing is, though, Team ACER, they cannot take a big engagement. Lumi's very brave coming in from the side. Stun, just missing CitizenWayne. Going to back off for a second. A bit of damage goes onto that middle tower. And Team ACER realize they need to try and duke this one out. Now, Lyumi is committing to this fight. Flash force from Froggen. Collateral damage comes out. And this is the crystallized wall that we were talking about. All of a sudden, Amazing's going to be dropped low. And nom, nom, nom. Gentleman Cho'Gath picks up the kill. Will the rest of Team ACER commit to this fight? 4 versus 5. They don't have the stun. They don't have the tankiness. A Solar Flame misses from Krepo once again, unfortunately. But the rest of Team ACER were backing off. Schabs has picked the right escape route and he gets away to safety. But nevertheless, Oracle's down. Another kill for CLG. And they're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, they got a reward on it too, so can't ask for more than that. But the laser does come from CitizenWayne. Doesn't quite steal it though. Wickd gets it with a reckless swing. Yeah, gonna try and catch Lyumi though. He's doing wolves and he's in a horrible place, but he managed to dash over the wall. But the knockup lands anyway. Wickid's now stuck to him. Yellowpete comes over with an arcane chip. Lyumi flashes into his base. Are they gonna chase it? They can't. They're gonna find CitizenWayne with an undertow, but Wickd is on his own. Doesn't have any backup for that. The rest of CLG rotating to mid, however, will grab this tier 2 turret. Gonna keep this pressure up. They know that of course Lyumi is low. They know CitizenWayne is low. Could they keep going into the inhib turret? No, they're going to switch it up, go towards the top side of the map. That turret is still standing, and of course there's a Baron here waiting for them. Is this what they're making their way towards?
We'll have to see what they decide to do, but CLG have been playing this game very, very well. The slow, methodical, calculated pace, it fits them so well. CLG like taking their time. They like farming up their items, and they like bringing themselves into a match when they're comfortable to commit. And they've showed ACER the respect that they deserve. Okay. Every single one of these engagements at Dragon, every single one of these poke battles at the different lanes, stun lands onto CitizenWayne. Take a look at the damage. The prismatic barrier shield comes up and it gets melted immediately. But, you know, they're respecting Team ACER and they're playing it slowly. They're not overcommitting to fights. They're not diving recklessly. But they are trying to make plays happen. And at the moment, CLG, they're in the lead.
Yeah, there's no doubt about this. This is a 31-minute game with 5 kills in it. It could only be CLG, but it's what they're comfortable with. It's what they've been playing for the longest time, and ACER do need to take this compliment. You worry CLG, they go back to roots. They go back to what they've known and been doing for years, and this is exactly that. So ACER certainly got something up their sleeve. CLG got to be careful of, and they have not played this badly at all. We are not seeing them push down towards the mid lane again, but Froggen's still here and he's on 336 CS. He's just picking up everything, and ultimately there's just next to no damage on this mid turret because of it. Just going to keep going, keep getting stronger. ACER need to find a way to chink through this CLG armor, whether it be split pushing somehow. They've not really got a comp for it, whether it be picking someone off in the jungle where they're not expecting it. Whatever they've got up their sleeve, they need to pull it out of the bag now.
I was looking at Froggen there just as he ate the final spark. He was just backing off from his creep wave and then deciding to recall. But that damage there, a little bit less in fact because the Warmogs was ticking away. But it actually chunked a decent amount of HP off of Froggen. Although he's got nearly 3,000 health, he doesn't have the highest amount of magic resistance. So if he does get caught by a range of abilities, the light binding, the Loosen Singularity, as well as the final spark, it could actually be enough with a little bit more poke to pick up a kill. Because again, high HP with no resistances, it's going to fall short if you continually land that poke, continually land the damage.
Cheering for Zyra plant kills as well now. But ACER are grouping up around the dragon again, sorry, because CLG are down here and have in fact engaged it already. They're going to get through this very quickly because they've got Cho'Gath, Smite and Consume if they wanted. ACER now realise that Wickd is the only member of this ramp. Dragon dies before that laser comes out though. CLG picks up another 1,000 gold quite comfortably.
Yeah, they're just going to extend this. Just keep taking every little bit that they can, every tiny, advantage that they can convert into, map objectives, map control, buffs, etc. And my gut feeling is that the Baron fight is going to be the big turnaround. You see a little light binding almost catching Yellowpete there. The Loosen Singularity took a bit of HP off. Shock Blast going through the wall. 5 members of CLG grouped up tight in this jungle. Froggen is going to be joining shortly. And you got to feel that when they decide to go for this Baron, if ACER do not steal it away or pick Baron up for themselves, it's too little too late.
Yeah, that's it. Give it a go. Pete is currently in there with Crepo. With Snoopeh. They are... Nope, just toying with us. Now they're going to kill a ward. There we go. They take that one down. So there's no vision on Baron for ACER yet. CLG warding the mid lane. Going to have immediately killed by amazing Creeper. Going to back away. Immediately changes his mind once ACER starts to reach the mid lane. But Froggen's not here. Froggen's over grabbing his blue buff. Will we actually see a turret kill from ACER? Maybe he's not there to defend it. Yellowpete is instead that he'll use his ultimate. We're going to see the face tank get a little way there. And ACER do finally manage to pick up this mid lane turret.
Yeah, it was really well played there. They used their ultimate and whatnot to shove the lane. They picked up the tower. On the flip side though, Wickd will say, well, thank you very much. We'll take your top lane tower and just, take the tower lead again 4-3. The thing that I've got to ask myself is, when does CitizenWayne stop using his ultimate to farm? In that engagement, they managed to actually catch Ezreal with the grasping roots. And if they'd had that final spark or landed a light binding onto him, they could maybe have turned it away. And what is he building? He's got another blasting wand and another amplifying tome.
Perhaps it's a crystal scepter. The only thing that's got those 2 items that he doesn't already own that comes to mind. But I mean, in our current situation, I built a giant spell before the amplifying tome. He doesn't really need the damage at the moment. But against that CLG squad, he's going to need to be able to stay alive. Because Wickd, look at that guy now. He's got a Randuin's Omen, Force of Nature, Warmogs, Ninja Tabe. He's just going to run straight at CitizenWayne, and he's got long cooldowns, and through that Ragnarok, he's not going to be able to stop him anyway.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing they're going to be able to do against this Olaf, unless Team ACER gets some sort of poke victory. Oh, Zenith Blade through the wall, Shield of Daybreak, flashes away from the stun from Froggen, so that was well played, but now they're very, very low. A great Crystallized Force is amazing to flash through into the red buff. Now CitizenWayne's the next one in trouble, misses the light blinding. All the while, Baron has been under attack from Olaf. But a great play from Krepo, and just, the millisecond timing on that flash. This time around, the flash rush does catch CitizenWayne. He throws out a good light binding, locks up 2 members of CLG, and immediately starts backing off. But look at the damage onto Froggen. Froggen is going to land a little bit more damage. Citizen is going to be able to get away, and once again, flashes through a wall to safety. The problem is 1, 2, 3 flashes down for Team ACER. They cannot afford to get caught again.
And all 3 of those flashes were forced just by Froggen. The guy is just everywhere with his Zenithia now, locking off parts of the jungle, stunning people up, forcing them to flash over walls. The ultimate just chopping off entire pathways. And as a result, ACER are very low and very squishy. But CLG have pulled off the Baron, not quite willing to risk it yet. ACER do go back to switching up and pushing that mid lane. CitizenWayne still very low, doesn't want to back away though because he knows CLG could do this again. The Baron will keep an eye on his health, bottom left corner, down below 10,000 health, and we'll watch ACER as they try and set up to stop this. We do have IMYMEMINE coming around the backside. Team are in support this time in case Creeper comes under the wall, but the ward will get killed immediately. Plants are placed down in there, trying to do a little bit of help onto the Baron damage. 7,500 health going down slowly. Laser will go across and hit Yellowpete and Wickd, taking down a little bit lower. Froggen does manage to catch Schabs though, locks him off and forces him to flash over into the Golem. CitizenWayne lands a good snare onto Yellowpete, forces a cleanse out, but the Baron is still dropping, down to 6,000 health. The CLG have decided they've taken too much damage this time and finally back it off and let it reset.
And once again, exactly the same situation. They caught Yellowpete. They put a lot of damage down on him. If that final spark had been available and had caught Yellowpete, it could have killed him. You know, you add the passive proc damage, you add that huge burst from Rabadon's Death Cap as well as the Void Stop and what's the makings of a Lich Bane, in fact. So it's going to be going for the Lich Bane. It's a lot of DPS. Rupture in the background as well as the Crystals are going to lock him off. Now we see Froggen taking a little bit of tower damage. Finally, a final spot catches somebody that's locked up. The damage onto Froggen is good, but he still has a rebirth available. ACER have decided to commit to this fight. We're going to be following Wickd as he's trying to get to safety. He has popped his Ghost and his heal continues to run, or at least just the Ragnarok rather. Now in the background, Krepo and Froggen, they're on the other side of the trees. More undertows coming up from Wickd. He does not have Ragnarok available. True Shot Barrage from Yellowpete comes out, doesn't manage to connect anybody. CLG decide to steal this blue buff instead. And, you know, a good engagement for ACER, but they couldn't convert it to any kills.
Such good peel from CLG. They suddenly realized, yeah, we don't want this fight to get out, and they all do. ACER are immediately trying to counter push up the mid lane onto the tier 2 turret, but CLG hang around, and they're at the tier 2 in the bottom lane here. They do decide that they cannot win this base race. They immediately start to recall in that bush. Samux face taking that turret for a little while. They do pick up the tier 2 turret in mid. With CLG basing, ACER have used this opportunity to rush onto a Baron. There's no vision on this for CLG. They must have some kind of suspicion that's going as soon as they realize ACER aren't pushing mid anymore. But with them trying to set up a trap here in River, they might have lost their opportunity. Schabs and Lyumi are going to start the fight. It's down to 5,000 health, and it is dropping very quickly. You're going to have CLG closing in, but will they be here in time? It's down to 7,000 health. Will finally, however, force ACER to back away as Creeper and Snoopeh show up.
Yeah, really, really great use there. The Shirelia's Reverie and Acceleration Gate, had those abilities not been there, then that definitely would have been one dead Zyra. On the flip side now, CLG, they've smelled blood and they've decided to start shoving down this mid lane. We'll see whether or not they're just going to go straight for the tower, and it looks like they will. Wickd with a huge amount of armor and HP. He's just going to face tank this. The laser goes through, does practically nothing to Wickd, in fact. Light Binding is going to catch absolutely nobody, I'm afraid, but Lucy Singularity will put some damage down, and the first inhibitor tower is down of the game at 38 minutes. They land a stun onto Udia, but decide not to chase. Grasping Roots holds Froggen in place. CLG have decided they're going to continue the siege. They want the inhibitor, and they can take this fight. The stun does land onto Amazing. Follows it up with a little bit more DPS, a little bit more burst. Jace has been caught out. He's been dropped low, is shut down from Yellowpete. The rest of CLG are still floating around, just playing the interference game, playing the matchup where, you know, controlling it. Don't let them get close. 5 versus 4. It's going to be an easy inhibitor. My assumption, there's the ping on Baron. CLG are going to pick it up.
They're just so good at backing in, pushing off, peeling away. Stun goes up to the Citizen, more damage down to Amy. ACER just have no health in any of these engagements right now. CLG poking in, peeling away, poking in, peeling away. And at the same time, yes, they're taking a lot of poke because ACER have got a strong poke comp. CLG don't care, they have too much health, they have too much different regions. Wickd, he's getting 85 a tick there before he'd even engage the Baron. His health regen is just so strong, and even now he is, without hitting anything, he's getting 23 health, it seems to be a second. So he's going to start this Baron up very quickly, and with now Pete over the wall, they are going to get it up to 6,500 health before Lyumi and Amazing now arrive. Ward gets killed straight away though. Snoopeh still has that Oracle's in on here. ACER is starting to appear though. Going to get vision over the wall for Lucian Singularity. The laser comes out. Doesn't help CLG with this kill. Down to 2,000 health. Snoopeh's here though. He's got Consume and Smite. They're going to leap onto Amazing. The Smite goes out and Amazing steals the Baron.
So well done. I think it was the collateral damage.
Yeah, it was Lyumi. I don't want to take it away from Lyumi. The steal goes in from Graves. Collateral damage over the wall. Brilliantly played by ACER. Not win the game yet, not turn it around, but it's given them a massive boost now. They've got this regeneration, they can go up against CLG's poke now. They've got the damage they need in these fights, but not if CitizenWayne gets caught out by Froggen. He's going out so low and he's still stunned up in that ultimate, has to flash over the wall just to get out in time because the Ignite was ticking too hard.
Yeah, he does get away with his life though, so the important thing there is that he's still got the Baron buff. Once again, he still does not actually have the Athene's Unholy Grail or any form of mana regen with the exception of that Doran's Ring. So having that, the ability power as well as the mana regen that Baron buff is going to grant you, it's going to help him keep the poke up, help him sustain those spell usage and keep pumping them out there. You can also see that Jace is working towards the makings of a Last Whisper. He does have that pickaxe. He has 400 gold in his back pocket. He just finished his Mercury trades at long last. That's going to play into his favor. Once he gets that Last Whisper combined, the burst from his Shock Blast, the burst from Graves, Buckshot and Collateral, and from the final Spark, it might be enough. But just look how tanky the rest of CLG are. Another Giant's Belt has been picked up by Wickd to complement his Shirelia's Reverie now, and you know, the 2 chest pieces of armor. It's just so much HP and so much armor. He's going to be unkillable.
4,777 hit points. That is a massive Viking running around here. And what ways they have to do against it? Not really sure much. They can't poke him down because of that Randuin's, Warmogs, and Force of Nature now. If he just comes running at them until they can't CC and they're just going to have to try and burst through mid damage, he is so tanky. It's going to be a real issue if CLG ever actually just goes straight in for a fight. They might just keep peeling and throwing undertows, in which case that's all he's there for. It's just an undertow bot to slow as ACER chase. But we will see. ACER do still have this Baron now for another 2 minutes. They have not got an inhib in mid lane, but they have exposed the inhibitor turret for CLG. Are they going to use this to try and poke against it? They are going to poke onto a Nivea though. They're going to poke onto Froggen's and Nivea, who now has a Death Cap complete and an Arcane Ooze complete on top of all the items he's had since the start of the game. Not really sure how successful this is going to be. They're more than likely going to lose the Baron buff just for timing out while they try this push. And I think they know this and they are starting to back away.
They're just going to counter push the rest of the lanes. They realize that both top and bottom is not going in their favor. And if they don't turn that middle lane push into some sort of advantage, they're going to lose another inhibitor. You know, it's just going to tear them apart. I do have to say, the thought occurred to me when we're looking at the 003 Nordic Viking of Wickd. It's a homage to Dreamhack. It's a homage to all things Viking, and he's gone absolutely amazing this game. 003 on the kills, as has Froggen, and he's still maintaining a 10 CS per minute average. 435, 36 creeps at the 44-minute mark, and almost steals it. Almost steals the blue buff.
Wickd gets it instead, and he's now just going to face tank this turret. Snoopeh moves in to try and do some damage. He darts away though as Snoopeh gets there and forces him to take the shot. But with some more wave clear now, CLG are going to push onto this tier 2 in the bottom lane for ACER. 5 turrets to 4. We have more dead turrets than we've had dead champions in this game. CLG, that nice wall from Froggen does cut ACER in half. Now he gets his ult down onto Lyumi. Lumi's going to get forced to flash to avoid that knockup from Snoopeh. He's now so low that ACER do have to back off this turret. CLG just face tanking it. Doesn't care if they get snared up. They will kill the turret. Collateral damage goes out. There's the ult from Ezreal. Does take Lyumi so low. CLG not quite in range to finish him off though. Now they're going to rotate around there. They've got Super Creeps pushing into the mid lane. Yellowpete taking an equal amount of poke here now. Has got that final spark up, Citizen. Are you ready to go for it? Can you catch Yellowpete? He would finish him off if he did, but he's got to go on life steal off of the wall. Now here's Froggen using that ultimate, using that wall just to completely zone ACER away from their own bottom turret. Not too much damage onto that as Yellowpete's not here. Going to stun it out, get a little more vision. Pete does come back in now onto life stealing away. Mid lane still got super creeps in there, although the inhib has just respawned. Now there's an engage coming out from ACER. They're going to leap in onto Wickd, not the best target because they're Ragnarok, and they immediately have to turn around and back away once it's popped. Going to catch that slow though. He's going to come in with a reckless swing. Another undertow, some more damage coming down. Wickd taking the full force of ACER here, but he's not really caring too much. Quick heal comes out, and it just does so much of his health back that he can stroll away from that turret despite everything ACER put on him.
Yeah, a lot of poke, a lot of damage. They're still keeping up the pressure though. Team ACER, they tried to commit to that fight. I don't know if Olaf was the best target. Nevertheless, they got away with it. They saved their lives. Inhibitors back up in the middle lane. They're going to do their best to defend it. There's a couple members of CLG that are low. Snoopeh eats a shock blast combo to his face. Krepo's gone forward. Solar Flare goes down. CitizenWayne has been removed from the fight. This is 4 versus 5. CLG are low, but can they close out more? Look at their HP bars. They've picked up the kill. They've decided maybe this isn't the best engagement. Let's see. Waiting for another Zenith Blade. Can Krepo catch anybody else? If he does manage to land another snare or stun, it's going to secure yet another kill. But on the back of that very, very nice Zenith Blade through the wall, they pick up the kill, they pick up the inhibitor, and CLG are going to say, hey, look, creeps on the bottom lane, we'll pick this one up as well.
You get in low health when he came out from Creeper after that collateral damage. Lumina coming in, trying to fight Yellowpete, but there's the ult comes down from Froggen to slow him on his chase. CLG have picked up that bottom turret there, and that's all they're happy with. They're going to leave now as the rest of ACER are coming back. Schabs is here, and Amazing is here. CLG don't have too much health left of their own, but ACER ultimately cannot chase it. Their mid inhib is down again. The top turret is going to take another brute force attack from minions shortly. CLG are infesting their jungle, but there's no one there that can really do too much about it. Wickd, he doesn't care. He's not going anywhere. He's still got all his items. He's still got that massive health regen. He's just going to keep CSing. 331. 450 on Froggen, and he doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. But again, after all that, an inhib went down again. An inhib turret in the bottom went down again. But it was still just the one death.
He got it. Undertow and Reckless, he managed to steal away the red buff as well. So it's just so nicely done there. Really, really well played by Wickd and the rest of the team. Look at the itemization as well. Double Randian's Omen. You've got an Abyssal Scepter now in the hands of Snoopeh. So he's going to be, getting into the thick of it, getting in amongst everybody, lowering their magic resistance, and allowing Froggen to just, deal even more damage and just melt them even further. Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, Trinity Force, Quicksilver Sash, and the makings of a Guardian Angel in the hands of Yellowpete. And it's just, it's what can ACER do? They're still 10,000 gold behind, which, 15 minutes ago was a lot of money. But 10,000 gold now, it's starting to be less significant. The thing that's incredibly important for them, they don't have inhibitors. You know, one open, one down and one open, it's a scary place to be.
Especially with the Baron respawning very shortly. Froggen now has an Oracle's up. He's going to come in, take this one out of the back of the Baron pin. There he goes. He's still carrying a fair amount of gold, 1,200. Look at all the gold in CLG, but they have nothing to spend it on at the moment. Wickd has another 1,800. He is currently in the process of recalling. What's he going to spend it on? Froggen doesn't get found by Schabs. Take a little bit of hope, but he just shrugs it off. Wickd, he's back on the base. Is it going to be a frozen man? He's got 1,800 still sitting in there, waiting for a little bit more gold to come out. And there it is, a second Warmox.
I love it. I love it. We've seen Darian doing it earlier in the week. What's his HP now? Just for interest's sake. I mean, have a quick look. 5,282 HP before he starts filling the secondary Warmogs. The numbers are beyond insane. He's 004. If he picks up 3 more assists, I think he's going to be even cooler than James Bond. And that's definitely what he's going to be trying to work towards. You see a Grasping Roots landing, and you know, ACER, they're in this position where they cannot pick a fight, but they cannot leave either. Final Spark goes down. That's good damage across the board. Manages to land a Light Binding. Crystallizes there, forced to flash over the wall. Now they're going to carry on chasing. Look at Krepo's HP. The thing is, if Krepo dies and he gets some of his CC out, CLG don't mind. He's a champion that, you know, needs to throw himself in there, land that Solar Flare. Up in the top lane, Feral Scream is there. It's going to apply the silence onto Imi. He's going to land a Stranglethorns now. Grasping Roots rather, carry on chasing. Just sidesteps that Rupture. No idea how that one missed. He eats yet another Undertow. Surely as Reverie gets popped, the effect is through the wall, or the trees rather, and allows them to get to safety. So once again, ACER, you know, they don't give up more than they need to. This is, you know, an 8-kill game at 50 minutes, but ACER are playing it very well.
Yeah, they're just counteracting CLG's poke with some more of the poke of their own, not letting them peel without taking too much free damage. Wickd gets caught by CitizenWayne again though. Froggen gonna flash over the wall, gets a great crystallize off. Citizen has no flash! He's gonna fall down to Yellowpete's ultimate, and it even cancels Final Spark.
What a play. Such aggressive there from Froggen, but he knew he was going to land it. He knew he was going to get the stun. He knew he had the burst available, and that is why Froggen is banned in almost every single game we see. Lyumi does have the Guardian Angel up and available, the only member of Team ACER that does, but with Lux down and the burst not available, you got to feel it's not going to be enough. Olaf, Wickd, he's deciding to solo Barret, and I think he'd be able to do it with this HP regen and the damage. But nevertheless, the rest of CLG coming around, they join him. They're going to pick up the second Baron of the game, the first one for CLG. And you have to feel that this is now the potential final nail in the coffin. Lumi's going to get his Guardian Angel proc, but the rest of CLG maybe going to go away.
Baron's down to 2,500 health, and that will fall in the second middle of this fight. There it goes. But Krepo and Froggen are still here in the ACER jungle. Lyumi now taking a lot of damage, of course. He's come back up from that GA, but he still hasn't got the rest of his health back. Froggen is trying to chase onto Schabs, but of course that acceleration gate means Schabs is out safe. CLG, after that Baron, have rotated around towards the mid lane, where Imi is just trying to keep tabs of him because of his plants, or with his plants, sorry. But Wickd are leading the charge straight into the ACER base. Going to start on this bottom inhibitor. That will be the second dead inhib if it goes down. The Yellowpete is now here, and it's going to go very quickly as that has happened. There is inhib number 2 for CLG. 7 turrets to 4, 7 kills to 2. ACER have not given this up just yet. CLG still in their base, undertowing straight through all the creeps. Wickd just throwing those axes out. Taking a little bit of poke, couple of auto attacks, but nothing too serious. CitizenWayne getting knocked up again. Reckless Swing comes out from Wickd. He's going to land that undertow and keep stuck on into with a slow. Want to go under those turrets, but there's a crystallize from Froggen. He's not taking any damage there from Imi, but now that Lyumi comes in, Froggen has to back away. There's auto attacks from Graves, do still hurt. Final Spark comes out, does catch Crepo just a little bit, and CLG have decided, yeah, we can't push through this. This is too strong of a hold. We'll back away. Dodging that Zenith blade. Just a little bit of poke over the wall just to grab vision. They do find Froggen in that bush using that last seed. But CLG with the creeps killing that top turret, and now onto the final inhibitor turret of ACER's base. Snare goes down onto Snoopeh again. There's acceleration again for a little bit more poke, but there's still creeps here. Not that Wickd needs those. He's going to face tank it anyway. He comes in, Pete gets snared up, but it's nothing too serious. It's only by Zyra. Still just lots of abilities firing out from both sides. Knockup does go down to Lyumi, but the silence will not land. He does dash away. Lyumi now taking some more damage. Amazing, taken very low by the Reckless Ring from Wickd, but they're still not ready to go in for the full engagement of this. There's a great ult comes in from Crepo that catches Lyumi on top. He gets beasted by Crepo, by Cho. He's going to flash away, taken down by Yellowpete's ultimate. Amazing now under his own Nexus turret. CLG having to stay onto this inhib. Will now focus onto the top. That's all 3 down because ACER cannot stop it. Can they try and defend their Nexus turrets? They do get a final spark across everyone, and CLG are all totally taken very, very low. Start working on the left and the right-hand turret. Yellowpete starts to work through the right one. It's going down quickly, but ACER, amazing, has been caught out. There's the undertow. Pete gets the next kill as the turret falls. Only one Nexus turret is left up. Wickd is taking 3 members of ACER, trying to bounce around the fountain. That turret is about to drop down. There it goes. The Nexus has been exposed. Wickd right on the edge of the fountain, and CLG take the second game of the group in very much 51 minutes. There's no other way. CLG.EU, uncontestable.
Uncontestable indeed. They were in control of the match from the start. They set the pace, they set the terms, and in CLG fashion, it was a farm fest all the way through. We do have to point out 482 CS on Anivia. Look at that build. Warmogs, Deathcap, Wota, and of course the Archangel staff. Great play. As a team, they did phenomenally, and you cannot fault a single thing they did.
Yeah, it's, as you say, 482, it's only ever Froggen. It's just that guy. 11 turret kills on CLG alone. They killed more turrets than they killed champions in the entire game. So, without further ado, Rachel does have a winner interview on the stage again. So, let's hand it straight over there.
Just to be clear, those whistles were for you. So, yeah, you can cheer for him, that's fine. So the first thing I wanted to ask you about were those bans in the beginning. What was the thought behind that? You banned Gragas, you banned Zinzao, and you banned Nunu.
I asked the camera guy just before the game, and he suggested those bans, so that's what we went for in the end.
Hey, well done, camera guy. It looks like you have a career in your future. Well, sir, you're moving on. The only team you have left is from the BYOC. Are you going to go scope out those games?
Yeah, well, do you want to pick the bans next game, Rachel?
Can I? All right, I'm going to go study. I'm going to go work on the bans. We're going to take a quick look at the schedule, and I'll let you get back to, you can go tweet. He was tweeting, I interrupted him. So we're going to take a quick look at the schedule. Coming up next, we have Team ACER versus the Giants, and then we're going to go into Group B. And that's going to start at 6:30. So you guys go grab a snack, come back. We've got more games for you. Don't go too far. Welcome back. We have one more match of Group A, and that is going to be between the Giants and Team ACER. Let's take a quick look at the schedule now. You can figure out after these matches, we're going to have Group B. There's 3 teams in there. We have CURSE.EU versus FNATIC Raid Call, CURSE.EU versus the Mighty Midgets, and FNATIC Raid Call versus the Mighty Midgets. But we got a game to play right now. Let's bring out CitizenWayne and Samux to talk about this matchup. Guys, let's give it up for these 2 teams. Gentlemen, we are about to face off at the end of the group of day 1, and you have 2 teams that we might not be familiar with on a global scale. So CitizenWayne, can you tell me a little bit about Team ACER?
Yeah, we are a pretty new team. I think a couple of months it is now. We played WM China and got a pretty nice 3rd place, which I guess not many people expected. So we feel pretty confident. Didn't get to train as much as we wanted, but I'm confident that we can win.
And how did you guys get together in the first place?
We are all German and we play since a very long time. So after some time, you know everybody in the scene, I guess.
Well, that's fantastic. So how did your team come together?
Yeah, we are a Spanish team. We just wanted the best Spanish players, and we just made that team together.
So you guys were all friends beforehand?
Yeah.
All right, well, gentlemen, let's test the bounds of friendship here. Please shake hands. We can begin this match. I'm going to hand it back over to our very talented casters. That is Quickshot and Panky. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back. We're here again for the 3rd time in Group 8, ACER versus Giants, the last game before we have our BYOC teams joining us tomorrow. And I think CLG didn't really surprise too many of us. This is going to be the battle for 2nd place, unless our BYOC teams perform an update. So
Correct.
upset, sorry.
Everybody still has at least one more game to play once we know exactly who they will be playing against from that BYOC tournament. Now, both of these teams took a beating from CLG.EU. Both teams were, they had their good points. They had moments where they made CLG.EU work, but really, CLG set the pace. Yeah. So, between the two of them, we know that CLG.EU did their research. We heard a little bit of a joke from Snoopeh saying he asked the cameraman what to ban, but I overheard him during an interview, and he said, they actually did their research. They looked into it. So, has the due diligence been done by both of the teams on stage?
Definitely. I mean, if they want to, they can just copy CLG's bans. But I mean, you might want to play one of those champions yourself. They might have their own strategies, which require slightly different pick order, in which case they could perhaps snatch up some of those champions. I must admit, I don't know ACER Giants particularly well myself. I've done a little bit of background, looked into them. I haven't been able to watch their scrims. I haven't been able to watch their replays, what they've been practicing. So they could still have things here to surprise all of us. And I want to see some amazing games. Hopefully it's not going to be another 52-minute slog out like
Farm Fest.
Yeah, Farm Fest, slug fest like CLG. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. ACER, as you said, 3rd place, World Esports Masters in China. Giants, a little bit of experience in Poland, so it's a bit more global for ACER.
Yeah.
But they're both established teams. They've both been here for a long time. They certainly know each other. These players, of course, all friends. They play solo queue with each other day in, day out. They know who they are. So
I'd love to see Karthus on CitizenWayne. Or CitizenWayne on Karthus. That would be one. I mean, back from the days when he was still playing with Na'Vi, all that months and months and months ago, he was a champion he was particularly famous for in the EU side. So we know that they've got a bunch of champions in their rosters that they can play and get away with. We got one more champion to join this lobby before we get underway with this 3rd and final match of the group. And let's just remind everybody exactly how it plays out. 3 teams taking place today, 3 more games from Group B, and then tomorrow there's going to be 3 games in the morning with the BYOC tournament teams. We're going to get one of them up on stage, play all of their matches on stage, and we're going to see exactly who qualifies for the semi-finals, and we're going to follow that straight to the semis.
We are, and straight off the back of the semis, we have 3 best-of-3s lined up with Semi-1, Semi-2, and then our grand final. Potential of 12 games to go through tomorrow, depending on how those series work out. Hopefully we see all 12. That's a great way to round off the tournament, a full length of games. But I don't know. We don't know who's going to get there yet. We've still got plenty of groups to be decided, still got lots of positions to go. And those BYOC teams, I haven't had a chance to check the brackets. I don't know how that's going, how that's shaping up, and what squads are in there. So we've still got some surprises that could come out of that.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing Group B later tonight. Once we see the form that FNATIC are cursing in, which FNATIC and which curse are we going to be seeing? Because let's be very honest, there are drastically different ones that can appear.
Very much so.
I mean, Curse Campus Party crashed out in the groups. Curse won Tales of the Lane. FNATIC, they were doing very, very well leading up to Season 2 regionals, etc., not making it through and whatnot. And they've been doing very well online from time to time as well. Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out. And, of course, the wild card of the mighty Midgets, which was a qualified team over from the Nordic and East server. We have no idea what they're going to be doing. We have all 10 players in the game right now. Giants are saying that they are ready. We're just going to wait for ACER to give the thumbs up, and we should be going into picks and bans very, very shortly. As I say it, Giants in the blue, they will be first pick, first ban this time round. We're not 100% sure what's going to be removed, but due diligence has been performed. Zenzao has been taken out of the pool.
I have a feeling that's not going to be the last time we see him banned this tournament as well. As we mentioned before, he's really made a comeback here in the European scene. He's really, really strong early game, even if he's jungle or top lane, in fact. He's one of these champions that can be mixed up in either, and many teams have mixed him up in either. Moscow 5 coming to mind with that range. Both Darien and Diamond Prox can play that champion very well. So, yeah, I don't think it's the last time we've seen it. We'll see him again. Maybe we'll see him played at some point so we can display exactly why he's been banned. Show that early game dominance, the damage he's got, whether it be from the jungle or the top. Just early, 1, 2, 3, 4, straight onto whatever opponents he might come up against. But ACER, Kassadin ban again. They're not letting Giants happen here. They've heard of this strategy too, this secret strategy, I say, inverted commas, that doesn't appear to be too secret at all.
Yeah, if everybody knows about it, it's just a strategy. So maybe they've been running it once or twice, or somebody's been looking at the stat history and the rank game history and making some educated choices from there. But again, we're actually seeing a Gragas ban being removed. So that's an interesting one. Gragas and Olaf to round off the bans this time around. 2 AP mids from ACER being removed, not letting the members of Giants pick that one up. But we got a fairly open field as far as champions are concerned. We got a lot of high ticket, high value champions. Jax is available for pick. Alistair is available for pick. Nocturne, Karthus, etc. All these big names, and Ezreal as well. I mean, we've seen Ezreal first picked once or twice already. Maybe I'm getting things mixed up, but Blitzcrank was locked in the second game for CLG.EU. The first game was Ezreal being locked in by Giants.
Yep.
So, we'll see how this goes and whether or not Ez is going to continue to feature in every single matchup at Dreamhack Winter.
Yeah, exactly. Blitz played him in the first game. He has 15 seconds to pick his champion here. Doesn't, of course, have to play his own. He can pick someone else's, and they can switch them in and out. We'll wait and see. But his timer is counting down. As you said, he's got plenty of options. There's some safe first picks that we haven't seen so far. I mean, we saw Zyra in the last game. ACER picked them up first. Or we got Blitzcrank picked up first by CLG. But there is Nunu. Now, we don't know whether it's going to be support, we don't know whether it's going to be jungle, but the fact of the matter is he's not banned this time around. He's there. They have taken away from Amazing, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We've seen it in the previous game. Nunu and Zinzao was banned out from the game, targeting that at Amazing, removing those 2 junglers from his jungler pool, forcing him to pick a different jungler. So locking in the Nunu, again, it's a safe pick. It doesn't have a thing. Even if he is in the jungle, there's not a lot you can do about it. All it tells you as Team ACER right now is that this Nunu's going to play aggressive. He's going to be playing, there's going to be somebody coming in to consume your wraiths and steal your buffs and put pressure on you. So it's a smart move by Giants, and they used the full minutes, eh? They took a long time to decide which champion they were going to lock in, and eventually locked it there. Who are they going to put as a support for Ezreal?
They are either still deciding on that or looking for another pick. Is it going to be that Leone picked up right at the end of their timer? Amazing, of course, not going to be the support player, so he's picking for someone else, and they do switch it right over to Taric. So Taric Ezreal, it's an aggressive bottom lane, it's a strong bottom lane, but Taric not bringing quite as much versatility to the late game as perhaps Leona is. That long-range solar flare or the quick flash zenith blade, or even just over a wall for the initiate that Leona has, a little bit more than Taric. He's just going to go in, he's going to stun, shatter. Oh, and that's about all he brings to the table. His heal's not really worth much, and he generally feels very useless in the late game. So, yeah, if he can get Ezreal fed in lane, if he can really power him ahead, then, okay, he's not going to need to be so strong late game. He can just stand there, absorb skill shots, and let Ezreal do all the work. But if this game stays close, if this game really drags out and both teams are even, that support could really make the difference. And if that is going to be a support Nunu alongside a Vayne, I much prefer that comp, especially for late game.
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially when you consider the effect that they're going to have on team fights. Yeah, Taric's going to get in there, shatter, use Radiance, and put some damage down, stun one person up. But you compare that to an absolute 0 slow, you compare that to the Blood Boil movement speed and attack speed buff that Vayne's going to be picking up, and in conjunction adding the Ice Blast, which is going to be reducing the move speed and the attack speed for either Ezreal or Jax if this Jax does get locked in. It's a much, much, much smarter combination. In addition to that, we've seen a Shen being locked in. So once again, a safe pick. You don't know if that's going to be a Shen mid lane, Shen top lane, or a Shen in the jungle. Depending on the team, depending on the jungler, for your team will depend on where that champion goes.
Yeah, I think ACER were taking a gamble with it being in the top lane. Picking that Jax into Shen, he does very, very well up there. He has that damage. He can power through what is initially a very tanky top lane in Shen. He can leap on him, land the stun, land the CC, and then of course be very useful later on. And when they're coming up against the Vayne combo, they need something late game to keep them going. If she just gets too strong, it's going to be too much. Now they have Jax, she can leap onto him, lock him down, do as much damage, keep him CC'd, slow him, lock onto that Vayne, and just consistently take him down. And then on top of that, they pick their jungler. They pick Skarner, who can just flash in, grab Vayne, pull him back into the ACER lineup, where he's going to get stunned up by Tarek, stunned up by Jax, whatever else comes of the AP mid, and hopefully they can burst that Blitz V2 down before Vayne really gets any kind of impact.
And this is the patch that we're playing, by the way, that we need to remember that Skarner's Impale has been, I use the term loosely, nerfed. It has been modified. That's a much smarter way of saying it. You know, previously, if somebody tried to flash away and you got in range to cast the Impale, you would still catch them. You know, they would complete their flash, they would get that distance away, and they get pulled even further back. So, you know, that has been removed. You can no longer do that. You add the tumble, the flash, and the condemn that Vayne has in her disposal to deal with this Impale. And it's actually going to be quite difficult to get hold of Vayne, especially when you look at the rest of the champions that have been locked in. A Shadow Dash Taunt from Shen, that's going to pull Skarner away. A Rupture or a Feral Scream, that's going to get Skarner to get away. Or, in this particular case, a Crystallize. You know, we've seen the Froggen.
Yep.
Now we're going to see the Exterminare and see how that one plays out.
From what I hear, he's still pretty strong on it. I mean, he's not world famous, he's not infamous, but he's very, very good with this champion, and he doesn't just sit there and farm for 40 minutes. He doesn't build the crazy things like the Warmogs and the Chalices. He does a lot more damage early, he's a lot more aggressive, sometimes killing people in lane, sometimes getting killed in lane because of it, of course, as well. But ultimately, it works out the same thing. He has that wall, he has the stun, he has the ult, so late game, that utility is still all there. And your wish might just be coming true.
I'm gonna, this is 10 internet points that I'm gonna be calling, because I call the Warmogs, and if Karthus gets locked in, I really, really like this combination. The thing is, both teams have now got a lot of great capabilities and great coordination between them. Yeah, fair enough, Tarek's not exactly gonna be, you know, giving a huge amount of presence, but when you look at his opposition, when you look at the team he's facing, the only person you need to stop is Vayne. Shen needs a lot of time to kill you. Cho'Gath needs a lot of time to kill you. And if Anivia doesn't get you in that instant burst right at the beginning, she needs some more time to get cooldowns. So in this situation, in this context, the Dazzle onto Vayne, followed up by an Impale or a Leap Strike into the Counter Strike, for example, or something similar, it's a great, great combination. And I think both teams, it's going to come down to player skill and player ability. You know, neither composition is really outshining or outclassing the other.
I can agree with that. There's only one thing here I can see which may swing it in Giants' favor. If that Shen gets particularly strong and that Cho'Gath gets particularly large, that's a huge front line there for Vayne. If you, in the same process, add in Nunu, channeling his ultimate down on the whole battlefield, that's a lot for ACER to get through before they can touch it. If they are let through one at a time by Giants, they're going to get picked off one at a time by Vayne.
Yeah.
If they let that happen, Giants will destroy them. And once she's done it in one fight, she's going to snowball it through the rest of them.
Now, I'm going to risk and put myself in the direct path of flame from chat, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Crystallize comes down from Anivia. Vayne uses Condemn onto the champion. Do they get stunned against the Crystallized wall?
I think they do, yes.
Well, this is going to be an awesome combination then. It's something else to consider. Somebody overcommits, somebody jumps in with a Leap Strike or flash looks for an Impale, and all of a sudden finds themselves stuck to a wall, pinned, stunned. After the Impale stun goes down, you follow it up with a Flash Frost from Anivia. That's a secondary stun. You kill it to a champion, and all of a sudden it's 4 versus 5. They're running away, and you cannot outrun Vayne. She is programmed to chase you down. So I really, really like this combination. It's something that's gonna prove to be really, really awesome. So we're waiting for this game to load, and we're gonna see how this one plays out. I'm gonna ask the audience once again. Let's see how awake everybody is. Who here is cheering for Giants? Well, a couple of hardcore fans. And anybody else here cheering for Team ACER? Sadly, the crowd is not too excited to jump into the game. And I believe we're ready to go.
We are ready to go. We have the game screwed up. Everything is set and ready. And both teams are getting underway for this level 1 possibility. Either we're going to see an engagement. We have got strong comps from both sides on it, of course, with that Cho'Gath knock-up, with the long-range stun from Anivia, or with the Tarek stun, a follow-up with a lot of burst damage coming out from CitizenWayne's single targets, CitizenWayne's Qs, and a stun from Jax if they so need it. But, as we have seen before, neither team really wanting to go for any solid, quick, straight-up engages, running into each other's jungle. We might see a little bit of a late invade, we might see some ward placements coming out from some teams, as the timer ticks on down, as we saw CLG late invading onto the blue buff last game. But, sorry, first game, not last game. But at the moment, everyone's being a little bit passive.
Yeah, you know what? There's too much at stake. It's a lot of money on the line. It's this game in particular, where you know both teams are 0 and 1, and if somebody picks this up and gets a win to their name, they're 1 and 1 instead of 0 and 2. So there's so much less pressure against the BYOC team for tomorrow. You see these little gingerish pokes, very subtle, gentle, looking at each other, getting in range for vision, and then backing off because nobody really wants to get caught, but they're just scouting. They're just scouting, getting as much information as possible. They mimic one another's wards once again to gather as much info as possible. And I believe we need to rearrange your scoreboard, Mr. Panky.
Yes, we will. If I remember correctly now, my maths might be a little bit off. The loser of this game, has no way to get out of the group.
If they're going to be 0 and 2, yeah, I would guess so. If you lose this game, I don't know if it's 100% the case, because of course if you lose this game 0 and 2, you win against the BYOC, and the team that beats you loses to the BYOC, you have a 3-way tie. 1 win and 2 losses.
Yeah,
so it's entirely possible, but it's just going to depend on who they're playing against and how the matches turn out. But if you win this game and you win tomorrow against the BYOC, then I believe you actually almost guarantee yourself a slot. So potentially 2-0 for CLG, and then 1-1, 2-1 for whichever team plays it tomorrow. But again, this is us assuming that that's the cause. So we do have a very, very brief pause. We'll see exactly what the matter is right now as the admins will jump up on stage and have a quick chat. It is Giants that have actually called that one. So yeah, small pause at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to comment. Morden going for a smiteless blue buff, but he didn't get too much damage done onto it from Shen in the top lane. So he's actually taken quite a lot of damage from this blue buff before he even gets it complete. So, I mean, we don't know. Skarner is not the biggest invade jungler. He's not really going to do that, but it's going to set Cho'Gath back a little way. Whether it be for ganking the bottom lane after his red buff, ganking the top lane after his red buff, it's going to be a little bit further behind than he originally would have been if Shen could have done more damage to that. So we'll see if that really makes an impact on the way he plays or not. But Skarner is about to make his way onto the red buff, and notice how we can see it on the minimap here. He's avoiding this ward. He's headed around the outside of it. We're going to have a look at him as soon as the pause is done, but he is avoiding that blue buff ward, which he knows is at the race. So he's going to get to that red buff. He's going to be able to do it before or out of any kind of knowledge for Giants. So we'll see if that really makes an impact onto the top lane as that goes on through. We did get another pause. They unpaused briefly for about 2 seconds and immediately did it again. So
it does appear that we're going to have a remake very, very quickly, so I do apologize about that, guys. There was some issue along the way. We'll find out exactly why in a second. So we're going to quickly remake this matchup. We'll jump in. I think myself or Panky can get this lobby created really quickly, and I think we can do a blind pick. I don't think we need to go through the whole bans and pick process again. So I'm going to create this one, and Panks, do you want to entertain the folks?
We will. So, I don't know. I'm going to sit here, look through these lines. Also, we're blind out. Blind pick will come back in shortly. ACER v Giants. I don't know which way to call it. We're seeing some serious discussion there with Riot there behind the desk. So I don't know what this issue is and why it be a complete remake. It's obviously not a hardware issue. It's not headsets or mice or anything along those lines. So something fairly serious. We'll find exactly what it is. Who is it they're talking to? Is that Samux? That is Samux.
Yeah, they're having a quick chat to a couple of the guys over there on the Giants side. They were the ones that actually called the pause to begin with. So a little bit of discussions and matters going on. We'll get this fixed up as soon as we can. And again, there's a lot on the line here. You know, we've talked about it. We've talked about the teams. We've talked about the fact that tomorrow everybody has to play another game tomorrow. And it's quite an interesting setup when you think that you normally get into a tournament, you get into the groove of things, you start, getting into the swing of playing games and last hitting and picking all your champions and all sorts of things like that. And then all of a sudden, it's taken away from you. You lose that rhythm, you lose all of that tempo that you've built up, and you have to deal with it again later. So it appears as though the game may have been unpaused. So yeah, we're just investigating this right now, guys. I do apologize once again about the delay and the small pause. But let's take a moment to remind everybody, if you are on Twitter, hashtag DHW12. That is the official hashtag for the Dreamhack Winter Tournament. Make sure you spread that around, get some love, and while you're there, at CRS Panky and at Quickshot. shed some love.
We may have some skin codes to dabble around later as well. So,
I'm not. Oh, this one.
That one's been used. That one I gave out on Reddit earlier on.
I'm not sure what these little babies are, but you know, if you join us on Twitter, we might be able to share some love with those a little later. Let's talk about teams. Let's talk about compositions. Let's talk about champions. You got Vayne Nunu in the bottom lane against Tariq Ezreal. Who do you think is going to win?
I think if Tariq ever lands a stun, lands a full combo, Ezreal's got the burst to go over that. But trying to catch that Vayne with both Tumble and the Blood Boil from Nunu is going to be very, very tough to land that stun in the first place. Plus, you're going to be wanting to land it on Vayne. So that means Nunu can just stand there in front of you, Ice Blast him as he tries to run towards Vayne. There's the slow, you're not getting in range. And then you've got to waste your stun on Nunu or just back off completely.
Yeah.
Fine. And then if you look at it late game, you've got Vayne, you've got Cho'Gath, as you mentioned. That's a lot of true damage. Percentage health-based true damage coming out of Vayne. Then, of course, the true damage feast from Cho'Gath is going to rip through somebody's health bar. And whether it be CitizenWayne to get that Karthus out of the picture as quick as possible, whether it be Ezreal because he's in a horribly bad position, or whether it just be Tariq because he's got a lot of armor on him normally. He's very tanky. He can absorb quite a bit of damage from what is primarily not too much magic damage on the Giants lineup. If Morden wants to turn around and just feast off half of his health in the first place, pick him off in a couple of extra attacks, and then, well, what is there to do? Couple more coming out of Vayne, a little bit of true damage, that's it. No more Tariq. That's a repetitive stun throughout the course of that fight, which is suddenly off the table. So we did just see a quick shot there of the players. They look like they're back in and playing, so this pause should vanish in a couple of seconds' time. There's only a minor delay in this, so we'll be back up running any second now. And well, Morden has suddenly run across the map on my screen here. He's teleported halfway around, so we'll see where he ends up back at. He's at the red buff.
Well, it just looks like a little bit of trial and error here between exactly whatever the bug is and whatever the technical difficulty is right now. We're busy working through it as best as we can. You can see a little bit of Morden farming, but I'm not quite sure if we are up and live for this matchup or not. As soon as the production and the admin crew know, give us a shout, let us know if we are good and live.
Yeah, it does seem
looks
we
like
are
it.
Live on the screen, and everyone's carrying on just as they were before. So, Shab happy to keep CSing the top lane, but Amazing is up here. He's hiding there, double buff in his top push to a level 1 Samux. He's about to hit 2 after one more creep. If he gets out before this, he does come out just as Samux hits 2. That Vorpal Blade lands, but he's going to taunt away. Does take the slow though from Amazing. He's just going to land as much damage as he can, using that true damage on the red buff just to rat him down and force him to use a health potion. But 2 seconds earlier, that creep wouldn't have died, and Amazing wouldn't have hit level 2.
Yeah, what a big difference. While we got this momentary lull, let's rearrange our scoreboard and make sure that our top lanes are all sorted out and up to date. Up in the top lane, a little bit of poking back and forth again. You know, nothing really exciting right now. Amazing is looking to set something up. He's looking to put himself in a position where he can actually get
Cho'Gath, coming straight up from the mid lane, landing a knock up onto Citizen after the quick stun from Exter, but a flash away from Citizen forces Exhaust down onto Morden Wayne, but the Morden Wayne onto Morden. It's a first blood landed after a flash on the turret. Exter does get egged by it, but gets out of the turret range again before the egg actually goes down thanks to a quick flash, and ultimately picks up first blood onto Anivia.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. First blood picked up by Anivia onto Karthus. The thing that's nice about that is Anivia is a champion, if he can start getting ahead early, it's going to play into their favor. Both Amazing and Schabs, rather, was looking to set up a kill there in the middle lane, but they could not get in range for the leap strike, and they didn't really want to expend the flash this early on. So nevertheless, 1-0. Giants pick up first blood, and ACER are now a little bit on the back foot.
Lyumi, a little bit of damage down on Babeta and Blitz, but nothing too serious. If he comes out of the bush and Blitz immediately tumbles away, does not want to take that stun. A couple of auto attacks between the supports though, nothing too serious, just a little bit of a love tap. Either way, we do see back up in the top lane. Samux now pushing up towards Schabs. Doesn't have to be too worried this time around. Skarner's back down towards mid, but so is Morden. He's double buffed and he's hiding around the backside by the race, but immediately Skarner comes around the corner. Skarner's going to spot him, the junglers are going to see each other. This the slow goes down onto Morden. Amazing does get knocked up though, that rupture landing perfectly with the resulting slow. Morden managed to escape out of there.
Yeah, the animation between the two of them, Crystal Slash and Red Buff, and then in conjunction with the Rupture Slow, both of them just moving at a snail's pace, neither really able to continue chasing. BLITX is a little bit low in this bottom lane. There's no sustain at all, and every time he eats a Mystic Shot like that, it's going to put him further and further behind. And again, eating the Mystic Shots, you need to be dodging those, you need to be moving out of the way, because if he's staying that low, all he's doing is opening himself up to a Dazzle, Arcane Shift, Ignite, shatter combination and potentially giving up, you know, a kill to this bottom lane. He applies one little bit of poke there onto IMY, but again, look at this. They're just chasing continually. Arcane Shift plus Mystic Shot. BLITX is going to eat a Dazzle, Shatter, Ignite, immediately cleanses away. Mystic Shot at long range, just barely missing. But that's cleansed down now.
That Shatter didn't actually land the damage, but it did expend the flash for IMYMEMINE.
Yep.
He's only using half his name at the moment, but I wanted to get it in once. It's a weird-ass name, and I'm glad I don't have to pronounce it, but I do completely miss a kill in the mid lane while it's all going on. I apologize. Amazing, though, hasn't made it out of here safely. Does dodge that knockout from Morden, dodging between those two turrets. Will smite the big Wraith on his way. Actually gets a bit of health back from that as well, so heals him up slightly. But it has leveled out this mid lane. CitizenWayne now has a kill to counteract that of Anivia's early first blood.
And Schabs is playing really well. 42 CS. He's got a 5 CS lead over his lane counterpart, Shen, up in that top lane. And he's visited the middle lane twice. You know, he's been moving, he's been roaming, he's been trying to look for something and just, you know, hasn't been able to convert it to anything yet. But keeping up that CS, picking up now the double Dorans to help him out in the lane, and still having that map presence, it's got to make Giants think a little bit about it, make it a little bit nervous. In the middle lane, Cho'Gath has jumped onto Karthus, poked a little bit of damage down. It's going to scare him away and at least mitigate the recall, but nothing more than that. And the game is just a little bit slow at the moment. Everybody just feeling one another out. You know, we've had 2 good kills on the board. One of them from a very aggressive low-level dive. In the bottom lane, you don't see BLITX going aggressive as they know that Tariq was recalling, and then immediately signals put pressure onto Ezreal.
Yeah, Morden unfortunately walked straight across a ward as he was trying to get to that bottom bush. Otherwise, he could have called Lyumi out while he was down here when he was 2v1, but not to be the case. Samux does start pushing Schabs into this turret in the top lane and started to trade. In actual fact, with that many creeps, he will win these, but Giants are invading onto this blue buff down here into ACER's jungle. ACER have brought Amazing and IMY into here. Morden and Babeta realizing they're too low in the health though to take that fight, do start to back away. Amazing's going to want to pass that off to CitizenWayne, but at the moment he's locked up under his own turret thanks to a strong push by Anivia.
And up in the top lane, Jax is taking a lot of a beating from Shen. They've been trading sort of back and forth a little bit, but that long range, that Vorpal plus the key strike, just landing it, waiting for the cooldown, waiting for the ability to come back up and the passive to come up again, and just keeps poking Jax down. Without the potions, Jax's sustain in lane is significantly less than that of Shen, and he doesn't have a natural shield either. You know, feint from Shen is really going to be helping him out, and you can see how it's affecting these trades. They're staying even at the moment in terms of farm, but Shen has a GP10, so he's already going to start scaling better, and if Shen can start bullying Jax around and create a lead from this is the situation you were talking about earlier, where a tanky, beefy, farmed, powerful Shen is going to give all of that frontline protection to Vayne that she needs.
Skarner took that blue buff. Citizen didn't even go over there to try and take it, so they're happy to give Skarner a second blue. Maybe we'll try and speed his jungle up a little bit more, giving these early levels, helping him get into this game well and truly. But we'll wait and watch, because both Shen and Karthus are 6 now, and as Schabs tries to get in range to land that stun there onto Samux, Amazing comes up from the river, but unfortunately cannot make too much happen. Still wards all over the map here for both teams, because neither jungler has managed to pick up an Oracles yet. Once we see that happen, we'll start taking away a bit of vision. But until that point, both of these lanes are locked down for any kind of jungle pressure, both bottom and the top.
And look at this bottom lane, double Doran's Blades and boots for Vayne. On the back of all of that poke and all of that damage that she took very early on, she has recalled, picked up those additional items, so a little bit more lifesteal, some additional HP, and of course all the attack damage. But Ezreal has not recalled yet, and I want to see how he decides to play this out. Eats an Ice Blast in the back there from Babeta. It's going to slow him down a little bit. Not dealing as much damage as I would have anticipated, actually. But, we've seen Ezreal's opening with Berserker's Greaves into Dorans, or sometimes even just going straight for a Phage outright. And I want to see what Lyumi actually decides to do, because he's got a lot of options in front of him. 75 CS, no recalls. He hasn't gone back in the full 10 minutes, and he's doing very well as far as last season is concerned.
Yeah, it's staying very even with Vayne too. He's now going to use his ult onto this wave just to make sure it's everything up. Odd Mystic Shot, don't know why I went that way. Samux is going to recall in the top lane. Schabs now a little bit alone. And that CS difference has gone back the other way. As you say, Schabs was ahead earlier while he started to roam around the map, staying ahead. But now, back up here, still 1v1ing Samux, but Shen's hit that point now where he's just a little bit too much. He can just keep that harassment down on the Schabs, and he doesn't have the same sustain to keep up the gap. So, another quick way to even things out. But in the bottom lane, we do have a cleanse forced onto Blitz, because Amazing was making his way down here. And with the stun from IMYMEMINE, had to get out of there quickly.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, Flash is expended for Skarner, but Impale was not used. So he did not get in range to cast that Impale and lock Vayne down, which is incredibly, incredibly key. Skarner, the only way he can really commit to a battle is with that Crystalline Exoskeleton diving all the way forward or flashing into it. I want to look at items really quickly. Double Negatron Cloak on Jax, so he's obviously fearing some of the magic damage that's coming out from Shen. And in the middle lane, CitizenWayne has opted to go for a Blasting Wand, Ruby Crystal, and the Mana Crystal without actually finishing his Catalyst and Protector first. So that's an interesting pickup for me.
Yeah, going with the damage over the lane sustain, especially after giving that blue buff up to his jungler. I'm surprised that he didn't feel he needed it, but we do have Morden going in on the top lane onto Schabs. Samux forcing a flash away, the Ignite's ticking down. He's going to lead back in and stun them both up under the turret. Morden going very low, taking the turret shot, but the ult's coming down, and Morden will survive it. Not before Samux, however, can pick up Schabs under that top turret.
So close. Cho'Gath, if he had taken any more damage at all, he would have been taken down by the Requiem, and I think that is the decision. That's why Citizen, or take a look at the damage in the middle lane there, eating into the face from Exter. He's going to carry on chasing, flash forward, Exhaust goes down. Now Stand Unite has been used, Shen is diving in here. Can he get the taunt? CitizenWayne's going to give up his life. He now has mana for free casting, but do they have enough DPS to pick up Samux? Amazing is going to carry on chasing. One more little smarty on the floor is going to be enough to pick up the kill though. Exter does have Rebirth. Amazing has did have red buff, decided not to chase there after the crystallized wall threw him away, but trading 1-for-1 in that middle lane engagement, and I think the reason for that Blasting Wand early is so that the Requiem hits harder from CitizenWayne, making sure that the first and second time he casts it actually potentially leads to kills.
Yeah, I like this play here coming in from ACER. They're going to bring Schabs straight down for the Dragon. They know Shen's dead. They know they don't have that massive ultimate to play for. And they know that Anivia is very low. There we go. Morden didn't quite manage to kill the ward. Now he goes back after using that Oracles. And there's no vision on this in actual fact from Giants. So ACER do manage to pick up the first Dragon of the game completely for free and uncontested. And that brings the goal count back level again. This game is still very, very close.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. Both teams working very well. The opportunities that have been created have been done by individual plays. So we've already been seeing that, ganks have happened. We've seen pressure from different champions, and we've seen, a pretty nice tower dive. Now down in the bottom lane, is the Rupture going to land? Both champions are going to step side by side. Ice Blast comes down onto Taric. A lot of damage coming from Vayne, but unfortunately no additional CC. Means that gank effectively just fizzles into nothing. Ionic Spark picked up by Shen as his first item. He's going to be telling you immediately he wants to farm, he wants to push, and he wants to split push as fast as is possible. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Sunfire Cape coming out next. Over on the flip side, Mercury Treads picked up by both Skarner and Jax already.
I mean, he's coming up against a lot of magic damage here from Shen. That was the Vorpal Blade spam, that's what he was getting from that. And now, here with this Ionic Spark, that's all magic damage too. So getting that early magic resist makes a lot of sense. Plus the fact he wants to get out of that sea. There's the stun from Anivia, there's the Shen from Taunt. The Shen from Taunt? Taunt from Shen. Taunt from Shen, mixing the rocks with that. And then the Shen, the slows from Babeta. Blitz does take that stun from IMYMEMINE, but he does tumble away from it, doesn't take too much damage from Lyumi. They do have Skarner making his way down here into the bottom lane, but he's hiding in this tri-bush up behind their turret. And the lane's not really pushing hard enough for them to make any kind of play onto Blitz or Babeta for that. And they do pick up that ward after it was immediately placed by IMYMEMINE. So good reactions, nice speed onto that one. And they also spotted Amazing as he makes his way into this bottom bush.
Yeah, Amazing does have flash available though, so if he gets close enough to land that Impale, it could secure them a kill. At the moment, we haven't seen a single Skarner ultimate at the 15-minute mark. They have been, relatively, we're trying a couple of ganks, but it's not been a very gank-heavy game when you consider we've only seen 2 or 3. Samux up in the top lane, lands 3 auto attacks onto the tower, decides not to land the 4th, which I believe would have procced that little lightning spike. Nevertheless, he backs off 109 CS to the 88 of Jax. Both of these teams have got champions that scale very, very well. Jax and Shen are going to get stronger as the game goes. Anivia and Karthus are going to get stronger as the game goes. The difference for me, Cho'Gath to me is better as this game flashes forward. Oh, there we go, flash into Ice Blast. They decided to go on to Taric. Now Absolute Zero comes up. I haven't seen a Rupture just yet. Finally goes down, immediately flashes away. Now True Shot Barrage is on. All of a sudden, you got to feel that Lyumi's the one that's in charge of this one. Low health Babeta, low health BLITX, and low health Morden. They're going to carry on chasing away. Taric has decided to come back for some more fun. In the middle lane, CitizenWayne's been caught out by Exter. He's taken a lot of damage. Feral Scream goes out. Silence. Rupture knocks him up in the air. And one more tick of damage from Anivia is going to close that one out. Requiem goes down. That's for a kill in the bottom lane. They've managed to chase and carry on putting enough DPS for Citizen to pick up a reply. Once again, 1-to-1. But you know, it wasn't the kill you were expecting when you had 3 versus 2 engagement in the bottom line.
No, it did not quite work out the way that Giants wanted it. ACER turned around, picking up another kill onto their Carthus, though. Yes, he fell for it at the same time, but he's now 3-3. He's still got plenty of gold from this, and he's given his AD carry some time to shove this into the bottom lane as well. So we'll watch and see exactly how that turret does and whether it stays alive. At the same time, though, Schabs has been forced away from Samux in the top lane. He leapt onto it, they trade backwards and forwards, but now that there's no mana left, Schabs just cannot take that fight.
The thing that's scary for me here right now, Carthus, 3 for 3, 144 CS. He's out farming the Anivia at the moment. He has a needlessly large rod already at the 15-minute mark. So, you know, in conjunction with that Rod of Ages, he's going to get a little bit more tanky. I want to see where he's going to build it, if it's going to be a Zhonya's Hourglass or if it's going to be a straight Death Cap. I'm not 100% sure. But nevertheless, it's, you know, a really, really powerful item, and it's going to make those lay wastes and those Requiems hit so much harder for these next few minutes.
Samux does go into the top lane, does take down that top turret, but he may have overextended. Now the red buff slow goes in, there's the taunt. Amazing's going to have his ultimate. Can he drag him back up towards Schabs? Schabs says, no, I want to farm instead. Doesn't come down to try and help him out, and with Morden coming up the river over wards, they do decide to pull away.
I think it's a smart call as well. Right now, Jax, yeah, he's got the Hex Drinker. Oh, we do see a Dazzle onto Vayne. Nobody's going to chase onto it, though. Cleanse is still available, so if Vayne feels that she really needs to get out in the middle lane, though, it looks like they're going to go for a tower dive. CitizenWayne manages to get away from that one. Did burn his flash to do it, though. So, did burn his flash.
Yeah, I have a feeling he had to go over the wall and under the rupture. So, under the rupture. Over the wall and over the rupture. But Schabs is going to keep that push up now in the top lane because Shen had to recall, of course, after that last gank. He's going to come back up here and he won't have taken too much tower damage. But he's going to have a nice big wave of CS to go. And as I said, he's just been extending that CS lead again. He's now up to an 11 lead. And he was down by about 10 as well.
Yeah, not too bad at all. With the GP10s ticking and the fact that he's going to be able to just split push all day long with that Ionic Spark, it's going to play into his favor really, really well. On Jax, Hex Drinker in hand, Ruby Crystal as well. Are we going to see Trinity Force next?
Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Trinity Force into Guardian Angel. Done there. Finish build, end build. That is Jax through and through. Might then start building a little bit more damage later once he starts to really make an impact with that. But once he hits those 2 combos, he's going to be very, very strong in these fights. Not going to be unstoppable, but it's going to make it very hard for Giants to be able to focus him down and get away with it. Of course, he's just going to come back up again. They're going to have to take a lot of focus straight onto him a second time round. So that takes some of the focus off of Amazing, some of the focus off of Lyumi. The fact that they have to get through that Jax, but can't. And he'll come back, and he'll come back, and he'll still do the damage. But Amazing coming out of this bottom lane does get a grab in onto Babeta. Going to pull him back into that bush. There's the stun from IMYMEMINE, but now Shen's here. Sorry, Shen's coming down onto Babeta. There's Morden. The Carthus will go down and pick up the kill onto the support. Morden's here. Shen didn't actually manage to complete his teleport because of that. They managed to get through him way too soon. Babeta is the only casualty for this 1-0 fight, taking our score to 4-4.
It was a good kill there for ACER, but the thing that worries me and that makes me wonder is what exactly was Morden doing? And the only reason I say so, from about 16 minutes 30, he was sitting in the bottom lane in that little grass bush behind the tower, and he was waiting. He was waiting for the tower to go down, waiting for Taric and Ezreal to engage in a fight, and then he was looking to set up a gank or set up a kill. Dragon has been pulled by ACER, so they can see what they can do, you know, pick this one up. They've also got the tower up in the top lane, so a lot of global gold going their way, which is great. But Morden, he was a bit too passive there. He was waiting for the tower to go down to engage, then again, waiting for the lane, the battle to take place in the bottom lane. He was hanging around by the cliff. He needs to be able to get in there and actually disrupt his opponents in order to set up these kills. But it does need to be pointed out, he's 20 CS ahead of his counterpart.
He is. He's going to keep that farm going, and it should hopefully help him out in the long run. So we'll wait and see. Amazing now has himself an Oracles up, as does Morden, and Morden has done for a while. So he should be able to clear these wards out and take the vision away from the enemy team. Does completely miss this one, as Morden goes straight across. Now Exter with his blue buff. You do see the bottom lane resetting down, going to defend their turret. So turret has finally fallen in the bottom lane for the Giants. That was ACER's first of the game, but they are still down 2-1 in that turret game. But ultimately, as you said, they've had the 2 dragons, so their gold count is slack level. It's not a very, very even game, but with 4 kills onto Carthus now, every kill that ACER have picked up is onto CitizenWayne. He has a Rod of Ages and a Death Cap. So he's starting to get very, very strong. And once we see a proper 5v5 engage fight and everyone is standing on top of that Carthus to do all their damage and to take all their damage, he's going to be outputting a lot. And it's really going to start to disrupt them.
Well, let's have a look. How is he actually leveling his champion right now? Is it all into Lay Waste followed by Defile? Yes, and 2 points into the Wall of Pain, of course. But with a 20-minute death cap, 20-minute Rod of Ages, I'm really happy about this because, as I said, CitizenWayne, he used to be very well known for his Karthus many months ago, and it's been a while since I've seen him at a LAN in conjunction with, the champion of Karthus. In terms of Anivia or Karthus, they've got different, abilities, different skill sets to them. Who do you prefer on your team once we hit 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes?
Sorry, who was the difference? Karthus or?
Anivia.
I was watching the camera. Karthus and Anivia. I prefer Karthus, in all fairness. Anivia, yes, she can wall someone off, but you back off, you wait for that wall, or you flash over it with Karthus, and then you just stand in amongst it all. And it's like, yeah, okay, you've got some CC, you've got a little bit of AoE damage here yourself, but mine's ticking faster, mine's ticking harder. I'm doing more damage, and oh, I'm dead. I'm still doing damage, and now I've got this ult that's going to hit everyone on your team regardless. You can't do the same thing.
Yeah,
once you've been focused down, yes, you're going to go into an egg, you might pop up eventually, but once you're into that egg, you're stopped. And then you come back out of the egg, and they're going to focus you down again. Or you don't have an egg, and you just straight up die. And then you've got nothing. You've got no kind of response to that. Karthus just has that constant, steady pressure. And you can even go into a fight with no mana. If Anivia goes into a fight with no mana, she's stuck, she's got nothing. Karthus goes in with no mana, he gets focused down, or if it's not right, then Giles will ignore him, fine. But if he doesn't get focused down, he's going to do a little bit of damage while he has that mana, or while it regens. Then he's going to get killed eventually, then he's going to get all his mana back and get free casting, and he's still going to do all his damage.
Yeah, so true. We see that there was another momentary pause, which has immediately been cancelled by the players. So hopefully that small bug, whatever it is been resolved. Another ward picked up by Amazing. He's picked that one up from the bottom lane. And again, it's just this slow and this methodical play. It actually reminds me a lot of Season 1 League of Legends, where you had a 20-minute farm fest, then all of a sudden you had engagements and games were over by 30, 35 minutes. So now we're going to hit this phase with so many towers down, 2 for Giants and 1 for Team ACER, where they're going to start roaming, as you can see. Skarner, Ezreal, Taric moving all the way around the map. We've already seen Jax moving up and down the map. Schabs has been looking for an engagement, looking for a place where he can jump onto somebody, stun them with Counter-Strike, and push it into a kill. The thing is, though, Dragons are going to be up shortly. There's, only so many outer turrets, and the teams are going to have to start trying to get closer and closer. Here we go. Shirelia's Reverie was actually popped by Amazing after that creep wave was cleared. Lyumi gets stunned up against the wall from a very nice condemn on Vayne, and you can see Babeta, he's just hanging out in that grass. He's waiting. He's saying, come to me. Let me use my absolute zero. Let me bait you in and get the damage off. But ACER wisely back off. And we're just in this small stalemate right now.
Yeah, Schabs is still just trying to farm in the top lane. He can't really leave it because Samux is just going to shove it into the turrets and just keep shoving it into the turrets and just keep going and going and going until a fight starts. Then he's going to ult away and save his team, leaving them 5v4. So Citizen's going to come up. They're going to try and make something happen here onto this Shen. Jab running through that Tribush, will taunt to wait before the stun can go down. Leaping to a ward, does get the stun down the slow, so Citizen's going to land as well, but the Phage Proc comes in, forcing a flash away. Citizen going to flash to keep up. There's the exhaust goes down as well. There's a lot of damage coming out from this. One more lay waste should be enough to put him into ultimate range, but Samux just to taunt away. Now Schabs is going to keep the chase on, going to do some auto attacks. There's the ult comes out from Karthus. No one in range to cancel it, and he does pick up the 5th kill of the game for ACER, and his personal 5th. But Schabs walks straight into Morden. The knockup goes down, the silence goes out. There is no way for ACER to Schabs to get over this wall. He has no mana, but he has a flash.
Yeah, really nicely done. That was great play from CitizenWayne and Schabs. I was a bit nervous for a second when I thought, wow, that's a flash, that's very aggressive, but Karthus had exhaust available. He had that movement speed debuff. He had the ability to catch him. Now on the bottom lane, Ezreal is alone. Taric has just rejoined, so a little bit of engagement has gone back and forth. Stun damage onto Babeta, Shatter, Radiance as well. Will the Ignite damage be enough to pick it up? Yes, it is. Now they've turned their attention to BLITX. Dazzle should be up very, very shortly. Ezreal's going to go down in the background. The Dazzle was enough to stun him. Look at the cooldown. I think it caught him just in time on Taric.
It was definitely a summer heal in play there as well on Lyumi, but Exter's coming down. And here's a quick stun, and then the Mystic Shot comes up from Lyumi. Does a lot more damage to X than they were expecting, and with ACER's Amazing showing up, they do finally decide to back out of that. It was only Morden and Amazing there, and they cannot return any kills on that. So now there's 2 more engagements now where Giants just haven't been able to get any return kills onto the ones that ACER have picked up. They are 4 and 7, and finally there's some kills on someone else other than CitizenWayne. 1 on Taric, 1 on Ezreal. Citizen's going to get knocked up by Morden, a little bit of silence, but nothing too serious. But it does force him to back off of that mid lane. And now we have a 2,000 gold lead on the table for ACER.
And the thing is, this does sort of play into Giants' favor. This slow pace, 25 minutes, high farm, low kill intensity game. Even though Vayne is very behind Ezreal right now, I mean, that's a huge difference. 40 CS, and you take into account the dragons and the towers. That's a lot of gold difference between your carries. The difference is Vayne is going to outscale Ezreal much harder. When they get to those full build stages, Vayne is just going to be able to melt everybody. It doesn't matter if Jax builds HP because, the silver bolts are going to burn through it. She's going to be able to use Condemn to get away. And once you eventually get those items, in your back pocket, that Vayne is going to become terrifying. The thing is, can ACER put enough pressure onto Giants to make it, null and void so that Karthus can die to a Vayne and still kill her, for example? Or can they get enough map control to make it not even relevant, Put Giants in a position where if they lose a team fight, they lose the game because they simply are not deep enough.
I have a feeling Giants now, they know they have the stronger late game. I think that goes without saying. And they know they're going to keep losing the mid game the way this is going. They're happy to just let it go the way it is. They're going to sit back, they're going to farm, they're going to take the CS, they're going to try and counter gank where they can, leave it at that. Until that point, they're going to wait. They're going to wait, let Vayne farm, ACER know they can't do that. They're going to have to start making these plays, and that's what they're looking for now. They're roaming as a team, they're roaming as a group, they're starting to pick off turrets and the kills where they can find them. There goes top turret, making the score for that 2-2. We do have Exter now here with the rest of the Giant squad grouping up and surrounding this Baron pit. Baron has been cleared by ACER, but I'm not sure they're ready to go for it yet. They do have Karthus who can do it very quickly, but they've been spotted here by Giants. They don't want to risk that, and Ezreal, of course, was back in base, so they had to back away from any other kind of fight.
And with this huge CS advantage, as well as the towers, the dragons, etc., Trinity Force and Last Whisper already completed for Lyumi in comparison to a Phantom Dancer. That's it. The base attack damages are going to be so drastically different between these two champions. Giants need to play for time, they need to stall for time, and they need to bring themselves back into this through farm, through jungle camps, etc. In terms of, killing Baron, you've got Karthus who can do it very well, but then you add in a Vayne with Blood Boil, a Nunu with his Consume and his True Damage, and a Cho'Gath with Smite and his Nom 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 Feast. That's a lot of true damage to secure and make sure they pick it up. But it looks like ACER are going to be brave ones and start it first.
It is down to 8,000 health very quickly. They're going to peel off and go into Samux. He does taunt away and get out to safety. Exter going to drop a wall in the pit. They're going to see the Baron. They're going to keep an eye on his health down to 5,000. IMYMEMINE off to one side. Morden now closing in, drops the ward over the wall. Is he going to go for a steal? Not going to quite get out of the way. It's down to 1,300 health. Baron is still alive. Samux going in. Does finally drop down, and Cho manages to steal it. But the Ezreal will come out, and is it too little too late? Giants are dropping very low. Nunu going to fall. Karthus picks up one kill. Ezreal picks up the other. Great AoE stun from Exter. Picks up 3 members of ACER in a stun. But they ultimately managed to back away. Karthus is still standing though, and he's very low. He doesn't want to cast his ult and risk getting it cancelled. Lyumi coming around one side. Morden just forcing a flash for IMYMEMINE to get away from that knockup. Going to chase down onto Ezreal, but the great wall from Exter picks up a kill onto Skarner. They will keep pushing up that mid lane. There's still a lot of health in these members of Giants. Same cannot be said for ACER, so they're not going to be able to defend these mid turrets, and Giants have stolen that blue buff. That Baron buff, that might just be a little bit too much for ACER to handle. This is the late game that Giants wanted, and that was a fight initiated by ACER.
Take a look at the gold graph right now. Let's see how much BLITX actually has in his back pocket to spend. 2,800 gold. That's going to be enough to finish the Bloodthirst if he decides to go that route. And once he starts getting stacks on that, in conjunction with the regen and the stat that the Baron buff gives you, it's all of a sudden brought this game completely even. Towers 3-2. Gold 41,000 to 41,000. It's going to go up marginally right now. But the scary thing is, ACER made a call, ACER made a play, and they didn't secure Baron. That was Cho'Gath alone. I mean, he was deep. Shen had taken a lot of damages off by blue buff. The rest of the Giants, they were moving in together, and Tariq was trying to zone them. He put a dazzle down as well. There was a little bit of exchanges between the players, but Cho'Gath got in range and picked it up. Lyumi eats 1, 2, Silverbolt's procs goes down. The Hunter and the Knight is out. He's going to eat a dazzle. Now they've turned their attention over to Tariq. Morden's going to carry on putting some pressure down. Look at the movement speed from BLITX. The slow comes on to IMYMEMINE. He's going to get knocked up in the air. That was a stun, it looked like, or something similar. Requiem comes up from Karthus. I don't know if anybody's low enough to kill. That was just to scare them away, really. And Vayne now is looking very scary. Oh, a true shot barrage almost takes her down. He's going to be able to spend 3,000 gold right now and just become even more powerful and even more of a killing machine.
Yeah, those kills bringing the count back a little bit closer for Giants towards ACER. 7 kills to 9. But a lot of them are heading now towards Vayne. And Livia's picked up 4. She's going to start getting very, very strong and even herself out towards her mid lane counterpart of Karthus. Well, Vayne, we saw the damage output she had there, and that was before, as you said, she went back and bought this Bloodthirster. She bought Bloodthirster complete and a Negatron's Cloak as well. So Karthus' damage is going to start being negated as far as Vayne is concerned. And is he going to start and grab this blue buff? Should hand it over to CitizenWayne, but they do have Extra actually coming over. Just the planter ward there. There's no kind of vision. He doesn't know if this blue is being done at the moment. And while this game is all on Giants now, still a lot of their members have this Baron buff. They know how strong they are. Morden is up at 6 stacks. Choni has been for a while. They can really try and make this play, and they can push waves very quickly, of course, using Anivia. Vayne shoving bottom, Shen split pushing top. He can then ult onto a fight where he's needed. And they could end this game somewhere in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, the possibility is definitely there. I mean, Bloodthirst is now picked up for Vayne, Negatron Cloak as well. I expect that to become a Quicksilver Sash. And when you consider that Vayne's just going to be able to, QSS some of the crowd control off and run away, get to safety and carry on fighting, it's a really, really powerful tool. Let's have a quick look at the itemization. Wits End, as well as the Ionic Spark and Sunfire Cape for Shen. That is the ultimate split push team in the middle lane. Surely as Reverie gets popped and immediately cancelled by a good Wall of Pain. Cho'Gath, Aegis of the Legion, Shurelia's, he's going to go back and spend some money. Anivia, Fiend's and Holy Grail, as well as your Rod of Ages and Death Cap. And of course down in the bottom lane, it looks like Nunu's working towards a Zeke's Herald, but he's a little way away from finishing that right now.
So, Zeke's Herald, once he gets complete, he's just going to amplify Blitz so much further. He's going to get that lifesteal AoE, he's going to get the attack speed buff AoE, he's going to have the Blood Boil already from Nunu, and he's got his own Phantom Dancer and Bloodthirster, so he's just going to be terrifying. Still going to be killable, of course. You can just lock him down in a quick stun, burst a couple of Qs on him from CitizenWayne, pull him back again with amazing, some good CC, and of course Jack's leaping on him. He's going to be stoppable. You can still do that. But it's Vayne. She's slippery. She's going to get that cleanse, of course, is in there. She's going to possibly have a Quicksilver Sash soon. It's going to be very hard to lock her down. If that happens, yeah, locked, dead. Getting her there is a very, very tough road.
Especially with 2 effective cleanses. Quicksilver Sash as well as Cleanse, as well as Condemn, as well as Tumble, as well as Flash. It's like, wow, how much do you have to blow to actually do that? So, once again, 30 minutes in, gold is even. Towers are relatively even, 4-2. Nobody's really pushing any of the lanes very heavily, and neither team has really made any very big plays. ACER tried to sneak that Baron, they put quite a bit of damage down, and it got stolen away by Morden with a very, very nice use of Smite. He's 0-0-5, has had that Oracle's Elixir running since at least the 8th or the 9th minute in this game, and he's got, I'd be willing to bet he's earned his money back on that Oracles with the amount of wards that they've been able to pick up and clear. And there we go. Vayne, all of a sudden still 40 CS behind, but Phantom Dancer, as well as Bloodthirster and Quicksilver Sash, you gotta feel that she's a bit more scary than what Ezreal is.
Definitely. Yes, he's got himself a Last Whisper. Yes, he's got himself a Trinity Force, but Bloodthirster's not quite there. And even then, with those items, it's still Ezreal versus Vayne. Vayne's late game just scales so much harder. That true damage is so much scarier. And as you mentioned before, how slippery she is. The tumbles are just horrible to try and grab onto her. And when she stealths because of popping her ultimate, you just don't know exactly where she is at all times. And then she pops out and then she rips a lump of your health away. So we'll see how ACER handle this, but it's very much in their hands at the moment. As we said before, they had that early mid-game area locked down. Late game is definitely Giants, and they've let them go through to this point. 33 minutes is a very long way into this game, and Giants are starting to look very, very strong indeed. Babeta, how much gold are you carrying at the moment? Another 700. He's not going to be far off that Zeke's Herald now. Shen has been split pushing the entire game, and he's up to 280 CS. Hasn't really had to use his ultimate more than twice or 3 times now. Schabs, the whole time, yes, he's been farming against him. He's on 280 himself as well, but he hasn't got this Guardian Angel up yet. If he leaps in onto Vayne, they're just going to immediately, as a team, turn around. Shen's going to taunt him off of it. Nunu's going to slow his attack speed or whatever, pop his ultimate. Vayne's going to tumble away from it and rip him apart using those silver bolts. There's nothing he can do against that.
Yeah, it's so, so difficult. The problem that ACER had is they were in a power position. They had the lead, they had the items, they had the champions, but they didn't convert it. They didn't push lanes. They didn't group up as 5. And you know what? They're still not. Nobody is grouping together. And, okay, fair enough. There's a Shen in the game. So Giants are never going to group up as 5 because they want Shen to split push. But then what ACER needs to be doing is shoving as 5, force a team fight, force Shen to use his ultimate, try catch somebody out with that Dazzle and that Impale. And when you spend this much time doing nothing, without being too rude, you give Giants all the time they need to hit late game, which they have. So Baron buff is now up, Hunter in the Night activated by BLITX. The rest of ACER are absolutely nowhere to be seen. There is vision, there is a ward there unavailable. It's just about to be taken down. Requiem has been used. You can see the damage, and that was actually Shen being picked up on the bottom lane. We didn't even know that he was low. Baron buff has been picked up by Skarner, so they're going to carry on with this fight. That looks like it was a steal as well, so Giants had started it, and it's ACER that have actually picked it up. This is the huge play that ACER needed. Can they convert this into kills? That's 1, 2, 3. They've only lost 1 in reply. Lumi's going to carry on chasing. That's the Oracle's elixir down with the Baron and 4 kills, an ace rather. This is going to be towers. Is there enough time to get to the inhibitor? This is the question.
That could not have been better for ACER. Not only did they steal the Baron, Karthus wasn't even there for that fight, and they picked up an ace. They can now keep pushing these lanes. Lyumi just going to face tank this mid turret, but we have to take that down before he takes any kind of serious damage, and a quick heal from IMYMEMINE keeps him topped up. Going to grab this tier 2 turret as well, and there's still a lot of death timers on Giants. They're going to be gone for a little bit longer. They're going to grab this turret. They can make their way perhaps into another one. Maybe we get a little bit more damage, take this out to about halfway. But with Jax and Ezreal, they're two of the best turret killers in the game. The fact that Lyumi, of course, can buff Schabs' attack speed, that just makes things better. They do manage to grab that inhib turret, but now Giants are starting to respawn. They're onto the inhibitor itself, but with only Shen and Nunu up, they do manage to clear it out, and now they're going to leave. They are in such a strong position here, up by 3,000 gold now. Not so much, but when you add the stats you get from the Baron buff on top of that lead, and the fact they just want to fight without Karthus actually being there. Yes, he used his ultimate, and he took everyone down to about half health on Giants, but when he's standing in amongst them with that Defile running, when he's using those lay wastes as well, Giants are definitely going to be scared now.
Yeah, that is for sure. And you know, even though we're in this late game phase, all of a sudden, ACER have an inhibitor down. You know, ACER have taken an inhibitor down. So that middle lane, super creeps are going to be pushing. They've got the freedom and the knowledge to know that Giants have to be on the back foot. Giants have to be defending. Giants have to be sitting in a position where they cannot actually move or do anything because they're at risk of losing the game now. So Giants, that was the play that they needed. And it all started from the back of Shen split pushing. He was in the bottom lane, he was trying to shove the tower down, and CitizenWayne was able to 1v1 him and then join the fight, you know, through the use of his Requiem. Stand United wasn't able to get used. Is it even available on cooldown? It is still. It wasn't even used in that engagement. And you can imagine how much of a difference that would have made if he'd thrown that onto a Vayne.
He's only got 100 MR, and there's a Void Staff complete on Karthus. Very hard for him to try and 1v1 against that. And okay, yeah, he's a bit slippery, can taunt backwards and forwards away from late wastes. But CitizenWayne, best Karthus in Europe for a long, long time. You said he had that reputation for being so good. He's going to land those late wastes time and time again, and ultimately he did it one time too many for Samux this time around. But Giants have reset, they've all respawned. Blitz is going to grab himself a red buff this time around. He's going to start building that last Whisper now with the pickaxe first. But ultimately, Ezreal's now ahead of him again. Those kills, that Baron, the
and
turrets.
a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, so he's got a Guardian Angel, he's got a last wish himself, and he's got the other item. The Samux goes into taunt onto the top lane, gets ACER very low. CitizenWayne popping his Zhonya's Hourglass, making sure he delays his death as long as possible. IMYMEMINE going to be the next focus, and Samux will finish him off. It's a quick double kill, in fact, for Giants. ACER really throwing away this lead at the moment, as Schabs is now fighting Samux 1v1, but the slow's going to go in, he's going to get taunted, the stun's going to land, he's going to flash away from the knock-up, but it's 3v5. ACER going to have to start defending now here. Lumi's going to be very careful. He's got that Guardian Angel, yes, but he cannot throw that away for no reason. Knock up down, going to force him to back out. Giants are quite low themselves. Amazing is here, still with Lyumi. They want to try and pick someone off. Where are they going to shape up? Mid lane, of course, being pushed in by super creeps. Trying to delay Giants' recall as much as possible. But they seem to be making out they're relatively unscathed.
And it was a really weird play. I mean, Karthus and Taric, they were pushing the lane down, they were shoving it, but there was nowhere else nearby. You know, the closest champion to them was like in the middle lane, and you think, well, okay, fair enough, you're ahead, fair enough, you just won Baron in a really, really good fight, but you cannot put yourself in a position where you're going to get jumped on 2 versus 5. You know, it's positional play. You've got to be smart about it. One of the little tumble and auto attacks onto Lyumi. BLITX is going to carry, and he's going to pick this fight, and I don't think he can. Oh, this is why. Stand United is being used. Now with the Requiem being down. Cleanse. Somehow BLITX is alive, but he steps back into the True Shot Barrage. Lyumi, Guardian Angel still available. Red buff and blue buff. He's going to carry on chasing. Amazing. Is he going to get in range for an Impale? I think he gets stuck in the wall, in fact.
In that wall.
That is a beautiful, beautiful Crystallize, holding Amazing directly in place. quite possibly the most powerful form of crowd control I have ever seen in League of Legends. Another tower goes down 7-4. ACER are now in complete control of this match, especially if they pick this tower up. Exter's going to do the best that he can to defend, but there's no Vayne, there's no Shen for a little bit. Cho'Gath is going to be coming up as well, but he's busy dueling on the bottom lane, trying to prevent Jax from split pushing. And all of a sudden, the team with the split pushing Shen is the team that's being split pushed against.
ACER, they lost a Baron. They had it stolen away from him. It looked bleak for them, but as soon as they got that steal back, as soon as Amazing took the Baron away from Morden, which is something you very rarely see, a steal from a Cho'Gath and a Nunu team, you've got the Feast, you've got the Consume, and the Smite mixed in on that. It's a lot of true damage. They just couldn't make it work. And ever since Amazing grabbed that, ACER have looked very, very strong. They're now pushing in with this bottom turret as well. The top inhibitor, of course, has fallen. Schabs is just not being moved from that turret, so Morden has to kill the creeps instead. But ACER are completely infesting this base. ACER does get a good wall down. They forces the Trelliers out. Amazing's going to get stunned up and flash over the wall. Samux is the next focus, but Lumi's coming around. There's some late waste coming down from CitizenWayne, doing a lot of damage to that Shen. But ACER do peel away and just let the minions slowly push in as a group.
We'll see whether or not they actually converted Schabs. He just wants that tower. You can see him. He's walking right next to Morden. He's not afraid of Cho'Gath. He has Guardian Angel. He's got a huge amount of items in his bank. You know, Trinity Force as well as Hex Drinker, as well as the Hextech Revolver. Without the Guardian Angel, that alone is a terrifying item set. Any of that magic damage that comes from Cho'Gath, or from Shen, or from Nunu, or from Anivia that gets onto Jax, he's just going to shield it up with the Hex Drinker. 50% of the HP tower is already down on one of those Nexus turrets, and it's just a matter of ACER picking their engagement. They've got enough of an item lead, they've got enough of a champion lead and map control to decide when to fight. They re-destroy this mid inhibitor, and once again, it's just this Mexican standoff that always happens. Teams are looking for an engagement. They're looking for that position where you can flash Impale. Look at Skarner, you can see him, he's hovering there. He's waiting to throw on that X-Line skeleton and dive in, while the rest of his team is once again shoving the bottom lane. They've let the super creeps do all the work for them in the middle and the top, and they're now going to try focus this bottom inhibitor. League of Legends by the numbers. Take the inhibitors down, then take the Nexus down.
Tutorial mode indeed. Lumi going to go and steal this blue buff. He's very low, so it's going to stop him having to back away as well. Plenty of Guardian Angels up now on the ACER squad as well, so they're going to keep coming back out in these fights. Need to try and pop some of those if Giants want to take this fight soon. They do decide to back out. They've got that timer on the Baron, apparently should be up shortly. Amazing goes in, of course, with his Oracles, going to clear the wards and things out, and then just wait for it. They've got 2 dead inhibs. There's going to be too many minions for Giants to handle if they want to come and stop this fight. And at the same time, of course, Schabs, Citizen, are just going to keep shoving the bottom lane. This is the only lane that doesn't have super groups coming their way. So really keeping that pressure up, really locking them in their base. The Baron has just spawned. They're down to about half health already. Lumi and Amazing just duoing it down. Very hard to solo it. Neither of these two could do it. With 3,000 health and ticking down quickly. Ezreal will go straight back up across the bottom lane. In fact, it's going to catch. Who is it? No one. No one on the Giants lineup, but there goes the Baron as ACER actually back away from the bottom lane as soon as it dies.
Yeah, you know what? I think that ACER, once again, they're in a position now that they're in the driving seat, all right? It's their game now. There's 3 Guardian Angels on their sides. They picked up another Baron buff. They've got 2 inhibitors down. They can do what they like now. You know, they have the time to do it. They have the ability to do it. They can decide when they push, when they don't push. And interestingly enough, look at Karthus's build. This is something we didn't even look at just yet. You have a Lich Bane on Karthus. So it makes sense. Lay waste, auto attack, lay waste, auto attack. Fair enough. I can understand that. 790 ability power. You cannot get more glass cannon Karthus than that. And look at Ezreal, a Frozen Heart picked up in conjunction. So he has decided to forego the likes of a Phantom Dancer or an attack speed item and pretty much gone, you know what, if Vayne wants to jump on me, fine. I'm going to mitigate all of that attack speed that Nunu gives you, all of the attack speed from your Phantom Dancer, all my armor is going to help me against your auto attacks, and I'm just going to be able to outduel you with my superior items and tank ability.
Yeah, ACER now back here in the Giants half of the map. They've got 3 minutes left on their Baron buff. And they are shoving this bottom lane again. Lumi on his own up top at the moment, going to ram that wave in with the minions. That inhib is probably going to spawn up again soon, but a quick crystallize and ult over the wall from Exter's going to chunk away half of CitizenWayne's health, force him to back off for a little while, let the Baron regen really kick in. The whole while, Lumi is now in this base again, causing all kinds of nuisance with himself as Vayne is trying to take out the super creeps. Bottom turret's still very low. Morden taking some more posts. Schabs wants to come in and try and take it. Honestly, if they brought Lumi down here, he'd have killed that by now. These minions have been taking it for long enough. Lumi just hasn't had a chance to touch it. he hasn't been doing the same to the Nexus turret, so I really don't know why they've left him away from it. But now the turret does fall. Schabs goes in, he leaps straight onto Samux. There's a lot of damage going down to Schabs, but Vayne isn't across here yet. He's trying to deal with Lyumi in the top lane. Carter's standing on top of everyone. The Feast is going down onto him from Morden onto CitizenWayne, but he's going to quickly Zonya's. He's not dead yet. Schabs is going to come back up from his GA and immediately pick up the kill onto Anivia. The Carter's ult's going to come out, but they're all on the fountain. They should survive it, but there's not enough members of Giants left up, and ACER will finish off the Nexus and take this game.
Well played to ACER, forcing it right at the end, and all of that on the back of stealing Baron's buff.
Snowballed from that point. They just took that Baron. Amazing. Went in. I don't know how he did it up against the Consume, the Feast, and the Smite, but somehow he pulled it off. And from the ace they got off the back of that, they've just kept this snowball roaming. Giants, they had the comp. If they want to fight, yes, they could have pulled it off, but they were too split. They did not have enough of a defense on their base, and there was minions everywhere.
Yeah, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't move, they couldn't leave, they couldn't get past the super minions, and a deserved win by ACER. It was another slow-paced game, but they made the right choices. They stole the Baron when it needed to, and it was absolutely phenomenal. I believe that Rachel is already on stage with another interview, so let's throw it over to her.
Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations. That was a much closer match than we've seen today. How did it play out for you guys?
We started pretty bad, but it turned out really, really good. I think the Cardos worked well for us, and Israel played really good. Yeah.
Excellent. And going on against next match is going to be the BYOC team. So do you think you're going to be better against them, or you think it's going to be a lot like this match, or maybe they could be a CLG.EU in the making?
It's really hard to tell because BYOC, obviously we don't know who it's going to be, so hard to judge right now.
All right, well, what are you guys going to do now to prepare tonight? You going to go party, or are you going to go practice?
I think alcohol is pretty expensive in Sweden, isn't it? So I'm not too sure.
All right, well, that's fine. That'll keep you on track then. Congratulations to you guys. Excellently played to the Giants. We're going to take a quick look at the schedule. Coming up next, we have Group B. First up is CURSE.EU versus FNATIC, followed by CURSE.EU versus the Mighty Midgets, and shortly after that, the Mighty Midgets versus FNATIC. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back at, I want to say 6:15, but I think it's way after that. So we'll be back very shortly, guys. 15, 20 minutes. Stay in your seats. We're going to get these other teams set up, and we're going to have more League of Legends for you.
Mitt Romney style. Romney style. I got a horse in the Olympics, girl, but I don't even watch him. In and out of tax loopholes, cause I'm so fucking awesome. Bitch, it's Friday night, you know we benefit hopping. Check my spec, you, us consumption. I got distinguished hair and a private jet that flies me way up in the air. Buy and sell your company with so much savoir-faire. I bought a mansion for each one of my 24 heirs. Straight up millionaire. Affluence, extravagance, that's Mitt's. Hey, yeah, that's so Mitt's. Hey, profits, investments, that's Mitt's. Hey, yeah, that's so Mitt's. Hey, you should've liked me cause I got so much money. Mitt Romney style. Romney style. Mitt Romney style. Romney style. Mitt Romney style. Hey, wealthy ladies. Mitt Romney style. Hey, wealthy ladies. Mitt. I'm the VP nominee, your budget I be cutting. I got the eyes and body, so you know I'm gonna be strutting. I'll cut your social safety net, you losers ain't got nothing. Gotta stop, snoozing, start hustling. in Swiss bank accounts. Norris and Eastwood in my vacation house. Talking wine and cheese, mad IV degrees. Baby, baby, I got butlers just to wipe me. You know what I'm saying? Wealthy ladies. Mitt Romney style. Kissing babies. Mitt Romney style. Mitt Romney style.
Skjut någon gång då. Men, skjut!
Är du på internet i alla fall? Du lovar ju.
Fasen också.
Ja, jag måste ladda ner en skitviktig jobbgrej här. Det står bara att tugga.
Jag hör ju fortfarande
Jag vet
matchen.
att vi inte kan vara på
Jag låter honom bara prata på.
Om inte jag får ner den här filen på 15 minuter.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
Gamescom 2012.
XMG.
The world's fastest notebooks take you to the next level. The third generation of Intel Core processors brings much better performance with lower power consumption. The most powerful mobile graphics cards make the XMG notebooks the fastest mobile computers. High-resolution displays with LED backlight, perfect contrasts, brightness, and brilliant colors. Extremely short access times and unlimited multitasking can be achieved with up to 32 gigabytes RAM, super fast SSDs, and hybrid hard drives. THX certified sound systems provide a massive sound experience.
XMG. Order now.
Men gud, det tar ju 100 år att ladda upp de här bilderna. Anton kanske får klara sig utan bebisalbum. Fast i och för sig, Fredrik såg ju ut som Anton när han var liten. Vi kanske kan klistra in hans gamla bilder från 70-talet i ett nytt album bara.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
to show these girls that I own them. Some call me Nikki and some call me Rowman. Skeezer, please, I'm in a beezer. Whoa, Giuseppe's and I need my own sneaker. Sexy, sexy, that's all I do. If you need a bad bitch, let me call up yo. Pumps on and them little mini skirts is out. I see some good girls, I'ma turn them out. Okay, bottle, sip, bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no muzzle. Hey? Bottle, sip, bottle, guzzle. I'm a bad bitch, no muzzle. Let's go.
Makes me
Baby,
Men gud, det tar ju 100 år att ladda upp de här bilderna. Anton kanske får klara sig utan bebisalbum. Fast i och för sig, Fredrik såg ju ut som Anton när han var liten. Vi kanske kan klistra in hans gamla bilder från 70-talet i ett nytt album bara.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
XMG.
Skjut någon gång då. Men, skjut!
Är du på internet i alla fall? Du lovar ju.
Fasen också.
Ja, jag måste ladda ner en skitviktig jobbgrej här. Det står bara och tugga.
Jag hör ju fortfarande matchen. Jag låter honom bara prata på.
Om inte jag får ner den här filen på 15 minuter...
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the DreamHack League of Legends Championship. We're at the start of Group B, and our first match of the day is going to be FNATIC versus CURSE.EU. Let's take a quick look at the schedule, because coming up after that, we are going to have CURSE.EU versus the Mighty Midgets, and FNATIC Raid Call versus the Mighty Midgets. Without further ado, I'd like to bring out our two teams. Please give it up for FNATIC and CURSE.EU. Panky, Malunoo, if you please join me. Gentlemen, it's been a while. Not since the EU regional finals have I seen you guys compete. What have you been up to since then?
Training, very hard.
Training very hard. What about you guys?
Training as well.
That's so boring. Not partying, not like coming up with crazy new strategies. You're gonna level 1 dragon in a whole new way?
Yeah, we have tried some stuff, but too risky to use it actually.
Excellent. Well, I was hanging in the back with Tom from Digibet, and he asked me, he was going to give me 5-to-1 odds, whichever team I didn't bet on. So I need to know, why should I bet on Curse?
Because we trained harder.
You got to give me a way more exciting answer than that.
Because they play Jax.
He plays Jax. All right, I'll take it. Why should I bet on FNATIC?
Because we're going to ban Jax.
All right, well, please. Gentlemen, please shake hands. All right, let's get these games underway. I'm going to give it over to Quickshot and Panky. Gentlemen, it's all you now.
Jack's ban. I don't think that was a surprise anyway. Angush played nothing but that for the last 3 months or something crazy.
Yep, so true, so true. I've had the pleasure of watching him play Jax, and it's amazing. But we'll see what he's going to play if Jax actually gets banned out. This is Group B, game number 1, FNATIC Raid Call taking on CURSE.EU. And this is the first of 3 games that we are going to be seeing in Group B before we have a look at who our BYOC tournaments, teams are, rather. And of course, CURSE.EU a little close to your heart, eh, Panky?
They are. I've been living with them for the last 6 months, but I don't know. I don't want to give it to either side. This FNATIC's been boot camping the last couple of weeks as well. Those guys are training hard, then had a boot camp, and they beat Curse at Gamescom sort of thing. So that was a big tournament to knock Curse down on. So yeah, Curse are here looking for revenge, but FNATIC have shown they can do it.
Yeah, that is true. Keep in mind, they are coming into the tournament with a brand new AD player. They've been trying out different players over the last couple of months, really. I mean, 2 months at least. And they have decided to bring in Reckles. I'll have to double check with him if it's Reckless or Reckles. I'm sure he'll correct us in chat very, very shortly. But I'll tell you what, while we've got a little bit of time to kill, why don't we have a look at the BYOC bracket and see which teams are performing and see if we recognize any names.
First straight up, top of the bracket, straight through from seed number 1, Copenhagen Wolves. They are there, that we heard about them earlier, and they are going strong. Still there at the first quarterfinals round, waiting for an opponent. As we scroll down the rest of the page, these are names that don't exactly spring out to me. I don't know them, but
no, nor do I.
There's not to say that there are some players in there that we may know later on. So we'll see if they get to later rounds, what kind of roster rundowns we can get from those guys. But certainly making his way through a couple of quarterfinal opponents in there. Lowland Lions still struggling here, just outside the quarterfinals, so they're still playing their next game. We'll see if they get down here to meet Navalud.
Navalud works for me. What we'll do is we'll probably be able to check up on this again either after the first or the second game of the tournament. We'll give you guys an update to see if any big name players have actually made it through and qualified, because remember, 2 teams from the BYOC tournament will be taking place. One, of course, in Group A, one in Group B, and we will be getting the teams sorted out and set up on stage to play. So we do have all 10 players in the game. And just letting them know that we are ready to go. Apparently, we pronounce the nickname as Rockless. That is
Rockless.
Reckless. You see, asking the players to be serious and answer a question, it never, ever, ever works out.
Asking FNATIC to be serious and asking a question.
Fair point, fair point.
Or even just in rated, because that was the first response we got, was from in rated. Reckless, ooh. I'm yet to meet a player that will troll harder than in rated, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to this game, this tournament. We've actually had the pleasure of casting both of these teams on LAN before. You know, we've done it together. We managed to watch FNATIC actually picking up a victory at Campus Party Berlin, but that was all the way back in August. So it's many, many months ago. Different roster, different players. And the pressure is on now. The first game of the group, you win this, you go 1-0. There's only 2 more games, and you're that much closer to getting into the playoffs and getting closer to that $50,000, or a chunk of the $50,000 prize money.
Yeah, all the players have called ready now, so we should get in this Champions League any second. You can see them all there sitting on the stage, of course, setting up, ready. All almost done. Curse just chatting amongst themselves, but they should be fine.
And we've got to give a shout out to the sponsors. We have to say how awesome this tournament has been. It has been really, really great to do. The laptops have been amazing. XMG have just put together some amazing, amazing rigs and hardware. And of course, SteelSeries putting a lot of money in for the event and whatnot. So it's looking really, really good. So we into the bans and picks. CURSE.EU have first pick, first ban. And I want to know, because we've got a pretty busy crowd here, who here is cheering for Curse? That's not bad, that's not bad. That's a little...
Better than it was in Poland.
It's a little bit more volume than I was looking for. Now I want to know who here is cheering for FNATIC. And I get the feeling that, Swedish venue, Swedish team organization, as it were. Do you think that has something to do with it?
Maybe. Malunoo is Swedish as well, though. We've got a little bit of blood mixed in there.
Oh, there we go. Mug blood, as it were, So bans and picks are underway. FNATIC did not disappoint. They have banned out Jax. They have also banned Sona. Over on the other side, Leeson, Olaf, and Zyra. And I definitely get the feeling that they were watching some of the cups earlier this week.
Yeah, Zyra, one of the first people to play her in a support role was in rated. And he's still been doing it, and he's been doing it very, very well for a long, long time now. So, yeah, makes sense that Curse banned that out straight off the bat. They've also taken away that Olaf, no kind of lane switch shenanigans going on there. We saw FNATIC doing that earlier in the week.
Yep.
Doing very well. And that alone, that final ban from FNATIC, Diana taken off the table. Extinct, yes, he plays a phenomenal Diana. Loves the champion, can play her against anything. But strongest matchup for Diana is against Orianna. Orianna's open because of that ban. Curse do have first pick though. There's other champions that they probably want to pick. There's a massive roster of viable, strong champions there. FNATIC slightly gambling here. Do they want to give up this Orianna when her direct counter has been taken off the table? Or are they hoping to get it themselves and have that safety?
Well, I'm pretty sure Curse are discussing this exact same thing right now. They're talking about who they're going to lock in, what they want to pick. We've seen Ezreal played in every single game we've casted thus far. He has not been banned as of yet. However, in terms of AD carries that have faced off against him, if I recall correctly, it was Corki, followed by Graves, followed by Vayne. So, you know, we've seen a number of different ones, and this is something interesting. We've seen Xin Zhao banned out in every single one of the games prior to this, or at least, you know, 2 of them of the 3, and now instantly locked in, and I see a very sheepish grin on your face. What do you know that I don't?
I just know that Curse have been training a lot. There's nothing more to say than that, but we saw Snoopeh. Malunoo was solo queuing earlier when they first arrived. Snoopeh wanders up behind Malunoo and said, "Oh, Xin Zhao. I don't play Xin Zhao. Do you? Do you play him much, or is this just for fun in solo queue?" Malunoo's response was, "Never played him before." I don't think I've seen him play anyone else for the last 3 days. So we'll see. We'll see whether FNATIC know this. We'll see whether FNATIC are ready for this. They've certainly got a couple of strategies in mind, I'd imagine. I mean, it's been played, yes, it's been Zhao played, but it's not been in secret scrims, it's not been hidden rooms. He's been doing it in tournaments, he's been doing it in it's public knowledge. Everyone can see that Malunoo's been playing this. But so has Angush. That's still not deciding where it's going to go. It could go to top lane as well. So FNATIC have to make a little gamble on that, and they've gone with SuperAZE's Jace. SuperAZE was the first guy to really make an impact on Jace before everyone picked it up. And they've got him again.
Yeah, exactly. And if I recall correctly, wasn't it SuperAZE playing Jace that actually knocked Curse out of the regionals in that first game? That first series.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, and my memory is terrible, but I think it was SuperAZE's Jace that led FNATIC. You know, it put them in a position where they could win the games, and they've given it to him again. And exactly as you predicted right at the beginning of the matchup, said, look, Orianna there, available for selection. Do they want to pick it? Do they actually want to take that champion or not? And it's been locked in. You know, it's been sitting there, so Pekka is going to be running around with it. And I noticed a few extra vowels on the FNATIC members' names, having a bit of fun with their nicknames. At least Curse are playing this one seriously.
Right to do. Yeah, we're just going to ignore those. We know these guys' names. We're going to go with it and stick it as it is. As there is our bottom lane lock-in from Curse, Lulu Corki. I mean, there was a time, a long time back, when Extinct would play Lulu in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That was pre-nerfs to Deathfire Grasp, though. I'm not really sure she's quite so viable anymore. But they could be springing it on us, bringing it out as a complete surprise again. We'll wait and see. More than likely, though, she's going to be in that bottom lane support. She doesn't need the AP damage. You don't need that from her. There's better choices now. And if you mix her in with Xin Zhao, it's a brilliant combo. You can, of course, Xin charges in onto a target, knocks all the tanky guys away from it. They come back in. Lulu knocks them all up again. Gives him plenty of health back from the damage he's taken at the time. He's sticking onto his target and has knocked him up as well himself. So that's a great combo in just those 2 champions.
And this is something I'm very excited to see actually being played. Earlier this week, we had the pleasure of watching an 11-minute match as FNATIC managed to pick up an immense level 1 fight. It was full on, 5 versus 5. They managed to pick up 2 kills on a Vayne and give an assist to her. So a 3-0 after 2 minutes. Then proceeded to pick up another 2 kills, picking up an early blue buff as well. So Vayne was 4-0-1 by the 5-minute mark with Zeal and Ninja Tab by, and it was insane.
It was brutal as well.
But Reckless was comboed with Zyra.
Yes.
And Zyra was banned out. I feel that Curse have obviously done their research. They've watched the game. They've seen, okay, look, we see what Reckless and Enrated are doing in this bottom lane. But he still feels confident enough to go with Vayne. And I want to see who they're going to put as a support, who they're going to feel is strong enough to protect Vayne in this lane setup.
They're hovering. They're hovering over Blitzcrank. If that stays, that's an AP Lulu. If this stays, it's even more interesting because it's another champion which was seemingly taken out of the pool when the Deathfire Grasp was nerfed. But it is. Angush has picked Extinct mid lane. It's going to be an Evelyn. We saw Alex Hitch play it on Monday. Play it to phenomenal effect. Can Extinct do the same thing? He is up against Orianna this time around. She's not so hard to bully out of lane. She can push back just as well. If you're going to roam up against her, she's not too bad at following you because she's got that move speed buff herself and the shield to help out anyone when she finally arrives. Does open up, however, the likelihood of Blitzcrank in return for FNATIC. They've still got that option to go with. They can bring it in there. But ultimately, the Curse lineup has been rounded out, and we do now know where Xin Zhao's going. Xin Zhao's going into the jungle. SuperAZE has picked up that Shen. That's going to go to Angush, and it will go into the top lane. And, well, okay, Evelyn's in, Xiao's in. We mentioned before how strong he is earlier on. Early levels, before Eve starts to get some damage up, some ability powers, and the roaming ability, Orianna's going to beat her.
Yep.
I think we're going to see a lot of attention into this mid lane from Xin Xiao.
Yeah, there has to be. Because if you can start a snowball on Eve, she's one of the champions that snowballs even harder than most. You get an early Deathfire Grasp, early Abyssal Scepter, and you combine all of the abilities together. DFG into Agony's Embrace, into Hate Spike, and it literally deletes somebody. It is the equivalent of flicking them off the map because they're gone. And we've seen it earlier this week. The damage that comes out is huge, even with the nerfs. This is the thing that you need to keep in mind. Some numbers have been tweaked, DFG has been tweaked, but even with all of that, the full combo together, it still melts people's faces.
Yeah, and in 15 seconds, these guys are going to get underway, and we'll find out exactly how that does shape up. One thing I see here, Cyanide on Cho'Gath. Now, we mentioned Cho'Gath, Jungle Cho'Gath is something we saw Snoopeh do earlier, something we've seen a couple of other guys do. Cyanide, that's not one of the champions I normally associate with him.
No,
I mean, he's a very strong jungler. We've seen him steal Baron. Like, I don't think I've seen anyone steal any more Barons or Dragons or objectives like that than Cyanide.
Yeah.
Cho'Gath's great to do that with, but I mean, he normally just does it with a straight-up smite. I'm interested to see what we'll see from this, and of course, up against Xin Xiao, Cho's not the best if he gets invaded upon, especially from someone with such early.
That's for sure, that's for sure. But the thing that is nice about this composition as well, when you look at the rest of the champions, you combine the acceleration gate in conjunction with the dissonance from Orianna, and that without even having a Shurelya's Reverie on the team, you've got this immense initiation or counter-initiation ability at your disposal. If you get into a position where you need to either run away with the tail between your legs or you need to dive onto somebody, it works. Combine all of that with Vayne's chasing ability, and it's a really, really scary group. So both squads, both compositions are very powerful. We're into the loading screen. We need to look at champion skins. And, three skinless and two skins aside. Where do you put your money, Pax?
It's got to be with FNATIC. There's Gentleman Cho'Gath and Boom Boom Blitzcrank we've seen. That's all you need. Even if Curse all 5 had skins, none of those champions have skins strong enough to beat that combo.
But come on, he's Earth Rider Corki. He tosses out spatulas. How are you meant to defeat the Earth Rider Corki?
With a cup of fine wine and some cheese, as Gentleman Cho'Gath shows us. But we are into game. This is going to be CURSE.EU versus FNATIC for the first game in Group B, arguably the most hotly contested game in this group. And just before we get things started, let's get some more noise out of the crowd. Give us a cheer, guys.
That is what we like to hear. That is what we're here for. Dreamhack Winter, the League of Legends Championships. 330,000 Swedish krona on the line. $50,000 in total. It's a little bit of money.
It's a little bit of money. It'd be nice to go home from Sweden with that, especially as CitizenWayne mentioned earlier, how expensive alcohol is here in Sweden. It would be nice to go home with some money in your pocket.
Some drinking money for the celebration parties. We do have a momentary pause here. There is a sound issue for Panky at the moment, so they're going to quickly go over and check his headphones, check the headsets, which are soundproof headsets as well. Yep. We were doing some sound tests earlier today and this morning, and we were instructed to yell as loud as we could. And yeah, members of the admin team, members of Riot, they all had the headsets in, and they can't even hear me screaming, so they're pretty kick-ass headsets.
Yeah, they can make sure they can't hear a word we're saying. That is the beauty of playing on live and playing at a venue with these loudspeakers for an awesome crowd. But yes, problem should be sorted and out of the way. So whatever the issue may be, we want to make sure Panky in that zone, in the zone. Feels like he's back in his bedroom just playing a video game as if he ever was before. That's the comfort. That's what these guys are trained with.
I like that. The bedroom in front of 1,100 people. A little bit daunting, but nevertheless, we can see the admins, they are over with Panky at the moment, so hopefully they are resolving this issue very, very quickly. We've looked at the compositions, we looked at the matchups. We know early Orianna is probably going to do well against Eve. If Eve starts roaming and picking up kills, can swing things back in their favor. The top lane, Shen versus Jace. I have seen it go either way. I have seen Shen's been able to stomp over Jace's, and I've seen Jace's been able to get an early advantage and just convert all of that hammer form damage into kills and roll away with it. Where would you put your money if you had to be a betting man?
If I had to be a betting man right now, my money would honestly go with FNATIC. They have a more standardized team comp in this. They've got that Vayne. They've got a massive Cho'Gath to get in the way of everything. They've got Orianna, who is amazing in this current state of the game. Blitzcrank then to grab someone out of position, and that's going to be huge. When they can win or when their comp looks stronger in an ordinary 5v5 fight, if you can grab someone out of position and blow them up, then you have a 5v4 fight, your comp's going to look even better. And of course they have Jace then for a little bit of poke on the backside, and it's SuperAZE is Jace, as we mentioned before, so arguably one of the best in the game right now. But Curse, a little bit out of the ordinary, as I say, a little bit out of the normal meta. Maybe that's what it takes to beat something that looks this solid.
Yeah, that's true as well. The other side of the coin, you know, if you get a Xin Zhao caught or a Shen caught in that Blitzcrank rocket grab, they're just going to taunt or they're going to land the Crescent Strike, and you've given them a free initiation. So nevertheless, before we start theory crafting this any further, the pause has been run down. We're going to jump back into the game. And we can see FNATIC roaming down towards the lower half of the map. This is something that we've seen several times in the past, in fact, especially this last week. FNATIC being a little bit more adventurous. Oh, where did we see this strategy?
Yeah, I do remember this one. I want to say Moscow 5.
Correct. And if I recall correctly, it was done originally with a Corki as well.
Yes, Corki Valkyrie over.
Corki Valkyrie over, puts yourself in a position. But nevertheless, this time around, there's no one there. So a little bit of vision. Both teams moving as a full cohesive unit. A little bit of an invade here from FNATIC. So I don't know if they're going to just steal this red buff and run away, or if they're going to set up for a kill. No, instead, just a ward. So at 1 minute 20, it allows you to know all the way up to 4 minutes 20 when that red buff is going to be there. And both middle and top lanes are recalling. But look at the ward placements from Curse. Really, really deep. Top tri-bush as well as the interlink between Wraith and mid lane. And it's just going to give so much information about when Cho'Gath is moving for his red. And oh, this is scary.
And Reti's coming up behind Angush and Malunoo. They're in the enemy jungle. He missed the grab on Angush behind the red buff. That would have been a sure kill onto Angush if that had landed, but then Reti just a little bit too far to the left. Couldn't quite land it. As it is, Malunoo gets out of there safely. Does stop the invade, but does also force Cho'Gath to start on his red buff now, because it would have taken too much time to get back across to his blue. So it's not unheard of for a Cho'Gath to start here, but he's also started Rupture. That, in combination with the blue, it's going to set him behind a little way.
Yeah, it's definitely going to slow him down. His clear speed is going to be lower. You can see just how much damage he's taken. He has saved his smite though, so that is going to play into his favor when he eventually gets over to the blue buff, but it's a lot of unnecessary damage to have been taken, and all of that from Extinct's vision. He just got into the grass on the left-hand side of the river. He's seen them there, and he immediately said, all right, look, you guys have got to be careful. So it allowed their movement path to be a little bit different. 2 versus 1. Both lanes have the ability to do well, but you've got to feel that SuperAZE should be able to outfarm Shen based on the fact that he has a ranged auto attack.
Yeah, simple as that. That Vorpal Blade from Shen, not quite enough to keep on top of the just general ranged auto attacks that SuperAZE is going to have. So he should start to fall behind, and we need to see some kind of action from Curse to counteract that, whether it be from Malunoo or whether it be very early aggression to take the bottom turret and then swap the lanes back around, or even just straight that, swapping the lanes back around full on. So we'll see what they make and play from it, because Angush is really going to start to suffer the longer this goes on. Malunoo down at his red buffs for the moment, just going to start taking that. He did manage to save his smite on the blue, so it's taking a little bit longer to do that than normal. But at the same time, Cyanide is caught up nicely. He's got his double buff up, done the wolves as well, and it starts to make his way down towards the bottom lane. Going to come in from this tri-bush because Curse are already up under the turret.
Yeah, they're already pushing it as is the nature of 2v1 lanes. And we're going to keep an eye on this farm, because the top lane, there was a lot of poke going down into Angush. He took a lot of damage. Let's see, Rocket grabs Shadow Dash taunts to get away from it, which was quite nice. But the top lane is just going in favor of FNATIC at the moment. Of course, we do see a little bit of a gank in the middle lane. Malunoo is going to jump on. Audacious Strike is going to be able to get 2 of his 3 talent strikes up in the bottom lane. A bit of poke back and forth. SuperAZE and Cyanide trying to set something up, but unfortunately not really able to make anything come of it. Beck is going to be careful now because he has no flash available. Albeit Extinct is low. Malunoo's coming back in. Audacious Charge is available. Decides not to do it. A little bit too close to the tower range. And instead, he's just going to shove the lane down and probably back off into his own jungle again.
Yep, so let's have a look at the CS between the 2 top laners. 6 and 6 at the moment is very, very even again. So SuperAZE trying to fight his turret for this, not pointing out so well. And Rated still not quite landing that perfect grab. Not too much damage down onto Shen, but he has gone through all of his health potions, and of course now has those Vorpal Blades to get a little bit of regen mixed in there as well. You know, that Vorpal Blade and auto attack and keep that all going. So as happy to come back out here now with that hammer, also the cannon form still waiting, but Lulu just darting back up towards him again. She's just, okay, you can come take CS, but I'm going to do some damage to you. He's got 2 points in the Glitter Lance as well, so we can do that damage from a decent bit of range, and then the slow on top of it could catch SuperAZE out of position in a very, very horrible way. Angush is going to swarm back past him. Rated does take a knock up for his trouble. But Malunoo is now hiding up here, as is Cyanide coming up the river. Cyanide going to start into this river but as Curse close in, but it's 2v3. Curse don't know this. Angush takes one more CS and Rated comes up to one side, going to grab onto nothing again. And is that too little too late for Cyanide? He's going to walk away and leave. Curse looks safe.
Yeah, really nicely mitigated there, just sidestepping that rocket grab. And Rated was trying to put himself into a position where he could land the grab and then immediately allow the Rupture to follow afterwards, you know, moving himself closer to Cho'Gath. And he tried to juke, oh, look at that, almost threading the line. One of the tricks with the rocket grab is, of course, to cast it the moment that last creep dies. It flies over the dead body and grabs the unsuspecting champion. Malunoo spent a lot of time in this lane. He's picking up CS, he's leeching some of the experience, and yeah, fair enough, the presence is obviously making an effect on Enrated and Reckless, but they're allowing themselves, take a look, they're going for a dive underneath the tower, audacious charge into Ignite, and Enrated flashes away to safety, unable to land that grab.
It was a nice bit of damage there from Curse as well. Judging the tower range too, so they didn't take too many shots. They get out of there and force Enrated back. But here's what I was expecting. Malunoo goes top for one reason. Didn't get the gank off, he shoved it into turret. Shoving into turret means it's going to start to reset back the other way, and they're not going to miss too much CS. And that means the bottom lane can switch back up into the top. So Creaton and SuperAZE can come up here without missing any of these creeps because they're going to be pushing away from the turret. And down in the bottom lane, this is obviously pushed up the entire time because SuperAZE was locked under his turret. And Shen can go down there without losing too much CS himself. So there's that switch back that we were waiting for. As soon as Malunoo had done a basic clear time and could do it without setting himself too far behind.
Oh, Shockwave in the middle. Extinct is going to eat another command attack. Pekka decides to throw that ultimate out. Still has Ignite available, but needs to get at least one more attack in Dissonance. Let's see how he's actually leveling up his Orianna. Just really quickly. 3 points into attack, 1 into Dissonance. This is something that we've seen out of him earlier in the week as well. I like to just see how Orianna players prefer to level their abilities. If he does... Oh, take a look at this flash. Audacious charge. 1, 2, third knockup. All of a sudden, Agony's Embrace goes down. First blood picked up by Extinct. And what an amazing gank. Flash into the charge, the knockup. It was really, really well played with Malunoo there for assist.
Yeah, it was bluely timed too, just as he used up the last little bit of mana pushing that wave into Extinct. He's like, okay, well, he's going to think I'm based. I've got stealth. I can come back out of it without really revealing myself. I'm low, but I do have my ult, so I'm going to get a massive shield out of this. Burst it down with a quick flash over the wall from Malunoo. Nicely done, and it does result in that first blood and an 800 gold lead for Curse. Now with the lane switched around, let's have a look at this bottom lane. SuperAZE versus Angush, a bit more conventional, but immediately their CS counts start to skyrocket, up from about 10, 15 that they were before to 30 and 33, but ultimately SuperAZE is slightly in the lead, of course, because he's got that range damage he can do to Angush without any return. Angush needs to get a couple of levels up, get a bit of health on him, and then he can start using the Vorpal Blade and his auto attacks to trade back onto SuperAZE like we saw in the previous games with Jax. So you can see just when that point shines on through. But we are going to see a fight in the top lane. Creaton's got the Shen ult coming down onto him, taking him a lot of health. But in Reckles, he does try and tumble away, but a flash taunt coming in from Angush catches him, but he's cleansed the Ignite. Creaton does have to go after the turret to get the last kill, but he's taking a turret shot, taking a second one, and Raty doesn't quite land a grab. Inches away, right on the tip, he escapes. Creaton gets on out of there.
What an amazing play. Absolute max range taunt. Manages to catch Vayne. She instantly cleanses it away. Tries to get out of range, but the taunt for that half a second held Vayne in place so that Corki could get up there, land one more auto attacks. Creaton managed to pick up the kill, and how close was that rocket grab? Great play. Curse 2-0 up. Extend their lead to 1,000 gold. And it looks like we're in for an exciting game.
We are definitely in for an exciting game. I mean, as soon as you see those two names on the bracket, Curse and FNATIC, you know this game's going to be awesome. It's just a case of how do they make it awesome? Now we see it. This is set off to be a great start. Pekka going to go off and grab himself this blue buff while Extinct just shoves up his lane towards the mid turret. Still waiting for Enrated to land that perfect grab, but I have a feeling when he does, it's going to lead into something truly special, whether it be dragons, whether it be a Baron, whether it be some kind of ace, whatever. It's going to be big.
Yeah, that is for sure. I want to keep a close eye on Pekka and how he's going to be playing this Orianna. When we had the pleasure of watching him a little while ago, he opted to go Ionian Boots of Lucidity and get that command attack down to a 1.8 second cooldown. Valkyrie away from the rocket grab. Really, really well played there by Creaton. Just waiting for it to come up, waiting for the time to cast his ability. And yeah, 1.8 seconds on an ability with some ability power, max rank, I think it's 180 base damage. It becomes really, really hard to get around that. And especially if you've got mana, blue buff, things like that. So 11,600 gold, 2-0 up. Rated taking a little bit of damage from Phosphorus Bomb, just barely misses the tail of Creaton. And They're not really working out. Bottom lane, tower dive going down. Actually, a little bit of pressure onto this tower. SuperAZE is going to find himself in some trouble. Knocks back immediately as Agony's Embrace comes down. Extinct now decides Audacious Charge. 1, 2, third knockup was going to come in. Eve actually gets the kill now. Cyanide's going to be very, very careful. This is 3 versus 1. Shockwave goes down after Command Protect. Now he's going to turn his attention to Extinct. The Feast plus tower hit picks it up. Peke wants to find Angush. Ignite is ticking down, but so is the Potion. Command Attack picks up the second kill for FNATIC. All of a sudden, 3-2. Malunoo sidesteps the Rupture. Continues running. Can he get away? Red buff is ticking. Cyanide wants blood, but he does not have Feast. Another Rupture and Feral Scream may be enough. Catches him. Is going to attack. Command Protect comes down from Oriana, and the Dissonance picks up the third kill. All of a sudden, on the back of a 3 versus 1 tower dive, Peke and Cyanide even up the kills. 3-3. Gold is even. I love it that the crowd is screaming.
It's phenomenal. You cannot write FNATIC out. That's what they just turn around and do. Nice dive by Curse, but it backfired because the rest of FNATIC just showed up on the last second. That Cho'Gath coming in there, feasting onto Extinct, allowing the one tower shot to execute him. Knock up, not quite landing, but it cut off an escape route. He stopped them going back past the turret. That forced them back into the FNATIC jungle where Oriana was waiting. And as a result, we're now 3-3 on the kills, and even in the gold score again. Slight downside on the fact that Evelyn did get 2 kills, did get 1 of the kills, therefore has 2 in total for Curse. Yes, Oriana is the same, but Oriana's not going to be roaming around and executing people quite like Extinct is. You need to keep those kills off of Extinct in these early games, otherwise he's really going to start to punish you. And the way the top lane is shaping up at the moment, I have a feeling he could end up there soon for a dive, because the FNATIC guys are having a little bit of an issue against Creaton and SuperAZE.
Yeah, take a look at the CS. There's already a 20 CS difference between these two. So, you know, already you've got a matter of, you know, a big 400 gold difference. Look at the damage onto Reckless. Rocket Grab just barely missing there. And, you know, it's just a bit of a bother when you consider Vayne needs to get items, needs to get farm, and needs to bring herself into the game. On the flip side, if you can survive long enough, you know that Vayne will. Eventually, there will be a point where Reckless is just going to, you know, go over that edge, go over the tip, and become a carry that is to be feared.
He's waiting, he's currently farming. What's he building? At the moment, he's just got 2 Dorans and a Cloth Armor. Suspect about being Ninja Tabby shortly. There is a Phage complete on Creaton. He hasn't got his boots, and here is exactly what I asked for. Extinct coming out towards the top lane. He's into that Tribush, but so is Peke. Now spots Peke. The burst is going down to that, but Lulu's gone under the turret. SuperAZE does get the knockup down on Rated. He's very low, but he's on his way out. Both of the members of Curse have to get off because of the turret tank. Extinct is now here in a horrible position because he couldn't finish off Peke, and Cyanide's come to join him. He flashes away from that knockup, but the Shenol's coming in, going to bring Angush in to join them. The Shockwave brings him back in. Angush actually had his teleport cancelled, so now Extinct has been slowed, and he's on his own. That knockup's not quite going to land. He's going to still quite run in towards the mid lane. Trying to dart around the top side. He's been silenced. He's not going to go into stealth, and the red buff is ticking. It will be enough. Peke picks up the 4th kill for FNATIC.
And I tell you something, what an amazing game. You can hear the crowd on the edge of their seat, the bottom lane. Shadow Dash Taunt is going to pick it up. Ignite is actually ticking. SuperAZE knocks Angush away, swapped over to the Mercury Hammer form. If he can get back to his crossbow form or range form, he can at least get the acceleration gate up. But Angush decides not to chase. 4-3, gold is as close as it's going to be. Malunoo's sort of resetting this lane a little bit, just letting both of the creeps meet in the middle, picking up all of that CS and getting himself closer to a few more items. And this is the game that we wanted to see. This is the matchup. Because remember, this is game 1. This is best of 1 in the group. If you pick up a victory, you go 1-0, and you're that much closer to the semi-finals.
I just want to go back to that play in the top lane. I loved how FNATIC handled that. It's like, okay, so they've got an Evelyn, so he's going to want to roam, he's going to want to do some crazy techniques. Our top lane, our Reckles, our Enrated, our AD carry and our support, getting a bit of bullied and under that turret with a little bit of pressure. Curse have put a lot of rocket damage down. They're really pushing through these waves and getting damage out onto our carry and our support. They're low. They're in dive range. We can see Evelyn in mid, but she's stealthed a little bit and now she's vanished. Well, let's send Peke straight up there in the chance that Evelyn might be up there. If not, she's got movement speed buff. Maybe we can land a grab and we can get a kill ourselves. It was there. Extinct went up there. Peke was waiting. It turned well into FNATIC's favor.
And it was really well played. The thing that was amazing there as well, imagine how much different that situation would have been had Shen been able to complete his ultimate. Had Shen been able to teleport up to Extinct and be there to be a presence, you know, to be feared, to get the taunt out, it could have swung things in their favor. Now we see 4 members of FNATIC on the Dragon. This is a 14.5-minute Dragon, a little bit slower than what we have been seeing. And they pick it up. So this is the first time we've seen I use the term very loosely, a noticeable gold lead, but 1,000 gold is really not a lot at the moment. Zinzao has finished his Wriggles Lantern, going to be moving around. That'll help him clear out the jungle a little bit quicker. SuperAZE sitting at the top lane along with Corky there, and Creaton's going to come in. They're going to try to chase him down. Decent damage from that shock blast and the acceleration shock blast combo. But yeah, all of a sudden, you know, this game is on. There's no clear advantage in either of these lanes, and the plays have already been very exciting.
Yeah, we do have a slight CS advantage in the AD carrying for Corky, but he is now 2v1 again. He is against Jace, and Records is starting to hit that point now where he will be able to 1v1 Angush if Angush is not careful. We'll be able to burst him down and go straight for his health if he lands a good condemn. We'll see how Angush does sort this one out. He's got a lot of armor on Records though, so if he does get taunted and start taking some damage from Shed, a lot of that is magic, and he's got the red buff, so he will take a lot of damage in return. So we'll see if Malunoo in fact makes any kind of impact on play down there with any kind of gank play. Top lane just as it was when they were down in the bottom half, so is getting pressured right underneath this turret very, very hard. And gonna lose a lot of these creeps, and gonna lose a lot of health in this turret too. It does look like Creaton SuperAZE wants to kill it completely. So with a couple more waves, that might just happen. But Rated Records have done the same in the bottom lane. They picked up the first turret kill of the game, and that goes to FNATIC.
Yeah, really nicely done. So 1 dragon and 1 tower to their name. They've extended that gold lead just a little bit. It's not really anything just yet. Cyanide running around with Oracle's Elixir. On the flip side, there is nothing for Malunoo. He still does not have that Oracle. So vision advantage goes to FNATIC right now, at least for the next few minutes. SuperAZE has decided to jump onto SuperAZE and is lost in the trade. Now with Cyanide joining the party, Rupture goes down, but it doesn't get the right person. Ignite is ticking. Shen has decided to stand United in. Acceleration plus shock blows. It's not going to be enough to pick up the kill though. And that gank immediately turns around. We now have 4 members of Curse up in this top lane. And you definitely feel like they're going to shove this tower down.
They are, but at the same time, FNATIC going to ram mid, and they're doing a lot of damage to this. Peke and Records and Rated tearing through this turret, ripping it off brick by brick. They do manage to finish it off. Actually, before Curse get the top turret, they did just leave Angush up there, and FNATIC now 2-1 in the general turret game, have a 2,000 gold lead because of that global goal. Malunoo's off here to one side, preying on Peke, but if he did go in onto that, there's a lot of members of FNATIC still around this mid lane. They do double ward this bush though, a little bit of miscommunication, but there's no oracles yet on Curse, so they're going to stay there for quite a while. And maybe 2 wards on top of each other should reveal stealth.
There we go. I hope Riot's listening. This is our contribution to the next update. But there's something to point out as well. Take a look at the vision actually on the bottom of your map. You can see a number of wards for both sides. FNATIC had some really, really good dragon vision up, obviously because they were pushing that Drake at the 14-minute mark. Those wards have since expired. But the top lane has been double warded for Curse, as well as 2 wards down on the bottom as well. So really, really good vision for both teams, giving them as much information as possible. And as I mentioned a moment ago, Malunoo still not wearing that Oracle's Elixir. He needs to pick that up. I mean, walking over 2 wards there in their jungle, they have no idea how much information they're feeding FNATIC, and it's just allowing FNATIC to make the right calls because they know when people are missing and they know where they could be going.
The biggest thing looking at these 2 teams right now, when you can get both on the same screen and see, the fact that Curse against FNATIC, the tankiness of these teams, it's so heavily in FNATIC's favor. There's a lot more health on SuperAZE than there is on Malunoo, for instance. Those are the 2 bruises we got this. Yes, there's a lot of health on Angush, but there's still a lot of health on Cyanide. There's a lot of health on Enrated. Same can't really be said about SuperAZE. I think if I find Oriana, even Peke is tankier than Extinct. So there's a lot of AoE damage here from FNATIC with the likes of Enrated's ult, Peke's ult, just any kind of Peke damage. The shock blast coming out from SuperAZE, and then Vayne's just going to be there to mop up every little bit of health you've got left. Curse don't have that much initial health to survive that burst, and Vayne will only need 1 or 2 attacks to do it. But Enrated finally lands a grab onto SuperAZE, and it does result in a very, very quick burst of damage onto him in the mid lane. But he's not quite falling down yet. The Ignite does tick down and finish him off, but Extinct was there in return. They managed to pick up Peke. Now they're going to switch on and pick up SuperAZE, but Enrated's been slowed by the Fate Proc from Creaton. Extinct going to flash forward with some more hate spikes. He's going to try and pick up the next kill. He's still silenced though. Now he can get the hate spikes out. There's a quick slow as well. Enrated does grab him off of the knockup though. He's going to get feasted by Cho. Died to the turret. Cyanide has now been leapt on by Malunoo and Angush. They're going to keep chasing him under this tier 2 turret. Another rocket will finally result in the execute from Malunoo. But Records is showing up. He's trying to take Zin very low, but there's the Shen for the shield. Creaton trying to chase Records under this turret. He's stealth. He's gone around the backside. Creaton taking a lot of turret damage though. Records hiding in this bush. Is he going to pick up the kill? He does! Wow! Records somehow pulling that off with the Silver Bolt true damage. Creaton a little bit too deep. Didn't have the mana for an ability to phosphorus bomb onto that bush. Took too many shots without vision of Records. And paid the price.
Immediately, that was so amazing from Records. He's sitting in the bush, he prevented vision, he applied the first auto attack, the second that he was about to get shot, the second that Creaton was hovering over his character model, he tumbled to the right, applied the secondary one. Then all of a sudden, Creaton tried to right-click on Vayne. He lost him again because he jumped back into the grass. Great positional play, great kill. And, you know, it looked good for FNATIC initially, then it looked great for Curse, and all of a sudden, just the overcommitment, diving past 2 towers with, you know, level 12, level 13 characters, it cost them more kills than it needed to. FNATIC still hold the gold lead, but kill score is now even, and yeah, this is just getting better and better.
Reckles in a very precarious position. The Valkyrie over the wall comes in from Creaton. He's going to get stunned up. The SuperAZE on this far side. The cleanse already been used by Reckles, so the slow's not going to go through. Going to pop that ultimate for the movement speed and try and run back to his team. Does make it out of there, but FNATIC now still have to be very careful. If they take this fight, they're going to be on the back foot. They don't have a proper AD carrying this. Malunoo will dash off of that knockup, but he doesn't have the support of his team. Shockwave comes out, takes Curse very low. Grab on Malunoo! Max range down into the banana bush. Does result in a very quick kill for FNATIC, and suddenly this fight is back in their favor, and the dragon is alive. Curse have to disengage. Good slow from SuperAZE does keep them all off on the back foot, but FNATIC should be able to pick up the second dragon of the game.
And that was the engagement we were talking about. Acceleration gate into dissonance, and that immediately falls through. Crowd cheering for the ward kill. It's been a little while since we've heard that one. Second dragon of the game goes down, and FNATIC extend their gold lead once again. Really big play. Malunoo still has not picked up an Oracle's Elixir. I'm just quickly taking a look to the previous ones. No Oracles yet. And you got to think to yourself, with all this vision that FNATIC have, at what point do Curse go, look, we need to start clearing these wards out?
There's a lot on the map for FNATIC at the moment. That grab for him right on the edge, full max range. But he has given Peke double buff from it as well. He's got that blue, he's got that red buff. We're now going to see Cho go in and take his red as well. Still got that Oracles up on Cyanide. He's going to be able to clear up plenty of wards and place one in the back of the Baron pit. Right at the 21-minute mark. That's kind of when we start looking for these things. But we'll see, we've got a while yet. Rated does spot that will get placed. They have seen Angush. He's actually in the enemy jungle. Very precarious position. He's completely surrounded by FNATIC, but they're not going to come in and go for him. Standing on top of a pink ward as well. You do see push from Curse now coming up to this mid lane, but then Rated and SuperAZE are here trying to defend it with a quick ult from Rated and a shock blast from SuperAZE. They do clear out the minion waves. Angush though silenced by Cyanide coming into Tway and try and steal this red buff. Just being annoying, but as soon as Reckles turns on and gives him some attention, changes his mind. Has taunt over into Baron though, as Peke shows up just to warn him that he's there.
Well, this is something I want to point out. Take a look at Extinct's build. He's opted to go Rylai's Crystal Scepter first, obviously getting that additional HP because he was falling a little bit behind in lane. Took a lot of damage from Peke's Orianna, was not trading evenly in those bursts, so he had to pick up that additional HP statistic. Now, the slow is going to be very powerful for his hate spike. It's on a very low cooldown. It's going to be able to keep people in place. But, oh, take a look at this. Extinct eats an attack and a dissonance. No shockwave from Peke this time. I thought they were going to risk it, but decided not to. And it's not the same bursty DFG build that we've seen Alex using earlier in the week to such great effect. And you're going to wonder, maybe that would have been a more effective build.
Yeah, it's not exactly burst friendly, as you say. It is slow, sustained, stick to your target, keep spamming hate spike damage. And can you really afford to go slow, steady damage against a Vayne? He's just going to turn around, auto-attack you back and kill you. So we'll see how that shapes up, see whether it works out, or whether it was, okay, I did bad in lane, this is what I had to do to survive in lane. Now I'm stuck for the team fights, and will that lose this game for Curse? Will they go 0-1 in the group?
And once again, still, there is absolutely no ward removal power on the Curse roster. They moved around, they moved all the way through their jungle. They were poking on Baron, looking to see if anything was there. They placed a ward down there, if I look correctly, yeah, in that area, and FNATIC knew exactly where they were. They knew exactly what they were doing. So, you know, really good play. Now we're going to see Unrated Overdrive's running. Can we land a rocket grab? This is the question. Come on, Protect goes down, and all of a sudden Curse cancel their recalls, decide to stay in this middle lane. And let's just wait for this explosive grab. Unrated is moving up. He's added the few extra vowels to his nickname for this tournament realm. And now we see the siege is on. FNATIC want this tower with Vayne, with Jace. It's going to go take a look, flash into Audacious Charge, immediately condemned backwards. Shockwave only managed to catch 2 members of Curse before the Wild Growth goes down. Malunoo is deleted even through the Wild Growth. They do trade him for SuperAZE though. This has been a good fight for Curse. They've turned the pressure now and FNATIC are on the run. Reckles is trying to do as much damage as he can. Cyanide gets the Rupture down. It slows them. The silence comes out. Vayne picks up the kill onto Eve. Now they're going to carry on running. Somehow finally going down in the background. Orianna's able to pick up 1 onto onto Creaton. It ends up being a 3-for-3 exchange, both jungler and AP mid surviving for, you know, top lane and support, but a bit sloppy from everybody. You know, everybody was all over the place. The teams were running, they split, they didn't focus the same champion, and it wasn't a clearly defined win for either team.
The only thing that worries me right now, I mentioned before how FNATIC are a lot tankier. There's a lot more health on those champions. CURSE could still walk through them and evenly trade, despite FNATIC having a Vayne and having a Cho'Gath for the feast and the true damage. So, off the back of that, if CURSE start building some tank, if CURSE start building some health, and you can't burst through them like before, where FNATIC going to have an issue? Are they going to start getting stuck where, hang on, we've used all our abilities, this worked before, now they've still got health left. I like that initiate from CURSE, the flash charge in from Malunoo. He then took the Shen'o a little bit later than originally planned, but he was stunned at that point and pushed away by Condemn. Wouldn't really change much. Used the knockback, pushing someone in awkward position, and then stuck in there amongst the targets. Shen, of course, then after the teleport, did the same thing. Taunted onto plenty people, and Evelyn, despite the fact, yes, she was just kiting Vayne, she had that slowdown, it allowed her team to catch up. She did die, she did try and die that 1v1 despite kiting away, as I predicted, but her team managed to close in and finish the deal and get the kill onto record.
The thing that was very important as well with that particular engagement is CURSE didn't allow themselves to be the victim of a rocket grab. They prevented the power that Blitzcrank has on the game. Rocket grab goes out, doesn't manage to catch anybody.
There wasn't even anyone there.
And, you know, it completely... Maybe blind grab onto Evelyn, for example, was the thinking. But, you know, they pick up a free tower completely uncontested, undefended by CURSE. And, yeah, I like the decision. I like the call from CURSE to say, look, don't let them siege, don't let them get more than one rocket grab out, and let's take it. But FNATIC have made a much better call, and they've stolen 2 towers away.
That was a beautiful play from FNATIC. They've also got pink wards everywhere at the moment. Look at this. There's 3 on the screen right now. There's finally somewhere to kill them coming out of SuperAZE with his oracles. They will take these down, but it means Extinct's movement is severely limited. Look, I can see him even here in the mid lane. They're not even around here. This is something we saw Alex hit when he played Evelyn at the World Finals, in actual fact. He could just roam around anywhere on the map, get behind his opponents, and then walk up behind them, burst through their AD carry, their AP carry, before anyone knew what was going on and could switch to focusing. This way, FNATIC can see exactly where his Extinct is before the fight starts. They know where he's going to come in from. As soon as he does, they can switch straight onto him, and they're ready for it.
Yeah, and that early game disadvantage that Vayne had is now completely been nullified. 3-2-1 as opposed to the 3-2-5 of Creaton. But the main thing is the CS difference. It is now becoming less and less apparent, less and less important. With 5 towers in your bag, as well as now what's going to be the 3rd dragon, if my math is correct. 8,300 gold to 8,600 gold. Vayne actually has the advantage in this situation. Gonna start finishing that Bloodthirster most likely. A ward kill goes down, a couple of cheers from the crowd for that one. And yeah, just this momentary passage of play that's a little bit slower now. Both teams have the capabilities and the abilities to destroy one another, and it's just gonna be a matter of who missteps first. Who gets out of their comfort and their safety zone, gets caught by a hook, or in the case of CURSE, who gets flash or Daces charged, because it's worked before.
Yeah, we do now have 5,000 gold lead as another ward goes down. There's still plenty of them around that Baron pin lane. They need to clear out some more. Shen's back to split pushing that top lane. AFK farming as he goes. Will come and join the fight as and when he is needed, of course, with that ultimate. But SuperAZE is off hiding in one side now, waiting for this. And Cho'Gath's coming across, and Reckles is coming across. But Angush does not go much further up there. He is ready for it and prepared. The red buff is spawned. Cyanide is down here. Reckles is here as well. Should be giving it a go. Cyanide walking around the backside of that Baron pit. Hasn't planted another one in there yet, so there's still no vision on it for FNATIC. And now they're surrounded in mid lane. We see the ult comes down from Extinct. Does get the slowdown from rated Peke, but he gets grabbed under the turret. Peke will fall. The feast has already gone on to Extinct, but that's not enough. There's no health. There's no damage left there for FNATIC. No. They only had a support and a jungler. The feast has been used, and now CURSE 5v4, that's a big part of the FNATIC team fight, is that Shockwave and the Orianna as a protect. And now they're going to taunt over the wall onto Reckles. Creaton's going to come in, the cleanser has been used, he's going to try and kite it away. Creaton taking a lot of damage, and Rated managed to grab onto nothing all the way through there. Cyanide now being focused down by Malunoo, he's diving under the turret, immediately regrets it, though Reckles is doing so much damage! He does finish Malunoo off on the far side. CURSE have to back away from this. Shouldn't have fought that under the turret at all. SuperAZE still looking to chase for these guys. They've got a lot of health left on him. He's still got a poke though. He's got that brutalizer build. Has got a phage in there. Reckles is back here. Needs to try and be careful. Fighting onto Creaton. Extinct coming in. Needs to get one more hate spike. Does flash away from him. Rated scrap. But SuperAZE leaps in on top to him for the kill. Now they're chasing onto Angush. Does get a knockup, but it's not going to land. And SuperAZE does opt to stop chasing.
Really, really good play there from Reckles. He turned that entire fight around. He has Infinity Edge, he has Phantom Dancer, and he had the red buff. So he committed to a fight, stuck to his targets, knew exactly when he could stay, when he had to disengage. You see him tumbling away from the tower, but still getting close enough to just get that last auto attack off to kill Malunoo. It was really, really well played. All of a sudden, he's looking even stronger now. He does have a Negatron cloak, so we're most likely going to see that becoming a Quicksilver sash. And when you start adding command attack, oh, almost getting there, almost in range of Angush, but he manages to recall just in time. And you know what looked like was going to turn into a Baron for Curse ends up being a teamfight victory for FNATIC. They've now got the kill lead as well, and that Vayne is looking even scarier.
Yeah, they stayed way too long under that turret, took too much damage from it and then Reckles combined, allowing FNATIC to take that fight, and worst of all, giving Reckles and giving FNATIC more kills. You don't want to snowball that Vayne. She's the late game carry we all talked about, and they're giving her that late game even sooner. So Curse, yeah, okay, they're not quite out of this yet. They've been this far down, 5,000 gold for a long time, and they were still doing well in these fights. But if they do it under a turret again, they give Vayne 2-3 more kills in this next fight. It's just a matter of time before she gets that triple and completely gets something.
Take a look at N-Rater's position. He wants to try and snare somebody, but if he pulls anybody with a rocket grab, it's not going to be ideal. Command Protect goes into Cyanide. He's going to try chase. Rupture goes down. Doesn't manage to catch anybody. Been caught in the bush, so they're going to carry on taking it out eventually. Going to give the goal to SuperAZE, and the crowd erupts in cheer. It's a repeat of the Season 2 World Finals. And we're going to carry on seeing... It's just this moment where FNATIC are trying to set something up. They're trying to catch somebody with Blitzcrank. That's what they want as their big opener. Now, huge burst from the Shock Blast goes out. Creaton loses about 20% of his HP. And I see Cyanide moving around. The Oracle's elixirs are ticking. SuperAZE still has that one running for, that he has had for the last 10 or so minutes, removing all of those wards, and now we're going to see the engagement. Malunoo's going to carry on chasing. Shock Blast into SuperAZE and Creaton. FNATIC are split. They cannot afford to get engaged here. Enrated's going to manage to pull a rocket grab onto a creep. Rupture goes down, knocks up both Shen and Xin Zhao, but that's not what you want. The burst was huge into Creaton. He Valkyries away from the shockwave. Curse now on the back foot. Curse are running away from this one. They realize they've lost a lot of damage there from the long-range poke of Jason. Enrated is trying to get in range. Can he land the rocket grab? Takes one step back, and it was just on the tails of Evelyn. Her high-heeled shoes are getting her out of range quick enough, and we're going to ask you, how on earth does she do it?
FNATIC, okay, it wasn't a true fight, but it put them in a great position. They did a lot of damage to Curse, and now Angush has revealed himself behind them, and Ratey's going to chase him down. There's a lot of move speed, but he's going to dash over the wall to the blue for the escape on the grab, but he's not out of the water yet. Cyanide is still chasing down onto him. Will not keep that going, though, as the rest of FNATIC have called him back towards that banana bush and up towards that mid lane. So they did manage to grab that turret in the mid lane, nicely done from there, but chasing onto Angush was possibly not the best decision. Now they're going on to Extinct. They're standing on a pink ward. Then Rated, can you grab this next one? He's got a lot of movement speed in for this. Does land the grab! FNATIC, they're going to get the shield onto Extinct, but Shen's not going to get there in time. Extinct is down, gets a little bit of damage out, but the shockwave hits SuperAZE and Malunoo. They're both going very low. Malunoo gets a knock up and a knock back. Angush is taunting onto Reckles, but it isn't going to be enough. They're taking down very low. Cho'Gath's going to switch back onto him and help with the kill. And Rated missing another grab, but Creaton going to flash away. Peke this whole time has been chasing onto Malunoo. He dashed onto the race to get a little bit of distance between them, but he's still chasing it down. The movement speed's going to come out from Peke. Can he land the command attack? Not quite. Has he getting range for an auto attack? Malunoo coming around one side. Still dodging. Dashes back in. There's a bit of a heal, but he's going to fall.
That was an awesome chase. He delayed Pekka from it. He's getting up to the Baron and helping the rest of his team. But that was an awesome team fight. That was the rocket grab we were talking about. That was the moment that swings the entire game. All of a sudden, from a matchup being super even and super tight, FNATIC increased their gold distance by 9,000 gold. They now have the Baron buff. They've got all that regen, and we're going to see how many items get picked up. Keep in mind, all of that initiation and counter initiation on the back of the dissonance on the floor and the acceleration blast, acceleration gate rather, is going to get increased even further because Ashurelia's Revery's just been picked up by Blitzcrank. So all of those movement speed items combined means they can jump onto somebody and stick to that person, even through the slow of the hate spike Raleigh Scepter.
Honestly, I think that's it. I don't think Curse can come back from this now. Enrated are too strong. They had that late game team. They're up by 10,000 gold. They have a Baron buff to play with for the next 4 minutes. Vayne, yeah, she's only 4-2 and 4. He already carries 4-2 and 5, but it's Corki v Vayne. Vayne's going to win that late game fight over and over again. So Curse are going to have to pull out something special for this. They're going to have to either catch someone on FNATIC out of position, or they're just going to have to somehow truly make a team fight work. But I do not see FNATIC screwing up quite like that. They're going to grab themselves a 4th dragon, and then use this Baron and inevitably probably push for the kill.
And look at all of the itemization here. You've got Negatron Cloak on Jace. You've got Negatron Cloak on Cho'Gath. You've got Negatron Cloak and Catalyst the Protector on Vayne. Reckles is deciding to go for a Banshee's Veil, which is an item we don't see very often at the pro scene, but it can make a lot of sense. If Eve wants to open up, Extinct wants to go in there with the Agony's Embrace and use that as the opening gambit, or an Audacious Charge from Zinzao, it's going to be completely mitigated. So Fnatic have decided to go in. Shock Blast comes out. Rocket Grab just slides past the tail of Malunoo. They're going to put as much damage down to this inhibitor as they can, but Reckles has got short range and he's not willing to overcommit. You can see him being a bit hesitant about his positional play. He doesn't want to go further than he needs to. That little ball is out. Command, attack, dissonance. That's going to be the movement speed debuff if anybody steps in it. Now that the creep waves are here on the rest of Fnatic, half the inhibitor HP is down. Take a look at this. Angush is going to get silenced. Feral Scream, Feast. Cyanide's going to carry on chasing. SuperAZE jumps onto SuperAZE. He tries wild growth on himself. He gets blown up. The attack, the dissonance is down. Reckles is chasing. Hunter in the night is up. One shot onto the back of Malunoo. And did you see how much HP was missing?
It's huge. It took a massive lump out. And the fact there, the Fnatic, they initiated that fight because Angush took too much damage. That's the tank on Curse. He stood there. He took poke after poke after poke. He got feasted. He killed. Nothing. We don't have that massive, we don't have that tanky guy now. We don't have the Taunt we need for the CC. Fnatic could just tear apart the rest of Curse, and there was a definite miscommunication in there where SuperAZE flashed in, dived in, tried to pop his ult on himself for the knockup and initiate after Curse went after Angush went a little bit too low. The rest of Curse didn't quite want to do it, and then Creaton said, okay, I'll follow you in, and then he took a lot of bursts because SuperAZE dived way too fast, and immediately had to back out of there again.
Look at this cheeky play. There is vision all over the place for Fnatic. The Rocket Grab misses, but Angush doesn't know that they're there. The Shock Blast combo comes out. Take a look at this movement speed. Hammer, knockup, Shockwave, pulls two of them back. Angush is dropped incredibly low. He gets away from the rupture. Reckles is chasing. Reckles has all the speed in the world. Cyanide gets the first kill. SuperAZE collects the second. Now they're going to turn their attention to Corki. Pull him back, knock him up. Corki's the third to fall. Fnatic, they turn their attention to the Nexus turrets. They want the win. They've got the tankiness. They've got the damage. 1-0 Fnatic. They're going to be picking up the win.
They do. They take down Nexus turret number 2. They're going to immediately force a flash away from Extinct. He's around the backside. But they are onto Nexus itself. They will work their way through it. They do manage to pick it up. Fnatic raid call will take the first game in Group B.
And welcome back. What a phenomenal game from the absolute get-go of that match. It was great plays. It was action-packed. There were kills aplenty. And Fnatic 1-0 in Group B. Curse have got to be a little worried.
Yeah, very well-deserved win there from Fnatic. What can we say? Great start to Group B. It was the biggest game we had there. Curse now fighting to regain their way out of this group. They've still got the possibility, of course, of coming second. They're still there. CLG, I suspect, will probably take first in Group A, and that sets us up for a great semi-final between those two. But Rachel's ready on the stage with our winners interview, so without further ado, take it away.
Thank you so much, Panky. And Quickshot, I hope you didn't lose that because he banned Jax.
Maybe.
Maybe? I thought that was a play on the song. I just played Jax.
You can understand it in many ways, but I just want to say that they played better.
Well, you did. You played very well. Both of you actually played very well. That was, I think, the most exciting matchup of today. So what do you think?
Yeah, it was really hard at the beginning. The first 15, 20 minutes were so close. Like, they killed me on mid, then we were really close on kills. We got lucky. We got like 3 kills when they died bottom, and after that we were equal and we could make our plays as well. So it was a really good match.
Was that the same from your perspective?
I would say I started the fight personally too fast and it didn't go out very well.
Well, either way, you guys gave us a hell of a match. Thank you so much. Let's give these guys one more round of applause. The next game will be at 9:30, and that's going to be FNATIC versus the Mighty Midgets. Come back soon. Sorry, guys. That's actually Curse that's playing the Mighty Midgets. And then FNATIC.
way, come on. I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting headshots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. Headshot. your diet. One more time, my ancestors, I swear I mean no offense, but you better learn to read. It's all about membership. For the young and old, ugly girls and boys, I put you on my list and make you clap to this. Man, I just a nigga trim, but only one, and soon you say that. DreamArena for capital letters, printed in gold, cause it does make the girls sweat even more. Why are they shaking their belt? No need to ask my name to figure out how cool I am. DreamArena for capital letters, printed in gold, cause it does make the girls sweat even more. Why are they shaking their belt? No need to ask my name to figure out how cool I am. Anyone read, anyone feel that I'm losing my patience? I just came here to bounce. Ladies out waxed, they all know I'm coming. I'm losing my patience, I just came here to bounce. DreamArena for capital letters, printed in gold, cause it does make the girls sweat even more. Why are they shaking their belt? No need to ask my name to figure out how cool I am. DreamArena for capital letters, printed in gold, cause it does make the girls sweat even more. Why are they shaking their belt? No need to ask my name to figure out how cool I am. Can anyone read, anyone feel that I'm losing my patience? I just came here to bounce. Ladies out waxed, they all know I'm coming. I'm losing my patience, I just came here to bounce. DreamArena for capital letters, printed in gold, cause it does make the girls sweat even more. Why are they shaking their belt? No need to ask my name to figure out how cool I am.
Men gud, det tar ju 100 år att ladda upp de här bilderna. Anton kanske får klara sig utan bebisalbum. Fast i och för sig, Fredrik såg ju ut som Anton när han var liten. Vi kanske kan klistra in hans gamla bilder från 70-talet i ett nytt album bara.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
XMG.
Skjut någon gång då. Men, skjut!
Är du på internet i alla fall? Du lovar ju.
Fasen också.
Ja, jag måste ladda ner en skitviktig jobbgrej här. Det står bara att tugga.
Jag hör ju fortfarande matchen. Jag låter honom bara prata på.
Om inte jag får ner den här filen på 15 minuter...
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
Everyone, welcome back. Where's all your friends? Call your friends, tell them to get in here, because we have more League of Legends at the Dreamhack League of Legends Championship coming up next. We've got the Mighty Midgets going up against Curse. Are you guys excited? All right, let's bring them out. Curse, come on out. Mighty Midgets, let's go. All right, Glucose, come up here. Malunoo, we got some stuff to talk about. All right, let's not give away any strategies this time. So you have to tell me a little bit about Mighty Midgets. You used to have a really long, complicated name. What was that?
I can't really pronounce it. It was a Polish name. It was just for DreamHack qualifiers. And yeah, we actually are named the Mighty Midgets.
I like that better. I can pronounce that. So how did you guys get together?
Like a couple teams disbanded, and I got an offer to play with Nikki and Vander, and yeah, I accepted, and we invited a couple more people to the team, and yeah, we formed up.
Excellent, and I know how you guys got together. I know your whole story. What do you know about these guys?
That he's from the same country as me.
Great, so we have a war for the honor of your country. Well, gentlemen, please, shake hands. Let's get this battle underway. I'm going to give it back to Quickshot and Panky. Let's start these games.
As if Angush needed someone else to talk to Lithuanian with. He goes backwards and forwards with him and Extinct in the office at the moment. It's mad. That's the only way to call it.
Well, welcome back. Game 2 of Group B. CURSE.EU are taking on the Mighty Midgets. The Mighty Midgets, of course, coming through that online qualifier. I believe originally they're a Nordic and East team. So we're going to see what they can do, especially against Curse now, where, you know, there may not be quite as much information for them to work on. They may not know what to ban out or what to pick against this particular team and group of players. And of course, they've got that surprise factor. You know, if Curse are a bit down, if they don't get an early start to this game, the Midgets might be able to create some plays from that.
Yeah, I mean, Midgets, as they said, they came, a couple of teams disbanded, they're friends, they came together, they joined up as a group. Curse know the players, they don't necessarily know the team. Yeah. As this five, as this group, maybe they could do something to catch Curse off, and as you say, they've just come off a loss, they're not exactly going to be in the best of spirits. You can catch them off guard in the first 2-3 minutes. We know how much this game likes to snowball sometimes. So yeah, if you've given yourself that opportunity, use it to its fullest, we could see another upset here.
Yeah, well, that's definitely something that could create some buzz, create some hype. I tell you what we could do. Why don't you take a look at the Binary Beast table, get that up, and while Panky's busy doing that, we'll remind everybody once again that we have 2 groups of 3 teams that are already playing. We'll have those games finished by the end of this evening with the Mighty Midgets playing FNATIC after this game on stage. Then we're going to play one more set of games tomorrow morning, where the 2 teams from the BYOC tournament will be taking part. They will be playing their group matches, and I see we've got the ladder up. The Copenhagen Wolves, they've made it through to the quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals, yeah.
So top 8, they're in there. Got a couple other teams down the way. What's this? Solwind, Snus, something. TWA, Lowland Lions are in the semi-finals already. So 2 names that we already knew about, Lowland Lions and, of course, the Copenhagen Wolves are there, but I don't see Mebdy's Minions anywhere. I don't know if they were maybe knocked out, or maybe they just didn't play.
See, now, if Mebdy's Minion lineup has Baron Panda in it, like it had done a couple of times, I have a sneaky suspicion Snoopeh, I know it's a Swedish national thing here, it's a lot of people use it, but that guy seems to have an ungodly addiction. He came to a nice series event, never saw him without it, so I don't know, maybe it's something in it, or maybe, as I say, it's a big thing here in Sweden, maybe it's a complete set of randoms, but I don't know, maybe we can get a roster of these guys somewhere, find one of the admins and get a complete rundown of who's in these squads. We can give you a bit more info on that after this game.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to be looking forward to that. I'm busy looking at the players' nicknames from the Mighty Midgets and getting nervous already, because this is going to be an interesting one to talk about. But nevertheless, players are jumping into the lobby. This is going to be, once again, a best of 1. And if Curse lose this, the chances of advancing through the groups are looking bleak at best.
Yeah, very, very thin if that so happens. But as you say, we're waiting on the last 2 players. Hopefully they'll get in here nice and quick and aren't having too many issues. But, I mean, Curse Mighty Midgets, Curse, they played a comp in the last game. I don't want to say experimental, but it was certainly different, certainly odd. Didn't really work out for them. FNATIC, tried and true, stuck to what they know, played it very, very well, and ultimately came out on top. I mean, you spoke to him out of the back briefly, just in the break. I mean, Curse felt at that point, the dive in the bottom lane onto that turret, the triple kill that took it back in, really gave FNATIC the advantage. Okay, on the gold count and on the kill score and on the turrets and things, everything still looked even, but it gave Cho the kill. Cho got oracles from that nice and early. Malunoo couldn't afford to do the same, and as a result, the map control just spiraled out of control, went straight in FNATIC's favor, and because of how many pink wards they spammed everywhere, without the oracles for that long, Extinct was stuck. Extinct couldn't do anything. FNATIC just took control.
And the other side of the coin is, of course, that secondary dive, 25, 30 minutes into the game, where they went between the 2 towers and fed Reckles that amazing kill onto Creaton, hiding in the bush. Again, that was just overcommitment. They didn't need to dive. They had a successful team fight. They smelled blood. They wanted more, and the bloodlust ended up giving away 2 more kills that they really didn't need to do. So nevertheless, let's hope that they've taken a bit of a breather, shaken off that go, go, go mentality, and maybe play things a little bit more calculated this time around.
That being said, we don't want them to take a leaf out of CLG's book
yes.
and go on for 52 minutes and kill about 6 people.
I was trying to remember the numbers as well. I'm fairly confident that there were actually more towers killed in that game than there were kills in total, even at the end of it.
I think it was like 11 turret kills and 7 champion kills or something.
Exactly, it was absolutely insane. So we're still just waiting for this second game to get underway. As soon as this matchup is finished, the Mighty Midgets then will be challenging FNATIC for their second game in the group, and we'll have an idea of who's going to be placing where.
Yeah,
so we know CLG.EU is 2-0, and you mentioned it already. The team that places second from this group plays CLG.EU in the semifinals tomorrow. No pressure, right?
Yeah,
no pressure.
Whatsoever.
You know what I mean?
You don't, placement in groups doesn't really make any difference, but you could end up against a a fourth place World Series team. So.
That is true, that is true. The other side of the coin you've also got to think about right now is the team that wins Group B is going to be placing the second place from Group A, which at the moment is looking like Team ACER, if I recall correctly, because they defeated the Giants. So they're 1-1. So, it's going to be, it depends what happens to the BYOC tomorrow, of course. But nevertheless, the prospect of facing CLG.EU or facing ACER/Giants/Lowland Lions/Copenhagen Wolves, it is quite a big difference to the players, to the teams, and make top 2.
I want to look at these now. Obviously, Angush said it before the last game. Rachel brought it up again there in the interview. He likes to play Jax.
Yeah.
He loves playing Jax in that top lane. 760, he's not the biggest Jax player in the world. He's not the first name I think of when I think of Jax. But at the same time, no doubt he can probably play Jax.
Yep.
No doubt he can probably play a couple of champions that do well against Jax. I don't know if they're going to ban it.
It's a tough question because Jax is a champion that can snowball really, really hard. If he gets up in lane, it translates to mid-game team fight wins. It translates to potentially a game win because it can be that heavy. If he falls behind in lane, he still has a presence in those team fights, but not necessarily to the same level that you can have. Like Jace, for example, even though he was behind in that previous game against Shen, the shock blast combos and the poke that it was putting down against a squishy Corki and a squishy Eve, it still held everybody's attention. It was still carried weight, even though he was behind.
Exactly. So, I don't know. It's going to be a very different factor. There's a lot of other options. Both these squads. Moops plays a really strong Nivea. We haven't seen Curse come up in Nivea yet. He's in fact subbed for Curse a couple of times when Extinct has been busy and away and things. Moops is one of their go-to guys for filling that mid lane spot. So he's going to have a slight bit of knowledge on the inner workings here of Curse. Maybe they can use that to their advantage. As I said, there's a lot of experience from a lot of different squads on this Mighty Midgets team. They've all been on very different teams. They've all gathered a little bits of info from around those teams, around the Europe in actual fact, because of how these teams all form from different players, different countries. So they can hopefully get things underway and sorted from that. We do have all the players in the lobby now, though. So with any luck, we're already there already. We should be in here as soon as possible in the picks and bans. But there we go, as I say it.
There we go, the start button has been hit, and we are jumping over into the picks and bans. This time around, Curse Gaming, first ban, first pick, immediately removing Lee Sin from the pool, and it's over to the midgets to decide what they remove now.
Okay, so safe to say, yes, they didn't want to come up against it. They're going to put that on, take it off the table. Lee Sin and Olaf, very quick bans in actual fact from Curse, but again, very similar to what they did against FNATIC.
Yeah, very true. On the same token as well, Diana once again removed. So FNATIC, they did not want Extinct playing Diana or Diana, didn't want her in his hands and to be used to the best of her ability, and immediately been taken out. And we've seen just how much damage that champion can cause. The Pale Cascade, get Azonia's Hourglass on there. It's tanky, it's bruiser, he can dive in, can survive. It's a difficult champion to kill. For the third ban, Curse are definitely thinking about this one. There's not a question about it. And I wonder, there we go, Zyra being removed at the last second. I wonder if we're going to see an Ezreal once again. We've seen him 4 out of 4 thus far. And this is the 5th game of the day. So removing Katarina, does Extinct play Cat?
Not particularly. I must admit that's a little bit of a surprise, but she is an amazing champion. You can do some crazy things, and one bad team fight from, in this case, Mighty Midgets, if Curse had it, she picks up 3, she picks up 4 kills. That's it, that's game over. You're not going to stop Katarina once she's picked up those kills. She's got those kind of items, she's got that fed. She's just going to snowball out of control, and the next fight, you won't be able to stop her. So, if you can't take me another ban, It's a smart way to go.
Fair enough. It's sort of like banning out Cassidy in solo queue. You know, even though there's very few people that actually play him or play him well, you know, it's a safe bet because it's one of those risky champions that can just snowball out of control and turn things around. So we've used most of the pick time for Angush, and he's really talking to the team. What do we want to pick? Who do we want to lock in? And they've decided to lock in Xin Zhao once again. Shen was available, but they decided not to take him. Not yet, anyway.
Well, I don't know exactly, but I have a sneaky suspicion Xin Zhao does quite well against Shen in the top lane anyway, and therefore the same reasoning in the jungle. So if it is picked up here by Mighty Midgets, Curse can kind of adapt around it. They can either give it to Malunoo or they can give it to Angush, and they can decide which one of them will run it and where they will do that. They're just going to wait and get the rest of their picks and get the Mighty Midget picks on the table before they ultimately decide where they put him. And I immediately love this combo from Mighty Midgets.
Yeah.
It starts out, it's that Orianna ball, place it on someone very deep initiate, whether it be a jungle and Mumu, or whether it be a Malphite perhaps in the top lane, place the ball on them, they go straight in amongst the enemy team. He pops that ultimate from the shockwave, immediate displacement, and everyone pulls him in close and on top of him. And then, of course, you got the knock-up from Lulu. It pushes them all straight up in the air as the knock-up. It's uncontrollable CC. You can't tenacity against knock-ups. You can't cleanse a knock-up. So that's all solid and confirmed every time.
I would love to see Malphite in the jungle. I would love to see Malphite in the jungle, or even Nocturne. Nocturne would also be another phenomenal champion for this type of initiation. You know, get that really aggressive, go super deep, dive past everybody, dive onto the carries and pick them up. SuperAZE was hovering on Cassiopeia for a second, and I don't know if that's a troll or, you know, it would be awesome to see Cass back in play. It's been a long time since we've seen a Snake Lady, but
it's not one of its champions, not even close. And there is 5 out of 5. There is, sorry, 4 out of 4, as you say.
Yep.
There is Ezreal. So, no, it is 5.
Yeah, this is the 5th one.
Yep.
This is the fifth
This
one.
is the fifth one.
Up till now, all 4 previous games, somebody has played Ezreal. He has not been banned once. So, interestingly, since the attack speed debuff has been removed, he's no longer ban-worthy, but he's still powerful enough to be picked in every single game that we've featured thus far. So Cho'Gath and Ezreal, so that once again allows some versatility from the Curse roster. They can decide who are we going to put in the jungle, because both champions can do well top, both champions can do well in the jungle, and it's just going to be based entirely on what the rest of the Mighty Midgets pick. My guess would be Cho top, just because he's so immovable in that lane. His sustain from his passive is so powerful, and it's very difficult to force him out of that lane. And Rengar, for the first time at DreamHack, gets locked in along with Irelia.
So it's going to be Rengar in the jungle, it's going to be Irelia in the top lane. Angush, I've seen him play play Xin against Irelia. Can do it very well, can win, and even 1v1 kill that lane from time to time. And I know Malunoo loves Jungle Cho, so that could sell it. That's fine, that's done, we'll go in with that. But at the same time, Jungle Cho up against Jungle Rengar, I'm not entirely sure who comes out on top of that.
It can go either way, because, you know, Cho's a fairly safe jungler. He doesn't tend to go very low. You know, he keeps his sustain up, once again, through the help of his passive, things like that. But what is awesome about this particular combination, we were looking for that dive-in champion, who's going to commit, who's going to get in there. And Rengar can do it in a slightly unique way, because he can just go in stealth.
Yep.
You know, throw on that Hunter, no, it's Thrill of the Hunt. Throw on Thrill of the Hunt, gets a couple of seconds of stealth, gets the Command Protect on him, dives in onto everybody, and can pull them all together. So I really like this champion. I also think it'll be the first time I've seen that combination, assuming they do it, of course, but that combination together, and of course it can work on Aurelia as well. You know, throw on her, get her to Blade Surge in.
Yeah, if she finds that moment where I can get a good engage going in, I can do this, they're not going to start saying, no, stop it, you're not Rengar, you can't go stealth.
Yeah.
They're going to say, okay, take that perfect engage,
Exactly.
we'll work around you, and they'll use that combo with that. They do look like they're going to pick Corki. It wouldn't surprise me. That's the combo that Curse ran in their bottom lane last time round. It works very well, especially against Sona and Ezreal. There's a lot of damage that outputs from those two in a combo. And Sona is one of the squishiest supports out there now since the recent nerfs and the number changes. But it has also been a long time since I've seen Curse, or anyone for that matter, actually run Sona. So it's an interesting pickup. We'll have to see how it works. But as both rosters are now lined up, we're going to see some switches. We're going to see the champions finally settle down as to where they're going to be. It does look like Malunoo is going to keep Cho'Gath. Angush is going to take Xin for the top lane. Glucose and 760, I believe we're going to switch in a second. I think 760 was the top laner.
Well, we will find out in about 30 seconds' time. But the interesting here, in terms of our summoner spells, 3 ignites and a heal. 3 ignites and a heal, the rest of the team's running flash, of course, and then the customary smite. But it's a very, very aggressive, kill-heavy summoner spell collection. Not a single exhaust. And that's a bit worrying when you consider Xin could be crippled by exhaust. Ezreal could be crippled by exhaust. Rengar and Aurelia could be crippled as well as Corki. So a bit brave, but you know what? Maybe it means kills, 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 and that means an exciting game to cast.
I like that idea, though. It's okay, so if they come charging at us, what are we using exhaust on? Well, we put it on Xin. So, well, Zin's just got a couple of auto attacks. Once he's knocked us up, knocked us back, we'll close him, we can kill him. Why do I need an exhaust to survive that initial damage? I'm going to be knocked up, sort of. Anyway, what if I just heal myself?
Yep.
And you guys then will kill him when he comes back in? We'll see if that actually works out, or if Xin has too much damage that the heal is just negated instantly and exhaust would have been better. But on top of all that, I want to talk about Extinct playing Lux. Been a long while. We saw it earlier on in the tournament anyway. We saw how powerful it could be from different AP carries. We've seen it mixed around different players. So it's his turn to show us what he can do. It's his turn to show us what she can do in this event, and whether we'll see a similarity in the builds or whether we'll see a similarity in the playstyles, we'll see. We saw, of course, CitizenWayne earlier used it a little bit too much, used his ultimate to farm creep waves, never had it when the fight was needed, never had it when he could poke Yellowpete or execute Yellowpete. Froggen, on the other hand, popping people off once, twice, 3 combos, dead. Simple as that.
Exactly.
Finding Singularity, ultimate, everyone was gone. So we'll see where in those two Extinct falls.
And there's something that you've got to remember as well. The amount of CC is too damn high for Curse right now. Light binding, double snare. You've got an AoE stun from Sona, AoE knock back as well as a knock up for Xin Zhao. Knock up, silence. It's like every single one of them has some form of displacement or, crowd control ability. Nevertheless, we are into the game, and as is customary right now, there has been a momentary pause. So we do apologize about this brief delay. We're going to keep the camera on while we talk to the admins and get this math resolved. It's probably just another speaker thing. It's just, we've got these soundproof headsets, so in order to get that working and everything, you've got to use the in-ears, and that's going to go through. So yada, yada, yada. They'll sort this out, get it fixed. You can see the guys busy fiddling with all the headphones once again. So like I said, all of that crowd control. One thing I'm a little nervous about, or I'm a little interested to see, is how they're going to combine the ultimate of Crescendo and the Crescent Sweep. Because they're two sort of counterproductive ultimates, unless, of course, you go, right, look, let's jump onto somebody once 4 or stunned. Knock everyone else away, and it's very easy to see who your target is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, so dive in there, stun them all. Pick one, land the passive on it, of course, that passive doesn't get knocked back. Land that passive on the perfect target. While he's doing that, Extinct can fire his ultimate across the entire stunned group, takes a lot of damage down onto him, maybe even switch up the target Malunoo wants to keep there for that point. If it does more damage to one than another, actually, I'll hit this guy, use my knockback, knocks everyone else away. At that point, Ezreal can unload on this one target, take them out, or even Choke and unload on that one target with a quick feast, finish them off, and immediately becomes 4v5.
Well, we will see exactly how it does play out as we are live. Because the team's already starting to move around. Command attack being thrown out from Moopsie just to get some vision in that little river bush area. And just taking it once again, another defensive start. 2 very, very early wards from the mighty midgets. Or take a look at this, 760 may be able to get away to safety. He was in the bush, they denied vision for a tiny bit. Angush is trying to get up into range. Glucose is now there, this is a 3 versus 2. And nothing happened, not a single auto attack, not a single spell. They effectively shook hands and said, good luck, have fun.
Neither one team seemed to be expecting to find their opposition in that jungle bush. Angush walked in there, spotted him, turned to go the other way. Hang on, there was someone there. Turned back and started to chase for. At this point, 760 was plenty out of there with loads of space between the two. And Angush wasn't about to start with his charge. Hasn't leveled up any ability yet. If he had done that, what would he have done? He'd have got close. He'd have stayed close.
Yeah, exactly.
About it. So it's not what he wants to start for his top laning. Not need to try and blow it onto 760. Here's a ward here though from Curse. They managed to place that in at the Wraith camp and now of course get vision of the red as well. But nothing much more than that. And a nice play from Mighty Midgets. Planting a pink ward down and immediately killing it, taking away the vision that Curse had. But ultimately, Lulu did just steal the big Wraith from 760.
Oh, and take a look at how sneaky this is. A little bit of a delayed invade now. So we'll see whether or not Curse are anticipating this. Phosphorus bomb goes down. Creaton, did he get within vision range? That's the question. 760's managed to get out of there. He's going to immediately see that there's 760. Start putting some auto attacks down. Smite is available. One more auto attack.
Oh!
Creaton steals it with an auto attack, and 760 is going to put him very far behind. While we've got a moment or two, why don't we readjust that scoreboard really, really quickly and get everybody to match up against one another. And it's been a double swap. So we've got Lulu and Corky in the top lane facing off against Ezreal and Sona. And of course, both of our top laners have now officially moved down to the bottom lane. The thing is, Rengar, the fact that he doesn't use mana and the fact that that resource doesn't really make a huge difference other than cooldowns for his particular jungle, it's not the end of the world. Yes, it will slow him down. The cooldown reduction is very, very important and valuable to him. In the top lane, Vanda's forced to flash to safety. Now Snoopeh as well, taking so much damage. The blue buff on Creaton, he's going to carry on chasing. Mystic Shot plus Ignite is just not enough. Dropped down to about 10 HP. Now the Phosphorus Bomb onto Vanda. You see the power cord coming out from SuperAZE, managing to apply a little bit more attacks, but the thing is, the heals from Sona are going to be so much more valuable than the shield from Snoopeh. It's going to be able to heal them back up. You can see those potions are ticking away, and once Creaton maybe gets another level into that Arcane Shift, might go aggressive.
Well, let's watch it. He has picked up the Arcane Shift. He's still got his Summoner Heal, and he's got a lot of health there because he's gone through all his health potions. He hasn't really got the health he needs to finish these two off yet. They've got a little bit too tanky again. They've used their health potions up as well. So they'll have to poke him down a little bit more as of yet. But let's wait and see exactly how that plays out. We'll keep up close, especially as SuperAZE now hits level 2 and starts to get himself a heal on the board. Rengar did very cool after going to clear out his blue buff. Has obviously been stolen, but Vanda's going in again onto Creaton. He's taking the Ignite. He does have the Summon Hill, but he doesn't want to use it while that negation's there. Now he forces it anyway, but Malunoo's coming around the backside. The knockup's not going to land, but the red buff slow will, and Malunoo picks up first blood under the top turret of Mighty Midgets.
Very well played, incredibly well baited. Creaton knew he had Summoner Heal. He knew he could stay there, allow the heal to come out from SuperAZE, keep it there, and then of course throw the Summoner spell just as it's about to land. And you got to admit, Cho'Gath's not going to mind not having his blue buff if he picks up first blood, immediately gets himself a Heart of Gold at 4 minutes and 10 seconds, and that's really just going to put him in a good position for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and just as we saw in the last game, as soon as Cho'Gath managed to pick up a kill, in the last game it was against Extinct on Evelyn, it's going to put him ahead, going to put the jungler ahead, it's going to allow him to grab himself an Oracles nice and fast. It's going to give that map control to his team, because of course he can kill all those wards, and give the crowd plenty to cheer about.
Exactly. Every time a ward goes down, the crowd does tend to cheer, but we're not going to complain as long as they're yelling. So this top lane, or effectively bottom lane now, 21 CS to 20. Ninja Tabi completed for Irelia, and only the Doran shield from Xin. And I think that's a bit of an interesting selection from Irelia. Yes, fair enough, her passive is going to reduce the effects of crowd control based on the enemies that are around, but with the amount of crowd control that Curse has, Ninja Tabi, is it really the best item to go for instead of the Merc trades?
It is against Xin Xiao. I think that's basically what he's going for. It's more of a lane issue than a team fight thing. We'll see whether it works out for him. I mean, Angush Xin Xiao is very much based on his auto attack damage, of course, especially as we mentioned before. Such strong early levels, you don't have that many abilities. That's where your damage comes from, is your auto attacks. If Glucose can negate that, he's maxing his Q, so that is lots of auto attacks. Then yeah, he's going to negate a lot of that damage. It should help him out just fine. He's going to go in for a little bit of a trade there, but there, instant stun, and it cancels it, and the Glucose actually comes out on top.
Yeah, really nicely done. He's got a huge, huge wave that's sitting underneath his tower, so we'll see just how many of those CS he can actually pick up while under some pressure from Xin Zhao. But luckily, the fact that Xin is melee means that he's effectively going to be able to farm for free, because Zin's not going to be able to trade or poke or put damage down without pulling some tower aggro just like that. But really well done, knowing the exact limits of that tower. I do apologize to Angush, because he showed me exactly how you can be a melee champion and still poke while under tower range. 760 finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Feral Scream and Rupture lands, as well as the final spark. One more auto attack. The Lucent Single Edge is not going to be enough, and the flash over the wall will get him to safety. But a nice little play there from 760 to get to safety, and even better play from Curse, immediately reacting to him being in the river.
Yeah, I really like that. The fact they saw him in this wall, they sandwiched him, and even better, the way Malunoo silenced over the wall so he couldn't flash. Then Alan did the knockup because he knew which way he'd be running, and without any kind of snare or anything, the laser landed anyway. Extinct managed to fire that off their blind and managed to land that laser, but unfortunately not quite enough levels in the silence yet. Wasn't stuck in there for long enough. He wasn't able to flash out before taking any further damage.
Yeah, really, really great play. But 1-0 up, 1,000 gold difference. These lane swaps and a little bit of the farm advantage is slowly in favor of Curse right now, as well, of course, having the first blood with 2 assists, which is a good chunk of change. In the bottom lane, SuperAZE not afraid to play aggressive. Now in the bottom lane, Glucose and Angush, they're trading back and forth, back and forth. Angush is going to have the heal. Oh, come on, attack does land onto Extinct. It just delays the recall. And of course, Zen, every time he lands his third auto attack, he's going to get a chunk of HP back. But Glucose will have superior HP healing once she activates her Heaton style.
Creaton zoning Vander and Chipper out on his own at the moment. Just dancing around in front of his creeps, landing the attacks and landing his Q down, but SuperAZE does take a quick burst of damage as that Phosphor Bomb auto attack lands from Vander. Goes back in for the power chord attack anyway, doesn't seem to mind, he'll just keep spamming his W out and getting plenty more heals. Creaton dodging that slow as Rengar starts to make his way down towards the bottom lane towards Angush. He has been pinged by Curse though, they did see he's there and Angush is going to fall back and play it very safe. 760 realizing he's spotted, he does start to back away and pings on where he suspects the ward is. The Dragon Pit.
And that was creepily close, in fact. Actually, no, the reason why, it just expired. So he literally seen the corpse of the ward and was able to put it down. This top lane, the poke is just very, very aggressive. Both sides landing every single ability that they can. Glitter Lances are going out, Phosphorus Bombs, as well as the Hymn of Valor. Back and forth, and SuperAZE is running low on mana, so he's got to be a little bit careful. That Fairy Charm of his is doing extreme work right now, and Vander dropped very low. Creaton is playing this poke game to perfection. If he can get in range, he may actually decide to go for a dive on this one. We can see Ignite is available for Sona. True Shot Barrage goes out. That's going to land. Is SuperAZE going to get in range? Bottom lane, the triple Trident Strike rather gets knocked up. And now we're going to see Rengar 760. He's going to sneak up. Corki does not have the HP for a fight though. And I feel that if Rengar comes in, it's just going to put him in a situation where it's 1 versus 2. And he wisely backs out of that engagement.
Yeah, Malunoo coming up now too. That the last second shield from Chipper managed to save Vander with the last bit of health that he wouldn't have had otherwise. He's now going to have to recall. Creaton, are you going to go forward to try and cancel this? Not quite. You're just going to have to take the CS and deny it from them by forcing them to be in the base while these creeps all die under the turret. So still just only the 1 kill, but it is a 1.5k gold lead in favour of Curse at the moment because of the difference in CS. 61 to 49 down there in the bottom lane from our top laners. 82 to 77 here in mid, and only 65 to 59 in the top lane. It's actually been quite even as far as our AD carries are concerned, despite the pressure Curse have constantly been pushing onto this top turret.
There's one thing I've got a question about myself in that top lane. Just before Vander recalled, he used his Summoner Heal. And initially I thought, oh, middle lane, Instant Singularity hits Moopsy. But initially I thought, okay, Summoner Heal, he's going to try stay in lane, try farm up a little bit more. But immediately after popping it, he decided to recall. So, I didn't see if maybe it was a mystic shot that he thought was going to, end his life or not. But nevertheless, Summoner Spell has been blown. Blue buff does actually get stolen. Very nicely done from Extinct. He throws out the final spark, steals it. I think that was blind potentially as well, because I don't see any wards there. Now we see Moopsy 1, 2, Angush, Audacious Charge. Third one's going to knock him up in the air. Crescent Sweep is going to knock 760 away. Moopsy, unfortunately, is going to be held in place. Feast picks up the first kill. Now they turn their attention to 760. Flash, auto attack, red buff. Another 2 easy kills for Curse. Very, very well played and well coordinated.
Yeah, beautifully executed. Even tried to get in front of Moopsy there to try and knock him back with the ult. Of course, the passive attack was on there. He couldn't hit a mini, he couldn't cancel that, so he just stayed where he was. But it did push 760 into the wall, stopped him getting into the lane, and as a result, the Light Binding managed to hit both of the targets, and it resulted in a double kill and a dragon here for Curse at the 10-minute 50 mark.
One of the earlier dragons that we've seen thus far. Creaton and Vander trading once again. Creaton gets turned, then the crescendo comes down. Now we're going to see Lulu. Wild Growth comes up, Ignite is ticking. True Shot Barrage goes across. Is the Ignite going to be able to pick up the kill? No! Lulu survives with less than 40 HP.
For the second time in this game.
Second time thus far. I think that Shipper needs to go and buy a lottery ticket today, because if this is how his luck is going, it's definitely going well for him.
Vander is on his own under the turret now. SuperAZE is coming around behind. Actually, Creaton going to tank it. Going to take the Hymn of Valor power core there for a bit more damage. Now Creaton's going to have to back away from the turret, but Vander is now fighting SuperAZE 1v1. SuperAZE cannot take this fight. Comes back in though. Does land another Hymn of Valor. He's got no mana. Comes for a flash with the last couple of ulti takes. Needs one more. But there's a flash Q from Creaton. And the Mystic Shot picks up the 4th kill of the game.
Really, really well played, but is it going to cost them their lives now? This is a level 6 760. He's coming in. Throw of the Hunt has already been used. He's not going to be able to close the gap between Creaton and himself. He could have burned the flash, but I think it would have been a risky move. And nevertheless, first kill now on the board for the Mighty Midgets. It does go to Rengar, and Rengar is a champion who can do very, very well if he picks up some kills and some items, but it's a little scary right now. 3,000 gold difference already. And other than a little bit of farm, at the moment, Curse are definitely in the driving seat.
Angush taking a few too many turret shots there. Does take the ignite. He's going to take the ultimate from Morelia as well, but Malunoo's coming around behind the turret. Angush is going to try and do what he can. The knockup's not going to land because of a good flash from Glucose, but the silence is in there. There's the feast. Suddenly they're very close, and Angush is healing from the passive. Does save his life.
Wow. Well, take a look at his items as well. Giant's belt as well as a chain vest. So all of that auto attack damage was reduced. Of course, Heat and Style was there for a decent chunk of it and added some true damage. But you know, all the auto attacks getting reduced from a champion like Aurelia, who relies on her auto attacks for most of her damage, and of course the Giant's belt. All that additional HP, those 2 or 3 tower hits that he took, that's the difference. That's your Giant's belt HP, the 430 odd that it added extra. So great itemization. Sunfire Cape now completed. And, you know, a matter of 2 CS difference, but 2 kills and an assist for Angush. He's definitely in the driving seat in that lane.
Yeah, 5-1. Cursor in the driving seat for the entire game at the moment. They're up by over 4,000 gold at 13 minutes. Picked up 1 dragon, done some damage to turrets, but haven't managed to kill any yet. Just keep picking up kills everywhere. They're zoning out this top lane as well. Creaton, Vandanoob. Sorry, Vandanoob's the name he's got on live servers. Vanda and Shipper are still content to be falling back, waiting for the creeps to come to their turret and trying to pick it up in CS there. They're slowly falling further and further behind there, but we do have Malunoo coming into the mid lane. He lands the silence in on the move. There's the snare. Knockup's going to come out, and with a final spark, he gets executed by Extinct.
Yeah, once again, just textbook play. Cho'Gath comes in, he applies the CC, the slow, manages to hold him in place, and every single ability lands that needed to land. So really well played. Looking up in the top lane, SuperAZE and Creaton, they're looking like they're about to take this tower down. It is very, very low. Creaton's deciding not to auto-attack it. He's going to allow the creeps, as many of them, to get denied as possible, reduce the gold, reduce the experience, and just make it even harder for Vanda to stay in this game. Now, all of a sudden, the CS is dropping. Are we going to see a bit of an engagement here? Creaton gets slowed by the Glitter Lance down in the middle lane. There's a number of pings. Now, the rest of Curse have turned their attention on that mid lane. We're considering a dive up in the top lane. Engagement does go back and forth. Crescendo is still available for SuperAZE, though. He has not used that ultimate, he has not used that CC, and it just looks like Curse, they're pushing everywhere. They've got the advantage in almost every single lane, and they're just pressing it home as hard as they can.
They do grab that mid turret as well, with Angush coming around behind that. They're now all in this top half of the paused jungle. Top half of the jungle for Mighty Midgets. 760 has stealthed up just before that pause went out, and he is heading towards that red buff. But we'll see exactly how that plays out in just a moment, because Malunoo has early smited it, so he could manage to steal it away, but they're up by over 6,000 gold at the moment. We are at 14 minutes 45 seconds, and hopefully this issue isn't too serious.
Well, I have my eye on chat, so if anybody does say anything, I'm sure we'll see exactly what's happening, and I'm pretty sure the cameraman will give us a shot. It's probably going to be another audio issue, but nevertheless, at the moment, Curse, you know, it's their game to lose. You know, that's the way to look at it. They've created this fantastic opportunity. They've put themselves in a position where they've won all of their lanes, not necessarily in dramatic, over-the-top, fantastic fashion, but it's clear, it's concise. They've stayed ahead in farm, they've created kills. We see 760, he is stealthed up. Now he's going to be running away. He's decided to leap on. Wild Growth comes down, he's knocked up 3. SuperAZE gets a crescendo down. 760 goes down before anybody can pick him up. Sheep is the next one in trouble. Now Aurelia has joined the fight. The final spark comes across. Shockwave pulls 3 people back with the True Shot Barrage going out. Still not picking up a kill. Nobody's died just yet, and look at how low everybody is. Curse are going to be happy with picking up the single kill and now backing away, backing out of that fight. A good engagement by the Mighty Midgets, to be honest, but they just didn't really have the damage to complete the kills, and that was what was missing.
It's a nice try by 760, and as Malunoo smited so early, he could have possibly stolen that away. But there was an Oracle's up on that Malunoo. You go in that bush, he'd immediately been spotted, so he might have grabbed the red buff. But honestly, he'd have died anyways. We do get a Lucent Singularity across land onto Vanda. Unfortunately, the light binding didn't quite do the same. Otherwise, that would be a dead Corki. And, well, as he was not alone, he was still there. That binding just whiffing past his tail. Shipper's still there though. Shipper's got that shield, can try and block the auto attack damage from Extinct. He was trying to do it again, but 760 this time. Oh! Nice! 760 couldn't in the way of that one.
Completely deleting, and Vanda, you know, his mind wandered. Flash is available. Flash was there and to be used. And I guess it's one of those situations where you sort of see the line and go, Is this really? Like, no, that can't be the laser. And then that's it. Deleted dead, unfortunately.
That hesitation just...
Exactly, that momentary. Now in the bottom lane, Angush is going to jump onto Glucose immediately, take an Equilibrium Strike to the face. It stuns him up because, of course, he does have that huge HP advantage. Well, I mean, Giant's Belt over the Ruby Crystal. So, you know, additional HP. He's going to take some tower aggro from the Sunfire Cape. Now Cho'Gath is coming in there. Crescent Sweep comes out. Rupture knocks him up. A very, very nice... dash backwards from Glucose, and he gets out of the gank safely. But now Curse are going to say, well, let's shove this lane and let's take the third tower of the game. All front towers down, and they're going to be able to, you know, secure any dragon that they want. It should be up around about now as well. If I recall correctly, they took it around 10 minutes 40 or so. And you can see everybody setting up, and there it is, immediately setting up for the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, and that bottom turret should fall down to Creeps any second. There it goes. So that's 3 out of turrets, and now the second dragon of the game heading towards Curse. But Mighty Midgets are closing in. Unfortunately, they're all being zoned away by Soul Angush, as that slow from Shipper also completely misses. But Curse is still hiding in. He's going to dash in, knock 2 of them up. Vander gets nuked down by that final spark. And the Israel hook Shipper and 760 as well. 760 has been wild growth by Lulu to get a knock up and the health back. But it is just the one death, but it is the AD carry. It is an important member of Mighty Midgets and will allow Curse to push up onto this bottom and mid lane at the same time.
Yeah, every single lane is pushing in their favor right now. The top lane is a little bit balanced, but because it's sitting at Curse's tower, the tower is going to be able to pick up all of those creeps and immediately allow their creeps to push down. So 4 members of Curse are shoving the second tower. It's going to be their 4th of the game. They've taken 50% of the HP down already, and look at how much damage that Lucian Singularity is dealing. The laser hits as well, immediately forcing Orianna out of the fight, and it just gives Curse additional free time to poke down this tower, finish it off, and immediately turn their attention. They're still not giving up. It looks like they may want to put some damage down onto this inhibitor tower. Listen Singularity for some vision. Extinct is thinking about it, and the call comes in from the team. Nope, let's take the inner mid lane tower and just pick up another 1,000 gold for the team. Once again, Curse just playing this by the numbers, playing a textbook. They've borrowed a small page out of CLG's book. Oh, very nice light binding onto Glucose. Now we're going to see an engagement here from 760. The movement speed buff comes up. His ultimate shockwave pulls only Extinct backwards. Is it going to be enough? The laser comes across. That's 1, that's 2. True shot barrage as well as the laser. Too much damage. 5 members of Curse versus 4. 3 members of the Mighty Midgets. Shipper's going to get that movement speed buff. The attack, the dissonance is going to slow Curse. That's going to cancel the initiation, but a bad call from Mighty Midgets. Diving in. Shockwave only catching Lux, and she immediately flashes to safety.
It was a good effort. It was their last ditch effort. Ultimately, it backfired because Curse are just way too far ahead right now. They were up by nearly 12,000 gold before that fight. Now they're up by nearly 13,000 gold. And yes, okay, it grabbed that shockwave, it pulled Extinct back. There was a good target for it, but they just couldn't quite pull it out of the bag. And now with Curse going back to shop and spent 1,500 or more gold each, they're only going to get stronger for this next fight. And we saw that last poke, the bottom lane, that allowed Extinct and allowed the team to take that tier 2 inner turret. There's about 3 abilities from Extinct. There was 1 Lucent Singularity, a Binding that hit no one, and then a final spark. And suddenly they had to back off and give him the turret. Now that he's stronger, he could do that again. And okay, maybe he has to do it twice this time if they dodge it a couple of bit more. But that's going to open up an inhibitor this time around.
And every single member of Curse is sitting on 0 deaths with the exception of their support. You know, 202, 207, 304. It does not get better than that. I'm looking at my chat history very quickly. In terms of items, there is not 1 major item completed for the Mighty Midgets in the last 10 minutes. 5 minutes, there's my math, a little bit more accurate there. It's scary when you think about it, when Aegis of the Legion, Athene's, Trinity Force, Zeke's Herald, Wit's End, and Shirelia's Reverie, itemization-wise, they are so far ahead, and that's what 13,000 gold does buy you.
And they are now pushing onto this mid-inhibitor turret with 4 members. Angush has just grabbed that red buff and stolen it away. They're going to take a lot of damage off this turret because Creaton is just allowed to completely free damage it. He does land a quick Q down to Shipper. That gives him turret aggro for the red buff. But they're going in. In actual fact, Angush diving straight in onto Corky. Final spark's going to hit Shipper and 760. The ult still not being used by Shipper. Now goes go on 760. The Sonar ult catches just that 1 person. Glucose finally comes to the top and dashes in. Curse turns to focus on the turret. Moops is going to back away as they execute Glucose with that Extinct final water attack. We do now see Malunoo taking the turret in the bottom lane, waiting for something more to happen, but Curse are onto this inhibitor, and it will fall down very, very quickly, even though it was just Creaton attacking it. You have Oriana recalling the bottom lane, trying to go back onto this fountain to join her team, but the first Nexus turret is going to fall. CURSE switching on to turret number 2. There's still 4 members of Mighty Midgets here, but they just do not look like they want to go in for this fight. CURSE have exposed the Nexus. The knockup does go on to 760. Immediately stealth. Now he goes in. There's the ball in on top of it, but is there shockwave for Moopsy? CURSE don't seem to care. They're just going to focus down the Nexus, and they will take themselves to 1-1 in the group and finish out this game. Shots, perhaps if you dodge one of the Qs that comes out, the sonic waves that comes out from 760, then SuperAZE should be able to, in theory, take that fight straight up. So if they run into each other, they might have that kind of backwards and forwards, could go either way. If they don't run into each other, if that is a top lane in Xiao, it is on SuperAZE, it could be up there, it could be his own champion. There's nothing to say he definitely picked something to swap. Then maybe he's open to be countered. There's still plenty of options here for the Mighty Midgets.
And we've seen how well Angush actually used Xin Zhao in the previous game. You know, really having his way with Irelia. And it's not a matchup you would normally put in. It's a pretty even matchup. You know, it can go either way. Both champs have got good damage. Both have got the ability to crowd control one another. But nevertheless, on the bottom lane, we're going to see Ashe and Lulu combo together. This is one that I haven't seen very often, if at all. And it's a bit of a strange one because both champions have got that the ability to slow. The Glitter Lance in conjunction with the Frost Arrows and the Volley, etc. So that's going to keep people minimized in terms of their movement speed. But a Grasping Roots is just going to challenge or cancel any sort of aggression that can come out from both of them. Vayne can tumble away. Slow does not get affected by tumble. Admittedly, look, it's a small distance, but nevertheless, it puts you out of the range of the Crystal Arrow, gets you out of the range of anybody else. And that was a Nunu for a second, so that made me a bit interested. We'll see what Xpeke is going to be locking in, because Malphite, is that Malphite top? And we're deciding on AP in the middle. Is Pekka going to take Zyra in the middle as AP and take Blitz Vayne bottom lane? It's a possibility. Well, you could take, AP Melf in the middle as well, you know. Build him AP, get Abyssal Scepter. So there's a couple of options here. We'll see exactly how the players are going to swap these champions around, because there's variation everywhere. Xin and Malphite, they could be top, they could be jungle. Zyra could be support, could be mid. Melf could be AP mid as well. But, yeah, interesting.
The first thing I saw there, Mighty Midget picked up Ashe. I thought, okay, strange. We haven't seen Ashe in a long time. There's a couple of reasons for that. She doesn't have the greatest escapes. She doesn't really have any escape. She does have that slow, she can kite a little bit. She's got that close range arrow if you have to. Not very big stun. With some CC, with even a fade, you're going to overcome that stunning.
Yeah.
So why pick it? I don't know. And FNATIC's response was immediately, okay, you're going to pick Ashe, no escapes, we'll pop a flash, and then what we'll do, 2 hard CC champions, they're going to get straight on top of her and blow her up. Malphite, straight through everyone else, land that unstoppable force, knock her up, destroy her. Blitzcrank, you grab Ashe out of position, if she's got no flash, done, no AD carry. She's useless at that point. Those 2 picks to me screamed, we see Ashe, we stop Ashe, done. Simple as that. There's no specific comp there. There's no like Oriana or Lulu ult. There's no, sorry, Oriana, Malphite and Lulu ult. There's nothing like that. There's no protect Coldmore kind of thing. It is strong champions, and those 2 look perfect for just shutting down Ashe.
Yeah, and if you take a look at exactly how it's played out, it is going to be SuperAZE in the top lane with Malphite. Xpeke is going to be taking AP Zyra in the middle, and that's to counterbalance the Diana. Now, it's an interesting pick because it can also go either way. You can see the Grasping Roots being able to hold Diana in place and prevent her getting in range to land those melee attacks. But on the flip side, if a Crescent Strike is landed and, you know, applies that Moonlight onto Zyra, it's just going to be, you know, Moonfall, or Lunar Rush. Just wait for the snare to wear off and just dash on and carry on dealing the damage. So it's going to come down to skill shots and timing. And whichever player has got the better mechanical skills will win that matchup.
There is one other slight thing which I think is going to give Peke a minor edge. Her range. Simple as that. She can snare from a long way away if she needs to. She's going to stay out of range of those Crescent Strikes for quite a while. Not going to take too much of the poke. And even when she does do that, she can dart in, plant a couple of seeds, plant some plants, run away. Let them do the CSing with the XPing for her and stay back. And she can keep taking the race using this strategy as well. Moops has to get out of the lane a bit to get to those race camps. Going to get pushed under the turret while that happens. Should we have to stop him from roaming quite so much as well? Keeping that constant push in under the turret using the Zyra abilities means Moop's going to be held in that lane or losing the turret over and over again. So there's a slight thing there, but as you say, if that Crescent Strike lands, if Moops gets that opportunity, Zyra is not a very tanky AP mid and can get burst down very quickly.
You've already touched on the bottom lane, the Blitzcrank Vayne. It can absolutely destroy an Ashe, especially if there's no flash available. The top lane, it's going to be Malphite versus Shen. I think it's going to be a bit of a farm fest. You know, Malphite, if he gets some ability power and he gets some harass down, he can put himself into a position where he can blow Shen up, you know, unstoppable force into ground slam, etc. But it really takes a lot of work to build that up, and especially because Shen can sustain. You know, he can get that Vorpal Blade out, he can get some of his HP back, and he can block off some of it with a feint. You know, it doesn't cost mana.
Yeah, and as you say, he's going to get the sustain, he's going to have that Vorpal Blade, he's going to have that. The big thing from that is that's magic damage.
Yeah.
Malphite is a very armor-based tank. Yes, okay, you're going to build some magic resist, it would be silly not to. But do you really want to itemize that far into magic resist just to survive your lane?
Yeah.
And then get sacrificed and destroyed in the late game by Ashe? Because, okay, yes, she's very low on escape, she is quite squishy, but she does have amazing late game damage with an Infinity Edge and a Phantom Dancer complete. So you're not going to completely neglect that.
Yeah. Well, we are into the game. This is the final one of the day. The hall here at the Extreme DreamArena at DreamHack is slowly filling up. So I want to see who is awake and who... Oh, take a look at that. As I'm busy waffling, Shipper forced to flash over the wall, get to safety. Who here thinks FNATIC is going to win this game? And who here thinks Mighty Midgets are going to win the game? That was actually a louder cheer, and that is what I like to hear.
That was a louder cheer than we got for Curse.
That a little bit of playing for the enemy team there, Panky. So we see FNATIC, they have come in, they've placed a very aggressive ward on the blue buff, which has also been warded by the Mighty Midget, so they have full vision, they know what's going on. You can see the pings on the bottom right-hand side of your screen saying, look, we know you're here, we know you are around. We can see that Panky is on top of things, and he has already readjusted the scoreboard, so thank you for that one. And yeah, FNATIC just coming back to the legendary triple kill level 1 fight that we've seen from earlier in the week.
I mentioned earlier on in a couple of the previous group stages how level 1's been quite quiet. A lot of people just like to sit back, play defensive, guard their entrances, maybe drop a ward in, leave it at that. FNATIC, nah, scrub that idea. Invade in almost every game, and it works very well when you've got a Blitzcrank. Glucose is going around the top side of this red buff. FNATIC, however, on the wrong side. They're not even going to see him. They haven't got vision up around this corner. If he comes out through that gap, they're not going to see it coming. Records now does dart far enough there. Has he gone the right way there? He's actually gone straight onto the red. They're going to just steal it over the wall. But now he knows. He knows this is gone. Is he going to try anything for it? Not quite. They're just going to interrupt and let it go. While in the counter side, 760 stealing the other red buff away. SuperAZE comes in to try and be a little bit annoying, but you're not going to outdo a smite at level 1 SuperAZE. 760 does comfortably take that and start to make his way back towards his own jungle.
And immediately, like you pointed out at the beginning of the game, Malphite, he prefers to prioritize a form of armor. You can go something like an Abyssal Scepter on him that's going to play into his favor, but he's a bit more of an anti-AD carry type of champion. His Ground Slam slowing the attack speed, building HP, building armor, and of course his Brutal Strikes will scale off armor as well. So they've put him in a 1v2 lane. He's not going to be the best at 1v2, and especially if he has to use a lot of mana to farm up under the tower. But he's going to be in a very similar position to what Shen finds himself in. Well, look at the poke there from those auto attacks and the little Pix lasers going pew pew and shooting it out. Shen and Malphite, both of whom are going to be struggling to pick up last hits. Who do you think is going to be a bit better at it?
I don't know. We'll have a look in a moment, but we do have Cyanide stealing this red buff. He actually got it pulled for him by Peke. So the Mighty Midgets know this is happening. They know it's going because the move saw him leave the lane. 760 seems okay with it. They also brought in Rated in here just for a little bit of protection, just playing as a bodyguard to make sure he got away fine. And yeah, Mighty Midget's happy to let it go. They already got one red buff. 760 not too far behind. If he went in to try and take it, he'd risk giving up first blood. Instead, he's looking to take first blood. He's coming down here towards the bottom turret in onto SuperAZE. Sheephead does take the initial turret aggro and the ignite for that job. The SuperAZE is going in, trying to finish him off. One more auto attack. Can't quite do it. 760 executing the second blast of that Sonic Wave just in time. Chip up does get out of that health potion ticking, beautifully executed, but it was ultimately a nice try.
It walks face first into Cyanide. He's double buffed. He's going to land Audacious Charge. The slow, the red buff ticking. FNATIC with an immediate reply. Cyanide came up for the gank, put a lot of pressure up there in the top lane. And the thing that's scary about this, 3 CS for Shen, 1 CS for Malphite, it's going to put them so far behind. Shen is level 1. Malphite is level 2. Did you see the number of creeps that was lost on both sides of the map, top and bottom, to the tower?
It was huge waves on the other side, and that's why those kind of ganks are so powerful. You can lane swap that, you know it's going to get pushed in, you know there's going to be a big wave there because they cannot get close, and they're going to try and do it under the turret. So, do what damage you can to them at that point, or bring a really strong early game jungler in the likes of Xin Zhao or Lee Sin. Wait for them under that turret, try and kill them. At the very least, okay, if you don't kill them, don't give up a kill, but there's going to be creeps killed in the process of that. It's going to put them back, and at least allow your AD carry in that situation to harass them a little bit harder. Glucose comes back to lane, goes a little bit too far forward. The knockout goes out. The grab does land from Unrated this time. Taunts away from it. Unrated going to tank the turret. Reckles is going in. He's going to flash forward. And with a third block of True Bolt, they do manage to get the second kill of the game. So Unrated a little bit better on his hooks this time around, but he's not out of the woods yet. Moops and 760 are coming up the river. They have been spotted and pinged. Rated does go and hide behind the creeps and actually doesn't want to go back to the turret yet. Coming in to protect Reckles. There's the Crescent Sweep goes in. He's going to come straight out. The moonfall not going to happen as he grabs him away. Brilliant grab actually cancels the moonfall, but Reckles is going very low to 760. He will fall to the last tick of the Ignite from Moops. The Cyanide is chasing him down for the rest of the lane. Does pick up the return kill. 3-2. 760 is now here. Peke has come to join him though from the bottom lane. Shen is on his way down. Nice dodge in that snare, but the slow goes down from the plant anyway. Exhausted tucked under the turret. Peke taking the turret, has to get out very soon, and another grab from Unrated does bring him back, but Cyanide will fall to the turret. The true damage doesn't come out from Peke in time. It is a double kill for Lee Sin, as a little bit too much turret damage is taken by FNATIC.
And really, really awesome passage of play. Once again, back and forth, back and forth. Both teams putting on a show, and both teams doing very, very well. Lee Sin stuck in there. He got all the damage that he needed. He also managed to get away. You know, that last second dash just under the tower, it meant that Xin Zhao had to go in for one more auto attack. Enrated is being very, very brave here. Ignite goes down. Vorpal Blade is out, forced to flash to safety. He should be able to survive that one with the mana barrier coming up. But, you know, again, great, great play from both of these teams, and just forcing these big high action, high octane moments. It's what we like to see, and hopefully if they keep this up, it's going to be an awesome, awesome game in the next 10 minutes.
On top of that fact, and what worries me right now for FNATIC, they got a little bit too greedy going in for that Lee Sin, giving them that double kill to the turret. And Lee Sin, in the 6 minutes, in the early game, he is now 3-1. That's a terrifying thought. He does come in and smite away this big wraith from both Peke and Cyanide, who were both standing there. 3 plants somehow. But he doesn't manage to steal that away. He's going to have that early pressure set. He's already got that wriggled up at 6 minutes. And he's starting to make his way down here towards the bottom lane again.
Yeah, one more auto attack onto this tower. It's going to go down. SuperAZE doesn't even have his unstoppable force yet. He immediately, his spider senses are tingling. The thing is, here comes Cyanide. Cyanide's walking in range. It's still going to be a 3 versus 2. There's no enchanted crystal arrow for Ashe either. So that's something that's very, very important. Now that SuperAZE is coming back, 760, he can smell the graphite. He can smell the rocks on Malphite's skin. He's hanging around. He wanted to kill. But unfortunately, he's just not overcommitting. SuperAZE knows there's something fishy. There's just something telling him not to do it, and he's deciding not to go forward. So neither of these champions have their ultimate just yet, but once Malphite does, he's going to be able to contribute a lot to a team fight. Compare the near level 6 SuperAZE to a level 4 Shen on the top lane. He really, really is struggling against this duo of FNATIC.
Let's have a look at the mid lane then. We weren't sure quite how this is going to go, but at the moment, well, it's very, very level. Especially once Luke grabs the rest of these creeps, it should be flat bang even. But with this lead that Lee Sin's got, he does manage to go down to sneak in a very quick pre-level 6, 7.5 minute dragon.
And we have a game on our hands. All of a sudden, Mighty Midgets, they're holding themselves not only with the, even on kills, they have the tower advantage, and they have a good gold lead. 2,000 gold from both of those global objectives that they have already picked up. Reckles should be able to at least balance that a little bit by taking this top tower very, very shortly. But in the meantime, they're in a good position, and if Lee Sin can continue to put some kills on the board over the course of the next 5 or 10 minutes while he has this item advantage, it's going to put them in a great position going into the team fight mid-game.
Check this. Glucose has been 2v1 the whole time. He's been getting the solo XP. Reckles has hit 6 first. Reckles was dead for some of that. Reckles wasn't in lane for half the time. Yeah, okay, Glucose was the same, but still, that's a big thing, especially when it's Vayne that's 6, and Shen that isn't. He's not got that ult. He cannot teleport around the map. He hasn't got that massive shield, which he needs to go and protect some of his teammates. So they're going to need to get him that as soon as possible. He's got a couple more waves of creeps before it's going to happen. But ultimately, on the other hand, 760 is 6. 760 is that strong early game. He does have that early level. He has that ultimate. He can really start roaming out and making some kind of pressure from it. As Peke just smidges his way past an arrow, but it doesn't matter. He's got no mana. He does catch a Crescent Sweep. Moves, goes in with 1 Lunar Rush. He's got the shield coming down. The placement playing Cascade. And even with an exhaust, he managed to pick up the final kill.
Yeah, so nicely done. Now down, Ash in the jungle gets caught. 1, 2, 3 knockups, gets caught in the air. Rocket grab backwards, power fist up into the air. Vanda's very, very low. SuperAZE is trying to get in range. He doesn't have enough range on his seismic shot to get there. Cyanide, one hit with a 3-talent strike. Third isn't going to be enough. Reckles joins the party. He finally puts a kill on the board for FNATIC. Shadow Dash taunt Shen, all of a sudden blocking some of that damage. The damage mitigation from his shield is going to help out a little bit. Reckles is forced back, as is SuperAZE with low mana and low hit points. They end up exchanging 1 for 1, but the thing is, that was the jungler. That was the fed jungler going down and feeding a kill to Vayne, which is a scary, scary target to be giving gold to.
Yeah, and Nissim went a little bit too deep into that fight and found Vayne on the other side of it, but ultimately it's still 5 and 6, and the gold lead is still sitting there with the Mighty Midgets. Now still quite a way up, nearly 1,400 gold. And Ash, down in the bottom lane, has a big wave of creeps to farm up from too, so she's going to get a little bit more off of that. Vayne is in mid up against Mooks. He does have to be very careful with this. One of those present sweeps lands, the Lunar Rush is going to go straight out, and Reckles doesn't have the most magic resist in the world. He can go down very quickly to that high damage Diana.
And I tell you what, Moopsy played that incredibly well. You know, the burst, he landed every single ability when it needed to. Followed it up with the Lunar Rush, followed up with a Moonfall. Up in the top lane, Shen does get condemned into the wall. Glucose is trying to run away. Red buff is ticking. At the same time, in the jungle, 760 is going to get caught by that Strangleforce, knocked up in the air. Rocket grab, pulls Lee Sin backwards. FNATIC pick up 2 very quick kills, with Riggles catching Shen out in the top lane. Vanda snared, grasping roots in place. Seismic shot, that's going to apply the slow. One more auto attack, is going to be able to tick him down. The last final tick of red buff, and all of a sudden, you know, with the pace being in hand, although in the top lane, Vayne goes down to the Mighty Midgets. Just as you start feeling that FNATIC are in the driving seat, they pick up 2 or 3 kills, but they give 1 away as well.
Here's what I said with Ash. She had that arrow, she landed it on one person, it did an AoE slow. She had no flash, that was it. Once that wore off, done. It didn't hit everyone, done, no chance. You don't have like the Ezreal or the Corki that could have then arcane shifted or Valkyried over the wall into that blue. You couldn't just get a little bit more distance or get away from the grab or get away from the slow from SuperAZE. Actually just caught out dead. They do get this turret in the mid lane. Shiver's going to go straight between Cyanide and Rating for the knockup and therefore the slow. Never 760 trying to dash in for his own slow, but can't quite land anything but creeps. Does land a Q onto Cyanide, immediately gets knocked back out from the turret though. But Peke has joined them. Moves, he's going to get grabbed under the turret. It's a double buff. He is going to get saved by 760 though. Peke doesn't quite have the extra damage to burst through that health, but ultimately it has pushed the Mighty Midgets push back. They've taken too much damage from the turret. They cannot keep going on this, especially as SuperAZE just arrives from the bottom lane.
And Enrated's rocket grabs are definitely on a superior level to what we were seeing in the game against CURSE.EU. He's landing them more often, more frequently, and at times when he really, really needs to. Snaring Diana out of that mess of champions. Everybody was around, and he managed to pick this, arguably the squishiest target of the lot that was within range of his casting. So really, really great play. The thing that I'm a little worried about, though, is Vayne has had a lot of time to free farm. She's on similar CS levels to that of Ash, but she's been left alone in the top lane. She was able to solo Shen a few moments ago with the red buff, condemning him into the wall and then picking up that kill. And now we see a whole bunch of fallback pings. FNATIC go, look, Reckles, we know you're doing well, but dude, you know, chill. Come on back. You know, we need you alive, man.
Arguably, you've got Vayne with a Zeal, attack speed boots, lifesteal. That's it. You've got Ash with a BF sword, ninja tapping. That's it. Vayne is a lot stronger with just that combo. Simple as that. So, yeah, okay, they've got similar CS, but Vayne's items and Vayne benefits are much better from those items. So they do still have to be careful, and he does seem to have ignored the fallback pings. He's still up here now with the Glucose, which is already, we've seen it go in Reckles' favor once. Glucose is 2 levels below him as well, which would explain why. But as they have wards down here in the bottom half of the map, they have obviously vision of Ash and Lulu down here as well. They know he's safe to be up there on his own, so they can just let him keep going for a while. The blue has just respawned, and as I said, it is now warded by FNATIC, so maybe we'll see some kind of play to go towards that, or maybe in response to seeing them take it, we might see a dive onto Glucose.
Yeah, that's for sure, and either of them are possibilities. Great ward coverage from FNATIC, so they got full vision, probably, oh, just a smite. Just super cheeky. Cyanide steps up, king of steals. You know, every single time we see Cyanide playing in any game, in any series, there is some form of steal. And, you know, great play. Steal that buff away, take it away from Diana. The cooldowns are not available. She's not able to get those Crescent Strikes out, not able to dive onto people with Lunar Rush quite as effectively. But, nevertheless, timing on Dragon, because of course they picked up an extremely early 7-minute Drake, means the Mighty Midgets go, alright, we'll take this one.
We do still have a smite up on Lee Sin, of course, because he didn't use it there. Cyanide doesn't, so it steals off the cards from this. FNATIC aren't even close. They don't want to try that. Mighty Midgets do take the lead again. Now, Cyanide's stealing things, as we said. He's the king of it. He seems to do it everywhere. Stealing one blue buff so far, I don't think he's going to be content with that. We're going to see more steals throughout the course of the game, whether it be buffs or whether it be Barons. Baron is what I'm hoping for. Mighty Midgets are a little way ahead at the moment. Let's hope they press home for that advantage. They go for a couple of strong fights. They get those strong fights, but it's still early. FNATIC have low death timers. They will come charging back in towards this Baron. Cyanide dashing in, steals it. That's my predictions. That's what I want to see. Where it goes from that point on, I don't really care. I just want to see it, see the Baron. But
well, you will get 5 million internet points if that is exactly how it plays out. So I will keep the 5 million internet points in my back pocket while we keep an eye on this game. 15 minutes in, Malphite 66 CS to Shen's 51. Those lane swaps of the 2v1s worked out negatively, but equally negatively for both champions. The difference, however, SuperAZE has a Philosopher's Stone. He has had that GP10 ticking, which is not in the hands of Glucose's Shen. So he's going to be a little bit further behind in terms of gold. Admittedly, though, he does have an additional tower and 2 dragons to, help counterbalance that in the short term. But the longer that Philosopher's Stone is ticking, the more valuable it becomes. And of course, all of the, added bonuses, being able to stay in lane, being able to be 25 CS ahead because you can just sit there. SuperAZE has been hanging around this bottom lane, waiting for Cyanide to get close. I'm anticipating an unstoppable force into an audacious charge, but sadly, FNATIC will not indulge my my hopes. At the moment, they're just falling back. So we've settled back into this farming phase. The towers are down. Teams are roaming a little bit. Drake has already been picked up, so there's no clear, easy objectives right now. It's just a matter of get as much gold as you can, convert that into items, and try put pressure down. Vayne has completed a Phantom Dancer in the meantime, and that's going to give her a whole heap of movement speed and attack speed.
See, here's the thing. With Vayne, we mentioned before, strong late game. So as Malphite, still very strong late game. The way FNATIC is set up right now, they're happy to just sit back like this, wait, farm, give up some early free dragons, keep farming, give up some early free dragons, taking some turrets, wait for 30, 40 minutes, then take the game and win. But as we do, in fact, he's up. Oh, unstoppable force coming out from SuperAZE straight into the bottom lane. Quick flashes from both of these two. But there's the ult from Reckles. He's going to come in using the movement speed. Does get onto Shipper. The knockup's there just for health. And the slow goes down. Then an immediate taunt comes in after the Shen shield. But Reckles managed to dodge it. He's onto Vander this whole time. Glucose is being focused down by both SuperAZE and Cyanide. But he does have to back away from this. Reckles is very low. Cannot fight 1v1 against Vander anymore. They do have to call it a day. But they did pick up the 1 kill.
And a great kill from that one. Unstoppable force from SuperAZE, seemingly coming out of nowhere. No one else from FNATIC was even on the screen, but it was great calling and great timing. And that was something that we missed in the previous game where they were playing against Curse. Committed to a fight about a second too early, Now we're looking up on the top lane, putting pressure on the tower with the Phantom Dancer and the auto attacks from Xin. It is going to go very, very low, but in the middle lane, it looks like there's an engagement. Diana's jumped all the way forward, trying to pick up another kill into X-Spec. Stranglethorns goes down, only managing to pick up 760, but it's allowed Moopsy some time to attack. He is going to be forced to flash away. Rocket Grab pulls him backwards. The slow from the little plants are still attacking. And both 760 and Moopsy are forced out of that engagement with the CC that Blitzcrank offered.
Moops missed his second Crescent Strike. After he dodged that knock-up, he fired another one out and he missed it. If that had landed, Peke might very well be dead right now. Fortunately, could not quite pull it off, and with another great grab from Enrati, just caused him to lose a little bit too much damage to that turret, and obviously the CC involved as well. But FNATIC did not manage to take down this bottom turret during that whole thing and after those fights. So it was just a little bit of a trade backwards and forward, nothing too serious. This game is still very, very close. The gold is back in FNATIC's favor, but only by about 200-300. That's all been spent on oracles now, as we see Enrated has one, and wards throughout the course of the game, so they don't have to be too worried about that at all. But ultimately, as we said before, this is the late game team. FNATIC are here for that. 760, Lee Sin, early game. The entire bar Shen, the entire Mighty Midgets lineup, is really more early game orientated than FNATIC. And it's in their hands to make these plays and to use that advantage here in the first 18 minutes. Not really seeing them do that.
Yeah, it's so true. There's something you've got to point out here as well. Take a look at the farm. We've been seeing Moopsy. He's had a very, very good game. He's been putting Pekka under a lot of pressure. Cheers for the ward going down. There we go. But, Moopsy's been having a good time. He's been putting Pekka under a lot of pressure, and he's been struggling in that middle lane. At least, champion 1 versus 1. But look at the farm from Pekka. 40 CS ahead. That is a very, very high number here at the 20-minute mark. And, you know, it's going to convert to some of these items. Athene's Unholy Grail has just been completed. Third tower picked up for FNATIC at the moment. And, yeah, you know, if Xpeka continues to farm this way, it doesn't really matter quite, you know, how many kills they have. Unstoppable Force through the wall. Seismic Charge. Ground Slam comes down, but nobody else is there just yet. Pekka was a little too far away, and all of a sudden they're in trouble. Moonfall pulls two of them backwards. Now that Cyanide's joined the party, Crescent Sweep is going to knock everybody back. 760 taking a lot of DPS. Wild Growth is going to knock him up. Now Enrater's joined the party. Going to land the Rocket Crab. Power Fist onto Lulu. Lulu's the target for FNATIC, but now they've turned their attention. Vayne is still not here. Vayne is the person you need to clean house. And now we see Records coming in. Can he get the stunner to Shipper? Condemn into the wall. Hunter of the Night going to use a tumble. Stealth is up. Picks up a kill. That's the first one down. FNATIC are going to keep this pressure up. Turn their attention to the tower. And if they decide to stick around, Rocket Grab and lands! Power Fist to the face! While the Power Fist is going in, Seismic Shard picks up the kill. FNATIC with two very, very fast kills. This could be the first inner tower of the game.
They're going to keep that push up. They've still got plenty of health on plenty of the champions. Records hasn't got much mana left, but that doesn't really matter. All he's got to do is auto-attack. He does do that very, very effectively, and they will take down this tier 2 turret in this lane. No response at all from the guys on Mighty Midgets. They can't. They're not close enough. Glucose is trying to take the top turret while this is all going on. He's got a good wave of creeps, and he should manage to do it. But the Dragon has just respawned. I don't know if FNATIC are going to go for this. We're going to see Enrated kill a ward instead. Fine, why not? They are going to give this a go. They can go straight in onto the Dragon. But remember, Mighty Midgets have had it the last two times. They have just all healed because they just respawned, so they're going to be full health. They don't quite get here in time, though, and FNATIC do grab themselves their first Dragon of the game. Dragon number 3 for the total count.
Yeah, 20 minutes in, 3 Drakes down, 6 towers down in the game, and 18 kills. It's definitely one of the higher-paced games that we have seen. Reckles has enough money in his back pocket to pick up a BF sword, which you can see he has just done so, and that is just going to increase his damage exponentially. In terms of our two top laners who were crippled by that early game, you know, only 100 CS at 20 minutes. Crystal Arrow comes down, and Enrated just says, really? Well, thank you very much. Gonna follow almost catches Reckles, but it's not really going to be close enough, and just a tiny bit off, you know, just that little bit over-ambitious. Nevertheless, I'm going to put some damage down onto this middle tower. 5 members of the Midgets are here. And you can see Peke and Reckles coming in on the minimap a little bit late. Rocket Grab goes out very close to Glucose, but it just caught the particle effect of the Sunfire Cape and not the character model itself.
Yeah, Shen wouldn't have been the best target to go for that anyway, so we'd have had to see how that works out if it had landed. But lucky for Enrated, it didn't. SuperAZE now does have ult up again. FNATIC, though, aren't quite grouped up as they were before. We do see Zin in here taking red buff. Enrated has based and kind of stood on the naughty step for a little bit for trying to grab Shen, but they've let him back out. He'll come and join them in just a moment.
I like that idea, the naughty step for grabbing the wrong target. But nevertheless, Enrated has been having a very, very good game thus far. He's landed a lot of disruptive rocket grabs, which is one of the keys to that champion. Blitzcrank is on your team to create plays, to create openings, to allow you to pick up kills, and to disrupt your opponents. Change the flow of a team fight, displace them, force the team to react to somebody being captured, and that immediately gives you the advantage. So as shoves out this bottom lane, starts to increase that little bit of a CS lead that he has over Shen. Yet another ward goes down, and a little bit of cheering around the crowd. But once again, it's a little slow pace in the action. Baron is going to be probably the next big target within the next 5 to 10 minutes would be about the time. You can see Enrated and Reckles already checking for wards, making sure that there's nothing there. And once this BF sword gets completed to either an Infinity Edge or a Bloodthirster for Reckles, you have to feel that FNATIC are going to start thinking, when can we take Nasha? When can we get that buff?
It could be a Bloodthirster very shortly, or we're going to wait a little bit longer and take another ward down first. We do now see FNATIC pushing onto this tier 2 turret in mid. Enrated using that movement speed boost to get up past the turret and threaten with a grab as they do finish it off. As that's turret number 5. Actually now off to one side. The arrow is going to land on Cyanide. The grab's not going to hit anyone. We're going to see the engage from Mighty Midget. Knockup's going to go down from Zyra straight on top of 760, but moves went in on his own. He's taking a lot of damage. Now Reckles in fact dashing forward from the Unstoppable Force. It's Vanda and 760. Reckles in this backside. They finish off Glucose because he was there thanks to using his ultimate. Now SuperAZE is tanking the turret. Grab not quite going to land on Shipper, but Mighty Midgets are in full retreat. Reckles is trying to come as far forward as he can. SuperAZE has to get off that turret, but there are minions there to tank it this time instead. FNATIC all very low though. Need to make sure there's minions here, otherwise they're going to take too much damage. Flash forward, dash in onto move for Cyanide. One more attack thanks to red buff. Does pick him up the kill, puts him on a killing spree.
And that is such great play, almost identical to what we've seen on Malunoo in the previous game. You know, just flash, audacious charge, get onto somebody. Then the damage from that 3 talent strike is really, really high. Another ward goes down and the crowd erupts. I'm just having a look at the numbers really quickly. Each additional attack is plus 100 attack damage on that 3 talent strike, with the exception of the knockup. You know, it's such great damage. Blue buff goes to Picket. They steal that away from the mighty midgets, and they're in a power position now. An exposed inhibitor, one more team fight victory, you know, with 2 or 3 members alive, means they can grab the inhibitor, and that means it's a safe Baron Nashor.
Yeah, they exposed inhib. I wouldn't surprise me now if they go in for that. Mighty midgets just back away and let them take it and say, okay, we'll use it, we'll get the farm, we'll try and do our best from that. But honestly, I don't think that's really the best play for them. They need to take this fight before they fall even further behind. They're down by 6,000 gold at the moment, and as I mentioned before, this combo, this SuperAZE, this Malphite, this Vayne, it's just too much to come now, basically. Phantom Dancer, and he's going to get an Infinity Edge instead of Bloodthirster. So Mighty Midget have to do something quick to try and gain that advantage back in their favor. He's unrated. Wants to go and kill this ward. Does use his ult, of course, to deactivate the passive, but he saw 760 on that side of the wall. 760 is going to land a key onto him. He's not going to activate it, but it's just a little bit annoying, that's all.
Yeah, it's infuriating when you put that ward down, it's there for 5 seconds and somebody with an Oracles deletes it. It's very frustrating, but nevertheless, Vision is now there. Shirelia's Reverie has been picked up by SuperAZE, along with a couple other items. Needlessly Large Rod in the hands of Pick as Zyra. Infinity Edge is completed for Reckles, so the burst damage and the amount of AD that's going to be coming out of Vayne has just hit an all-new peak for this particular matchup. Over on the other side, Ashe is still struggling to complete either the Phantom Dancer or the Infinity Edge. Only the Zeal, BF Sword, and Pickaxe in hand. But we do see a Zeke's Herald in the hands of Lulu. So that's going to play into their favor. A little bit more attack speed, a little bit more lifesteal. And with auto-attacking champions like Lee Sin, like Shen, like Diana, like Ashe, it actually benefits all of them.
We do now see FNATIC are ready to take this in here. They start to group up, push down up this mid lane. SuperAZE comes forward a little bit, forces a dash away from 760 after he got snared up. They'll take it slow for his trouble. Hasn't quite got through the shield just yet. More farms here just to make their life a little bit awkward for Mighty Midget. But FNATIC opting actually, yeah, we don't want to do that. They've got a lot of poke. We would take a lot of damage while trying to take that down, and they could risk an initiate on us as we back away, of course, using Ashe. Instead, they're going to come down here and they're going to clear out the Baron pet. There's no ward in that bush, but Cyanide does walk across this one, which they couldn't see because it was around the corner. That was their own ward. What am I talking about?
Take a look at that. The Sonic Wave comes out, doesn't manage to connect onto anybody. Rocket Grab, Power Fist, Lulu's all of a sudden in trouble. Wild Growth goes out. It's going to be applying that slow to everybody. Now the Crystal Arrow goes down, followed with an unstoppable force. FNATIC have committed to a huge fight. 1 kill for Diana. Expecka immediately replies. Glucose is in so much trouble. 760 is low. Reckles cleaning house. 1 on the board, 2 on the board. He's going to start chasing around the corner. That's 4 down. Look at the seismic shard. Vander gets the volley out, applies the slow. Shirelia's Reverie has been used. Reckles is going to carry on chasing while SuperAZE tanks it. Dude, this is going to be the 3rd kill for Reckles. He's going to tank it. Picks up the ace. FNATIC lose their jungler for an ace. They pick up the inhibitor. They have a fair amount of health. If they wanted to go Baron, this would be brave. But I think, yeah, smart call would be to recall, pick up some items, and then come back and force the Baron with super creeps in the mid lane.
It started off, it seemed like a good fight for FNATIC. They got the pick, they started to take Shiva down very low, then they all got knocked up. Then the shield came out from Shen. Shiva suddenly wasn't taking any damage. The Ashe arrow landed down. Suddenly, Cyanide was very, very low into the front of that. He got picked off. There wasn't so much damage onto the guys from Mighty Midgets. Yeah, FNATIC seemed on the back foot. Then Zyra showed up. She got her snare down. She got her plants down. She put her ult down. Suddenly there was no health left for Mighty Midgets. They had to back away. And then Reckles came tumbling into the picture and cleaned house. So ultimately it did turn back in their favor. And that may just be a little bit too late for Mighty Midgets. Now that Vayne has hit that point, she's got 8 and 2 here. They are going to rush out onto this Baron. The Mighty Midgets can't see it. They don't know. But they must have a suspicion.
Yeah, they're
you can see how quickly this Baron is down. It's down to 4,000 health already. Down to 3.5, 2, 1, dead. And Cyanide doesn't even have to see it.
And it was really good positioning there from Reckles as well. He didn't overcommit. The team fight happened and everybody was in that, look, go, go, go phase. But he still hung back just on the backline, just enough out of the way to not be a target. And only once Zyra had actually joined in with all the CC did they commit to the fight. Another ward, they're just going to walk over it. So here's one going down. Let's hear some cheers for the wards being killed, guys. There we go. That's what we like to hear. And that's what we like to see from the DreamArena. This is going to be the last game for today, but we're going to be back tomorrow with more games, and I hope every single one of you come back. Top tower goes down. FNATIC, they continue the pressure. Super creeps are in the mid lane. Ashe is not there to help her team because she's clearing out those creeps. And still, oh, look at the grab onto Moopsie. Moopsie immediately knocked up. Stranglethorns goes up along with the Wild Ghost. Everybody's in the air. This has become an aerial League of Legends battle. Double kill for Reckles. Tumble, can he get the triple? No, it's not, because it's going to get stolen by Scumbag SuperAZE and Scumbag Cyanide jumping onto Ashe in the Nexus. That's going to pick up the ace, and this is going to be GG for FNATIC.
Peke taking that turret to the last second, using his Zhonya's, and they're on to the Nexus. Last couple of wards get placed down. FNATIC will take this group 2-0. They still have one game left to play tomorrow, but they're looking good.
GG!
So, we're going to have a quick look at the brackets for our BYOC teams. See how that's shaping up, see whether they're done and dusted before our post-game winners interview.
Exactly. While they're setting up on stage, of course, the Bring Your Own Computer LAN featuring up to, I think, 256 teams max. I'd have to double-check exactly who was in there. We know for a fact, according to the official ladder, that the Copenhagen Wolves have already taken one of those slots, and it's between Swedish name team and Lowland Lions for the third one. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I have been told that the Lowland Lions lost their game.
I'm guessing by the giggles.
I'm guessing by the
that
giggles
means something
too.
very prominent in Swedish.
So we'll see what happens once the official bracket is updated. But yeah, I believe that potentially Lowland Lions are out. Nevertheless, those are the teams that make it through. I want to know, see if Rachel is ready on stage to chat to FNATIC after winning their second game of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. Peggy, you must feel pretty happy about that.
Yeah, of course.
Now, when these guys start screaming over like wards dying, do you hear that or see them celebrating at all? Are you thinking that they're doing something crazy over on the other side?
I hear, we don't hear a lot, but we hear a little bit, and yeah, it's a bit weird to hear them cheering for ward kills.
And for those of you guys who might be nervous about that, they're on a delay. Well, Peke, what are you guys going to do tonight? You going to go strategize? Or you going to get a good rest?
We want to know when we start playing, and then we'll decide.
Do you think you might go to the BYOC and scope out your competition?
Maybe.
Maybe. All right. Well, thank you so much, Peke. I'll let you guys pack up for tonight. Let's give one more round of applause for the Mighty Midgets and for FNATIC. Before we go anywhere, let's take a quick look at the schedule so we know what's going on tomorrow. We have Group A going up against one set of BYOC winners, and Group B going up against the honors, and then at 10:30, you can prepare for the finals. We have a lot on the line. This is the DreamHack League of Legends Championship, sponsored by XMG and SteelSeries. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, and don't forget, 10:30 are the finals.
Let me just step right in. I got things to advance. I'm an innovator, baby, change the world. 4 to 500 before you kiss the girl. I'm a pimp, you're a nerd. I'm slick, you're cheesy. Beating you is apple too easy. I make the product that the artist chooses, and the GUI that Melinda uses. I need to bring up some basic shit. Why'd you name your company after your dick?
Blowjobs, you arrogant prick, with your second-hand jeans AIDS research. Combine all your little toys and I still crush that. iPhone, iPad, iPhone, I smack.
A man uses the machines you build to sit down and pay his taxes. A man uses the machines I build to listen to the Beatles while he relaxes.
Well, Steve, you steal all the credit for work that other people do. Did your fat beard Wozniak write these raps for you too?
Ooh, everybody knows Windows bit off Apple.
I triple the profits on a PC.
All the people with the power to create use an Apple.
And people with jobs use PC.
You know, I bet they made this beat on an Apple.
Nope, Fruity Loops, PC.
You will never, ever catch a virus on an Apple.
Well, you could still afford a doctor if you bought a PC.
Let's talk about doctors. I've seen a few cause I got a PC, but it wasn't from you. I built a legacy, son. You can never stop it. Now excuse me while I turn heaven a profit.
Fine, wanna be like that? Die then! The whole world loves you, but you are my friend. I'm alone now with nothing but power and time. And no one on earth who can challenge my mind. I'm a boss, I own DOS. Your future is my design. I'm a god, own Xbox. Now there's no one to stop me, the world is mine.
I'm sorry, Bill. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Take a look at your history. Everything you built leads up to me. I got the power of a mind you could never be. I'll beat your ass in chess and Jeopardy. I'm running C++ saying hello world. I'll beat you to singing about a daisy girl. I'm coming out the socket. Nothing you can do can stop it. I'm on your lap and in your pocket. How you gonna shoot me down when I got the rocket? Your Cortex just doesn't impress me. So go ahead, try to Turing test me. I stomp on a Mac and a PC too. I'm on Linux, bitch. I thought you knew. My CPU's hot, but my core runs cold. Beat you in 17 lines of code. I think different from the engine of the days old. Hasta la vista, like the Terminator told ya.
It's deep underground, past the bedrock, but don't dig straight down. You'll regret that, but now you feel brave. Equipped with your spade to roam in these caves. Not looking for gold, this does purple, or so I've been told by some people. I'll find a few bricks where the two of these mix with a couple of clicks. I'll be swinging my pick. This is all the prep that I go through. Even if my tools are just make do. Moving to the never, I'm moving to the never, I'm moving to the never. 10 blocks is the magical total, as that's enough to build on my portal. Moving to the never, I'm moving to the never, I'm moving to
great here, so pull up a chair, have a cold beer, you can live by the sea. So happy you'll be with your cobblestone tree. Oh, the neighbors aren't right, they're delicious, we eat bacon all night. It's nutritious, hear all of them scream, oh, from damage I deal, there's plenty to steal.
Hack and slash, gold nuggets, rich! Who cares if we're giving up sunlight? Glowstone's all we need to keep things bright down here in the nether. We love it in the nether, you'll love it in the nether. Don't expect to see any creepers. That's one of my favorite features down here in the nether. We love it in the nether, you'll love it in the nether.
You gotta know, you have to fight. Learn to play, there's mobs, but it's not night. A one sword won't do it, they're gonna blast right through it. You got a potion, use it. So watch your back, I won't warn you twice. Fight the gas, ooh, make me cry. They shoot the ground around you, making holes to fall through. You know you're probably gonna
in the lava again. Feels like elephants
I'm sick of this place, it sucks, it's too hot, it never rains. I'm sweaty, all my clothes are dirty and filthy and on fire. I'm absolutely sick of this place. I miss nature, all the pigs and the cows and all that sheep and stuff. I didn't think I'd miss it, but I do. Oh my God. How sad. I wish I could just return to the normal world again. Bye.
XMG.
Men gud, det tar ju 100 år att ladda upp de här bilderna. Anton kanske får klara sig utan bebisalbum. Fast i och för sig, Fredrik såg ju ut som Anton när han var liten. Vi kanske kan klistra in hans gamla bilder från 70-talet i ett nytt album bara.
Byt till supersnabb fiber från Telia och upplev internet som det borde vara.
She says she likes my watch, but she wants Steve's AP, and she stay up all hours watching QVC. She said she loves my songs, she bought my MP3, and so I put her number in my bold BB. I got a black BM, she got a white TT. She wanna see what's hiding in my CK briefs. I tell her wear suspenders and some PVC, and then I'll film it all up on my JVC. Scene one, everybody get in your position. Pay attention and listen. We're trying to get this all in one take, so let's try and make that happen. Take one. Action.
She posed for FHM, she like my black LV. We spilling LPR up on my APC. I'm in my PRPS and my night SBs.
Raving with SHM, London to NYC. I got my visa and my visa.